Archers were shouting a challenge as they followed Hook over the wicker baskets, and still shouting as they started the killing. Hook was swinging the poleaxe as he landed, and its lead-weighted hammerhead crashed into a crouching Frenchman's helmet, and Hook sensed, rather than saw, the metal crumpling under the massive blow that collapsed metal, skull, and brain. A man reared up to his right, but Scalate hurled him back with contemptuous ease as Hook sprawled on the far side of the cannon. He had leaped clean across the Redeemer's barrel. He hit the far side of the pit hard, lost his footing, and fell heavily. A surge of fear flared cold in his veins. The biggest fear was that he was on the ground and vulnerable, another that he might have damaged the bow slung on his back, but later, when he remembered the fight, he realized he had also felt elation. In memory it was all a blur of screaming men, bright blades, and ringing metal, but in that welter of impressions there was a cold, hard centre in which Nick Hook regained his feet and saw a man-at-arms at the front of the pit. The man was wearing plate armour half covered by a surcoat that displayed a red heart pierced by a burning lance. He was holding a sword. His visor was raised, and his eyes reflected the small flames of the fallen torches, and Hook saw fear in those eyes, and Hook felt no pity because of that fear. "Kill or be killed," Sir John always said, and Hook ran at the man, poleaxe levelled, the haft held in both his hands, and he ignored the feeble defensive sword swing the man offered, and lunged the spear point at the Frenchman's midriff. The blade scraped off the bottom rim of the breastplate and jarred on the folds. The plate strips worn on a leather skirt, designed to stop a sword thrust into the lower belly. But no fold could resist a poleaxe thrust, and Hook saw the man's terrified eyes open wide, and saw his mouth make a great hole as the spear point ripped through steel, leather, mail, undershirt, skin, muscle, and guts to ram against the Frenchman's spine. The man made a mewing noise, and Hook was bellowing a challenge as the thrust pushed his victim back against the gunpit's face. Hook hauled the poleaxe back, and the flailing man came with it, his flesh trapping the point, and Hook put his boot into the mess of blood and armour, braced his leg, and tugged till the blade came free. He lunged it forward again, but checked the blow as the man fell to his knees. Hook whipped around, ready to defend himself, but the fight was already over. There had only been 8 men in the pit. They must have been left there by the larger French party advancing toward the savage, and, when that party had been thrown back by arrows, these 8 had been forgotten. Their job had been to wreck the cannon, a job they had been trying to do with a huge axe that lay abandoned beside the windlass that tilted the heavy protective screen on its massive axle. They had managed to chop the windlass into splinters, but now all but one of them was dead. "Can't hurt a cannon with an axe," Tom Scarlett said derisively. The one living Frenchman moaned. "Anyone hurt?" Hook demanded. "I twisted my ankle," Horrocks said. He was panting, and his eyes were wide with astonishment or fear. "He'll mend," Hook said abruptly. "Are we all here?" His men were all present, and Will of the Dale was running up the trench with Melisande and his 6 archers. The wounded Frenchman whimpered and drew his legs up. He had been wearing no armour except a padded haubergeon, and Will Scalate had driven an axe deep into his chest, so that the linen padding had spilt out, and was now soaked with blood. Hook could see a mess of lungs and splintered ribs. Blood bubbled black from the man's mouth as he moaned again. "Put him out of his misery," Hook demanded, but his archers just stared at him. "Oh, for Christ's sake," Hook said. He stepped over a corpse, put the poleaxe's spike at the man's neck, lunged once, and so did the job himself. Will of the Dale stared at the carnage in the pit. "Last time the silly bastards do that," he said. He tried to speak lightly, imitating Sir John, but there was a squawk in his voice and horror in his eyes. Melisande was close behind Will. She stared dumbly at the dead Frenchman. Next at the blood dripping thick from Hook's poleaxe, then up into his eyes. "You shouldn't be here," he told her harshly. "I can't stay in the camp," she said. "That priest might come." "We'll look after her, Nick," Will of the Dale said, his voice still strained. He took a step forward and lifted one of the fallen torches, though there was enough light in the east now to make the flames unnecessary. "Look what they did," he said. The Frenchmen had used their big axe to chop through the iron bands that hooped the Redeemer's barrel. Hook had not noticed the damage before, but now he saw that 2 of the metal rings had been hacked clean through, which meant the gun was probably useless because, if it was fired, the barrel would expand, split, and kill every man in the pit. That was none of Hook's business. "Search the bastards," he ordered his men. The 3 archers who had plundered the bodies of the first French casualties had found silver chains, coins, brooches, and a dagger with a jewelled hilt. Those valuables were all in an arrow bag, to which new riches were now added. "We'll share it out later," Hook decreed. "Now come on, get out of here. Bows!" His bow had been undamaged by his fall. He took it in his left hand, slung the poleaxe on his shoulder, and laid an arrow on the cord. He climbed the pit side into a grey dawn streaked by dark smoke. In front of him, a battle raged around the sow and around the pit that held the king's daughter. The French had captured both, but the English had streamed from their camp and now outnumbered the raiding party, which was being forced inexorably back. Trumpets blew, the signal for the French to break off their fight and retreat to Harfleur. Flames licked at the sow's heavy timbers and at the swinging screen sheltering the bombard. Men-at-arms were hacking at each other, blades flashing reflected light as they slashed and thrust. Hook looked for Sir John's rampant lion banner and saw it to his left. He saw, too, that Sir John's men were fighting across the main trench, driving back the large group of French who now formed the attackers' left wing. "Bows!" Hook called. He hauled the cord back, drawing it to his right ear. The French had been summoned back to the town, but they dared not turn and run for fear of the close English pursuit, and so they were fighting hard, trying to drive Sir John's men back into the trench. They were half facing away from Hook and had no idea that he was on their flank. "Aim true!" Hook shouted, wanting none of his arrows to fall on Englishmen. Then he released, took another bodkin, and that new arrow was only half drawn as the first drove into an enemy's back. Hook drew full again, saw a Frenchman turn toward the new threat, released, and the arrow slapped into the man's face, and suddenly the enemy was running, defeated by the unexpected attack from their flank. A crossbow bolt flashed in front of Hook. A spring-old bolt, much larger, churned up a spout of earth as a gun fired from Harfleur's wall. The stone banged into the ground just behind the archers, as yet more bolts flickered through the smoke. The crossbow bolts made a fluttering noise, and Hook reckoned their leather fledgings were twisted out of shape, perhaps because they had been badly stored. The bolts were not flying true, but they were still coming too close. Hook glanced at the barbican and saw the enemy crossbowman taking aim from its summit. He turned and sped an arrow toward them, then called to his men, "Stop shooting! Get to the trench!" The French were retreating fast now, but they had done what they had set out to do, which was to damage the siege works. 3 of the cannon, including the king's daughter, would never fire again, and all along the trenches parapets had been thrown down and men killed. And now, from the broken ramparts, the defenders jeered at the English as the returning raiding party negotiated the deep ditch in front of the broken barbican. Arrows still followed the French, and some men were struck and slid into the ditch's bottom, but the sally had been a success. The English works burned, and the garrison's insults stung. "Bastards," Sir John was saying repeatedly. They caught us sleeping, the bastards." "The Savage isn't touched," Hook reported stoically, "but they broke the Redeemer." "We'll break them, the goddamn bastards," Sir John said. "And none of us was hurt," Hook added. "We'll hurt them, by Christ," Sir John vowed. His face was twisted by anger. The siege was already bogged down, but now the enemy had delivered another hard blow to the English hopes. Sir John shuddered as an enemy man-at-arms taken prisoner was ushered down the trench. For a heartbeat it looked as though Sir John would unleash his fury on the hapless man, but then he saw Melisande and released his frustration on her instead. "What in the name of suffering Christ is she doing here?" he demanded of Hook. "Jesus Christ on the cross, are you turd-witted? Can't be without your woman for a goddamn minute." "It was not Nick," Melisande called defiantly. She was holding the crossbow, though she had not shot with it. "It was not Nick," she said again, "and he did tell me to go away." Sir John's courtesy toward women overcame his anger. He grunted what might have been an apology, and then Melisande was explaining herself, talking in fast French, gesturing toward the camp, and as she spoke Sir John's face showed a renewed anger. He turned on Hook. "Why didn't you tell me?" "Tell you what, Sir John?" "That a bastard priest has threatened her." "I fight my own battles," Hook said sullenly. "No!" Sir John thrust a gauntleted hand to strike Hook's shoulder. "You fight my battles, Hook." He punched Hook's shoulder again. "That's what I pay you for. But if you fight mine, then I fight yours, you understand? We are a company!" Sir John shouted the last 4 words so loudly that men 50 yards down the trench turned to watch him. "We are a company! No one threatens any one of us without threatening all of us. Your girl should be able to walk naked through the whole army, and not a man will dare touch her, because she belongs to us. She belongs to our company. By Christ, I'll kill the holy bastard for this. I'll rip the spine out of his goddamn throat and feed his shriveled prick to the dogs. No one threatens us. No one." Sir John, with his real enemies safely back behind their smoke-rimmed ramparts, was looking for a fight. And Hook had just given him one. Hook watched as Melisande spooned honey into Father Christopher's mouth. The priest was sitting, his back supported by a barrel that had come from England filled with smoked herrings. He was skeletally thin. His face was pale and tired, and he was plainly as weak as a fledgling, but he was alive. "Cobbett's dead," Hook said, "and Robert Fletcher." "Poor Robert," Father Christopher said. "How's his brother?" "Still alive," Hook said, "but he's sick." "Who else?" "Pearson's dead, Hollis, Borrow, and John Taylor." "God have mercy on them all," the priest said, and made the sign of the cross. "The men-at-arms?" "John Gaffney, Peter Dance, Sir Thomas Peters," Hook said. "All dead." "God has turned his face from us," Father Christopher said bleakly. "Does your saint still speak to you?" "Not now," Hook admitted. Father Christopher sighed. He closed his eyes momentarily. "We have sinned," he said grimly. "We were told God was on our side," Hook said stubbornly. "We believed that," the priest said. "We surely believed that. And we came here with that assurance in our hearts, but the French will believe the same thing, and now God is revealing himself. We should not have come here." "You should not," Melisande said firmly. "Harfleur will fall," Hook insisted. "It probably will," Father Christopher allowed, then paused as Melisande wiped a trickle of honey from his chin. "If the French don't march to its relief. Yes, it will fall eventually, but what then? How much of the army is left?" "Enough," Hook said. Father Christopher offered a tired smile. Enough to do what? To march on Rouen and make another siege? To capture Paris? We'll scarce be able to defend ourselves if the French do come here, so what will we do? We'll go into Harfleur and remake its walls and then sail home. We've failed, Hook. We've failed. Hook sat in silence. One of the remaining English cannons fired, the sound flat and lingering in the warm air. Somewhere in the camp a man sang. "We can't just go home," he said after a while. "We can," Father Christopher said, "and we most certainly will. All this money for nothing. For Harfleur, maybe, and what will it cost to rebuild those walls?" He shrugged. "Maybe we should abandon the siege," Hook suggested morosely. The priest shook his head. "Henry will never do that. He has to win. That way he proves God's favour, and besides, abandoning the siege makes him look weak." He was silent for a while, then frowned. "His father took the throne by force, and Henry fears others might do the same if he shows weakness." "Eat, don't talk," Melisande said briskly. "I've eaten enough, my dear," Father Christopher said. "You should eat more." "I will. This evening." "Merci." "God's sparing you, Father," Hook said. "Perhaps he doesn't want me in heaven," Father Christopher suggested with a wan smile. "Or perhaps he is giving me time to become a better priest." "You are a good priest," Hook said warmly. "I shall tell St. Peter that when he asks if I deserve to be in heaven. 'Ask Nick Hook,' I shall say, and St. Peter will ask me, 'Who is Nick Hook?' 'Oh,' I shall say, 'he's a thief, a rogue, and probably a murderer, but ask him anyway.'" Hook grinned. "I'm honest now, Father. Thou art not far from the kingdom of heaven, young Hook, but let us hope it's many a long day before we meet there, and at least we'll be spared some Martin's company." Melisande sneered. "He is a coward, un poltron." "Most men are cowards when they meet Sir John," Father Christopher said mildly. "He had nothing to say," Melisande said. Sir John had gone to the shelters where Lord Slayton's men were camped. He had taken Hook and Melisande with him, and he had bellowed that any man who wished to kill Hook could do so right there and then. "Come and take his woman," Sir John had shouted. "Who wants her?" Lord Slayton's archers, his men-at-arms, and his camp followers had been cleaning armour, preparing food, or just resting, but all had turned to watch the show. They watched in silence. "Come and take her," Sir John shouted. "She's yours. You can take turns like dogs rutting a bitch. Come on, she's a pretty thing. You want to hump her? She's yours." He waited, but not one of Lord Slayton's men moved. Then Sir John had pointed at Hook. "You can all have her, but first you have to kill my Ventnor." Still no one moved. No one even met Sir John's eyes. "Which man is being paid to kill you?" Sir John had asked Hook. "That one," Hook said, pointing at Tom Peril. "Then come here." Sir John had invited Peril. "Come and kill him. I'll give you his woman if you do." Peril had not moved. He was half hiding behind William Snowball, who, as Lord Slayton's steward, had some small authority, but Snowball dared not confront Sir John Cornwell. "There is just one thing," Sir John added, "which is that you have to kill both Hook and me before you get the woman. So come on, fight me first." He had drawn his sword and waited. No one had moved, no one had spoken. Sir Martin had been watching from behind some men-at-arms. "Is that the priest?" Sir John had demanded of Hook. "That's him." "My name is John Cornwell," Sir John had shouted, "and some of you know who I am. And Hook is my man. He is my man. He is under my protection, as is this girl." He had put his free arm around Melisande's shoulders, then pointed his sword-blade at Sir Martin. "You, priest! Come here!" Sir Martin had not moved. "You can come here," Sir John said, "or I can come and fetch you." Sir Martin, long-faced twitching, had sidled away from the protective men-at-arms. He looked around as if seeking a place to run, but Sir John had snarled at him to come closer, and he had obeyed. "He's a priest," Sir John had called, "so he's a witness to this oath. I swear by this sword and by the bones of St. Creddon that if a hair of Hook's head is touched, if he is attacked, if he is wounded, if he is killed, then I shall find you, and I shall kill you." Sir Martin had been peering at Sir John as though he were a curious specimen in a fairground display. A 5-legged cow, perhaps, or a woman with a beard. Now, still with a puzzled expression, the priest raised both hands to heaven. "Forgive him, Lord, forgive him," he called. "Priest," Sir John began. "Knight," Sir Martin had retorted with surprising force. "The devil rides one horse, and Christ the other. You know what that means?" "I know what this means." Sir John had held his sword-blade toward the priest's throat. "It means that if one of you cabbage-shitting, rat-humping turds touches Hook, or his woman, then he will have to reckon with me, and I will tear your farting bowels out of your putrid arses with my bare hands. I will make you die screaming. I will send your shit-ridden souls to hell. I will kill you." Silence. Sir John had sheathed his sword, the hilt thumping loud onto the scabbard's throat. He stared at Sir Martin, daring the priest to challenge him, but Sir Martin had drifted away into one of his reveries. "Let's go," Sir John had said, and when they were out of earshot of the shelters, he had laughed. "That's settled that." "Thank you," Melisande had said, her relief obvious. "Thank me? I enjoyed that, lass." He probably did enjoy it, Father Christopher said when the tale was told to him, but he'd have enjoyed it more if one of them had offered a fight. He does love a fight. "Who's St. Creddon?" Hook asked. "He was a Saxon," Father Christopher said, "and when the Normans came they reckoned he shouldn't be a saint at all because he was a Saxon peasant like you, Hook. So they burned his bones, but the bones turned gold. Sir John likes him. I have no idea why." He frowned. "He's not as simple as he likes to pretend." "He's a good man," Hook said. "He probably is," Father Christopher agreed, "but don't let him hear you say that." "And you're recovering, Father." "Thanks to God, and to your woman, Hook. Yes, I am." The priest reached out and took Melisande's hand. "And it's time you made an honest woman of her, Hook." "I am honest," Melisande said. "Then it's time you tamed Master Hook," Father Christopher said. Melisande looked at Hook, and for a moment her face betrayed nothing. Then she nodded. "Maybe that's why God spared me," Father Christopher said, "to marry the two of you. We shall do the deed, young Hook, before we leave France." And it seemed that must be soon, because Harfleur stood undefeated, the army of England was dying of disease, and the year was inexorably passing. It was already September. In a few weeks the autumn rains would come, and the cold would come, and the harvest would be safely gathered behind fortress walls, and so the campaign season would end. Time was running out. England had gone to war, and she was losing. That evening Thomas Evergold tossed a big sack to Hook. Hook jerked aside, thinking the sack would flatten him, but it was surprisingly light and merely rolled off his shoulder. "Tow," Evergold said in explanation. "Tow?" "Tow," Evergold said, "for 5 arrows. 1 sheaf of arrows for each archer." Sir John wants it done by midnight, and we're to be down in the trench before dawn. Belly's boiling pitch for us." Belly was Andrew Belcher, Sir John's steward who supervised the kitchen servants and sumpters. "Have you ever made a fire arrow?" Evergold asked. "Never," Hook confessed. "Use the broadheads. Tie a fistful of tow up by the head, dip it in pitch, and aim high. We need 24 apiece." Evergold carried more sacks to the other groups while Hook pulled out handfuls of the greasy tow, which was simply clumps of unwashed fleece straight off the sheep's back. A flea jumped from the wool and vanished up his sleeve. He divided the tow into 17 equal sections, and each of his archers divided their share into 24, 1 lump of fleece for each arrow. Hook cut up some spare bowstrings, and his men used the length of cord to bind the bouquets of dirty wool to the arrowheads. Then they lined up by Belly's cauldron to dip the tow into the boiling pitch. They propped the arrows upright against tree stumps or barrels to let the sticky pitch solidify. "What's happening in the dawn?" Hook asked Evergold. "The French kicked our arses this morning," Evergold said grimly, "so we have to kick theirs tomorrow morning." He shrugged as if he did not expect to achieve much. "You lose any more men today?" "Cobbett and Fletch. Matson can't last long." Evergold swore. "Good men," he said grimly. "And dying for what?" He spat toward a campfire. "When the pitch is dry," he went on, "tease it out a bit. It lets it catch the fire easier." The camp was restless all night. Men were carrying faggots to the forward trench nearest to the enemy's barbican. The faggots were great bundles of wood, bound with rope, and the sight of them made it clear enough what was intended at dawn. A flooded ditch protected the barbican, and it would need to be filled if men were to cross and assault the battered fortress. Sir John's men-at-arms were ordered to put on full armour. 30 men-at-arms had sailed from Southampton Water on the day the swans had flown low through the fleet to signify good fortune, but only 19 were now fit to serve. 6 had died, the other 5 were vomiting and shitting and shivering. The fit men-at-arms were being helped by squires and pages, who buckled plates of armour over padded leather jerkins that had been wiped with grease, so the shrouding metal would move easily. Sword belts were strapped over jupons, though most men-at-arms chose to carry poleaxes or shortened lances. A priest from Sir William Porter's household heard confessions and gave blessings. Sir William was Sir John's closest friend, and also his brother-in-arms, which meant they fought side by side and had sworn to protect each other, to ransom each other if, by misfortune, either were taken prisoner, and to protect the other man's widow if either were to die. Sir William was a studious-looking man, thin-faced and pale-eyed. His hair, before he hid it with a snout-visored helm, was thinning. He seemed out of place in armour, as though his natural home was a library or perhaps a courtroom, but he was Sir John's chosen battle companion, and that spoke volumes about his courage. He adjusted his helmet and pushed up the visor before nodding a nervous greeting to Sir John's archers. Those archers were armoured and armed. Most men, like Hook, wore a padded haubergeon sewn with metal plates over a mail coat. They had helmets, and a few had aventails, the hood of mail that was worn beneath the helmet and fell across the shoulders. Their bow arms were protected by bracers. They wore swords and carried 3 arrow bags, 2 of which contained the tow-headed fire arrows. Some chose to carry an axe as well as a bow, but most, like Hook, preferred the poleaxe. All the men, whether lords, knights, men-at-arms, or archers, wore the red cross of St. George on their jupons. "God be with you," Sir William saluted the archers, who murmured a dutiful response. "And the devil take the French," Sir John called as he strode from his tent. He was in a high mood, the prospect of action giving his eyes a gleam. "It's a simple enough job this morning," he said dismissively. "We just have to take the Barbican away from the bastards. Let's do it before breakfast." Melisande had given Hook a lump cut from a flitch of bacon and a piece of bread, which he ate as Sir John's company filed downhill toward the siege works. It was still dark. The wind was brisk and cool from the east, bringing the scent of the salt marshes to cut the cloying smell of the dead. The arrows clattered in their bags as the archers followed the winding paths. Fires glowed in the siege lines, and on the defences of Harfleur, where, Hook knew, the garrison would be repairing the damage done during the previous day. "God bless you," a priest called as the bowmen filed past. "God be with you. God preserve you." The French must have sensed something evil was brewing, for they used a pair of catapults to lob 2 light carcasses across the ramparts. The carcasses were great balls of cloth and tinder soaked in pitch and sulphur, and they wheeled and sparked as they arced through the night sky, then fell in a great gout of flame that burst bright when the wicker-strapped balls landed. The firelight reflected off helmets in the English trenches, and those gleams provoked the crossbowmen on the walls to start shooting. The bolts whispered overhead or thumped into the parapets. Insults were shouted from the walls, but the shouts were half-hearted, as though the garrison was tired and uncertain. The English trench was crowded. The archers with the fire arrows were ordered to the front, and behind them more archers waited with bundles of faggots. Sir John Holland, the king's nephew, was in charge of the attack, though again, as when he had led the scouting party ashore before the invasion, he was accompanied by his stepfather, Sir John Cornwell. "When I give the command," the younger Sir John said, "the archers will loose fire arrows at the Barbican. We want to set it alight." Iron braziers had been placed every few yards along the trench. They were heaped with burning sea coal that gave off pungent fumes. "Drown them with fire," Sir John Holland urged the archers. "Smoke them out like rats, and when they're blinded by smoke we fill in the ditch and take the Barbican by assault." He made it sound easy. The remaining English guns had been loaded with stones coated with pitch. The Dutch gunners waited, their linstocks glowing. Dawn seemed to take forever. The defenders got tired of shooting crossbow bolts, and their insults, with their bolts, faded away. Both sides waited. A cockerel crowed in the camp, and soon a score of birds was calling. Page boys carrying spare sheaves of arrows waited in the saps behind the trench, where priests were saying Mass and hearing confessions. Men took it in turns to kneel and receive the wafers along with God's blessing. "Your sins are forgiven," a priest murmured to Hook, who hoped it was true. He had not confessed to Robert Perrell's murder, and, as he took the host, he wondered if that deception would condemn him. He almost blurted out his guilt, but the priest was already gesturing the next man forward, so Hook stood and moved away. The wafer stuck to his palate, and he said a sudden silent prayer to St. Crispinian. Did Harfleur have a guardian saint, he wondered, and was that saint beseeching God to kill the English? A stir in the trench made Hook turn to see the king edging through the crowded ranks. He wore full battle armour, though he had yet to pull on his helmet. His breast and back plates were covered with a surcoat, on which the royal arms were blazoned bright, crossed by the red of St. George. The king carried a broad-bladed war-axe as well as his sheathed sword. He had no shield, but nor did any other knight or man-at-arms. Their plate armour was protection enough, and iron-bound shields were a relic of olden days. The king nodded companionably to the archers. "Take the Barbican," he said as he walked along the trench, "and the city must surely fall. God be with you." He repeated the phrases as he worked his way along the trench, followed by a squire and 2 men-at-arms. "I shall go with you," he said as he neared Hook. If God wants me to rule France, then he will protect us. God be with you, and keep me company, fellows, as we take back what is rightfully ours." "String your bows," Sir John Holland said when the king had gone past. "Won't be long now." Hook braced one end of his big bow against his right foot, and bent it so that he could loop the string about the upper nock. "Shoot high with the fire arrows," Thomas Evergold growled. "You can't do a full draw or you'll scorch your hand, so shoot high, and make sure the pitch is well alight before you loose." The grey light seeped brighter. Hook, gazing between two gabions of the battered parapet, could see that the Barbican was a wreck. Its great iron-bound timbers that had once formed such a formidable wall had been broken and driven in by gunfire, yet the enemy had patched the gaps with more timbers, so that the whole outlying fort now resembled an ugly hill studded with wooden balks. The summit, which had once stood close to 40 feet high, was half that now, yet it was still a formidable obstacle. The face was steep, the ditch deep, and there was room at the top for 40 or 50 crossbowmen and men-at-arms. Banners hung down the ruined face, displaying saints and coats of arms. Once in a while a helmeted face would peer past a timber as the men on the ragged top watched for the expected assault. "You start shooting your fire arrows when the guns fire," Sir John Cornwell reminded his men. "That's the signal. Shoot steadily. If you see a man trying to extinguish the fires, kill the bastard." The coals in the nearest brazier shifted, provoking a spurt of light and a galaxy of sparks. A page crouched beside the iron basket with a handful of kindling that he would pile on the coals to make the flames to light the pitch-soaked arrows. Gulls wheeled and flocked above the salt marsh where the bodies of the dead were thrown into the tidal creeks. The gulls of Normandy were getting fat on English dead. The wafer was still stuck in Hook's dry mouth. "Any moment now," Sir William Porter said, as though that would be a comfort to the waiting men. There was a creaking sound, and Hook looked to his left to see men turning the windlass that lifted the tilting screen in front of the nearest gun. The French saw it too, and a spring-old bolt whipped from the ramparts to thump into the lifting screen. A gunner pulled a gabion away from the cannon's black mouth, and the gun fired. The pitch that coated the stone had caught fire from the powder's explosion, so that the gunstone looked like a sear of dull light as it whipped from the smoke to flash across the broken ground and crash into the Barbican. "Now!" Sir John Holland called, and the page piled the kindling onto the coals so that bright flames burst from the brazier. "Don't let the arrows touch each other," Evergold advised, as the archers held the first missiles in the newly roused fire. More guns fired. A timber on the Barbican shattered, and a spill of earth scumbled down the steep face. Hook waited till his pitch bouquet was well alight, then placed the arrow on the string. He feared the ash shaft would burn through, so he hauled fast, winced as the flames burned his left hand, aimed high, and released quickly. Other fire arrows were already arcing toward the Barbican, their flight slow and awkward. His own arrow leapt off the string and trailed sparks as it fluttered. It fell short. Other arrows were thumping into the splintered timbers of the Barbican. The cannon smoke drifted like a screen between the archers and their target. "Keep shooting," Sir John Holland called. Hook took the rag he used to wax his bow from a pouch and wrapped it about his left hand to protect himself from the flames. His second arrow flew true, striking one of the broken balks of wood. The burning missiles curved through the early light in showers of fire, and the Barbican was already dotted with small flames as more and more arrows fell. Hook saw defenders moving on the makeshift rampart, and guessed they were pouring water or earth down the barbican's face, and so he took a broadhead and shot it fast and true. Then he loosed his last fire arrow, and saw that the flames were spreading, and smoke was writhing from the broken barbican in 100 places. One of the banners was alight, its linen flaring sudden and bright. He loosed 3 more broadheads at the ramparts, and just then a trumpet called from a few yards down the trench, and the men carrying the bundled faggots pushed past him, climbed the parapet, and ran forward. "After them!" Sir John Holland shouted. "Give them arrows!" The archers and men-at-arms scrambled from the trench. Now Hook could shoot over the heads of the men in front, aiming at the crossbowmen who suddenly crowded the barbican's smoke-wreathed parapet. "Arrows!" he bellowed, and a page brought him a fresh bag. He was shooting instinctively now, sending bodkin after bodkin at the defenders, who were little more than shadows in the thickening smoke. There were shouts from the ditch's edge. Men were dying there, but their faggots were filling the deep hole. "For Harry and St. George!" Sir John Cornwell bellowed. "Standard-bearer!" "I'm here," a squire given the task of carrying Sir John's banner called back. "Forward!" The men-at-arms went with Sir John, shouting as they advanced over the uneven, broken and scorched ground. The archers came behind. The trumpet still sounded. Other men were advancing to the left and right. The bowmen, who had filled the ditch, had to run to either side and were now shooting arrows up at the rampart. Crossbow bolts smacked into men. One of Sir John's men opened his mouth suddenly, clutched his belly, and, without a sound, doubled over and fell. Another man-at-arms, the son of an earl, had blood dripping from his helmet and a bolt sticking from his open visor. He staggered, then fell to his knees. He shook off Hook's helping hand, and, with the bolt still in his shattered face, managed to stand and run forward again. "Shout louder, you bastards!" Sir John called, and the attackers gave a ragged cry of St. George. "Louder!" A gun punched rancid smoke from the town's walls, and its stones slashed diagonally across the rough ground where the attackers advanced. A man-at-arms was struck on the thigh, and he spun around, blood splashing high on his jupon, and the gunstone kept going, disemboweling a page, and still it flew, blood drops trailing, to vanish somewhere over the marshes. An archer's bow snapped at the full draw, and he cursed. "Don't give the bastards time! Kill them!" Sir John Cornwell bellowed as he jumped down onto the faggots that filled the ditch. And now the shouting was constant, as the first attackers staggered on the uneven faggots that did not entirely fill the moat. Crossbow bolts hissed down, and the defenders added stones and lengths of timber that they hurled from the barbican's high rampart. 2 more guns fired from the town walls, belching smoke, their stones slashing harmlessly behind the attackers. Trumpets were calling in half-fleur, and the crossbows were shooting from the walls. So long as the attackers were close to the barbican, they were safe from the missiles loosed from the town, but some men were trying to clamber up the bastion's eroded flanks, and there they were in full sight of Harfleur's defenders. Hook emptied his arrow-bag at the men on the barbican's summit, then looked around for a page with more arrows, but could see none. "Horrocks!" he shouted at his youngest archer. "Go and find arrows!" He saw a wounded archer, not one of his men, sitting a few paces away, and he took a handful of arrows from the man's bag, and trapped one between his thumb and the bowstave. The English banners were at the foot of the barbican, and most of the men-at-arms were on its lower slopes, trying to climb between the flames that burned fiercely to blind the defenders with smoke. It was like trying to scramble up the face of a crumbling bluff, but a bluff in which fires burned and smoke writhed. The French were bellowing defiance. Their best weapons now were the stones they hurled down the face, and Hook saw a man-at-arms tumble back, his helmet half crushed by a boulder. The king was there, or at least his standard was bright against the smoke, and Hook wondered if the king had been the man he saw falling with a crushed helmet. What would happen if the king died? But at least he was there, in the fight, and Hook felt a surge of pride that England had a fighting king and not some half-mad monarch who circled his body with straps because he believed he was made of glass. Sir John's banner was on the right now, joined there by the 3 bells on Sir William Porter's flag. Hook shouted at his men to follow as he ran to the ditch's edge. He jumped in, landing on the corpse of a man in plate armour. A crossbow bolt had pierced the man's aventail, spreading blood from his ravaged throat. Someone had already stripped the body of sword and helmet. Hook negotiated the uncertain faggots and hauled himself up the far side where the smoke was thick. He loosed 3 arrows, then put his last one across the bowstave. The flames were growing stronger as they fed on the barbican's broken timbers, and those fires, designed to blind the defenders, were now a barrier to the attackers. Arrows hissed overhead, evidence that the pages had found more and brought them to the archers, but Hook was too committed to the attack now to go back and replenish his arrow bag. He ran to his right, dodging bodies, unaware of the crossbow bolts that struck around him. He saw Sir John, precariously perched on top of some iron-bound timbers, from where he stared upward at the men who taunted the attackers. One of those defenders appeared briefly and hoisted a boulder over his head, ready to hurl it down at Sir John, and Hook paused, drew, released, and his arrow caught the man in his armpit so that he turned slowly and fell back out of sight. A gust of the east wind swirled the smoke away from the barbican's right-hand flank, and Hook saw an opening there, a cave in the half-collapsed tower that had defended the seaward side. He slung the bow and took the poleaxe off his shoulder. He shouted incoherently as he ran. Then, as he jumped up the barbican's face and scrabbled for a foothold in the steep rubble slope. He was at the right-hand edge of the broken fort, and he could see down the southern face of Harfleur where the harbour lay. Defenders on the walls could also see him, and their crossbow bolts thumped into the barbican, but Hook had rolled into the cave that was a ledge of rubble sheltered by collapsed timbers. There was scarce room to move in the space that was little more than a wild dog's den. Now what? Hook wondered. The crossbow bolts were hissing just beyond his shallow refuge. He could hear men shouting, and it seemed to Hook that the French shouted louder, evidence they believed they were winning. He leaned slightly outward, trying to get a glimpse of Sir John, but just then an eddy of wind blew a great gout of smoke to shroud Hook's eyrie. Yet just to his right, toward the face of the barbican, he saw the metal hoops that strapped 3 great tree trunks together, and the hoops, he thought, made a ladder upward, and the smoke was hiding him, and so he leaped across and clung to the timbers with his left hand, while his boots found a small foothold on another of the iron rings. He reached up with the poleaxe and hooked it over the top ring and hauled himself up, and he was nearly at the top, and the French had not seen him, because of the smoke, and because they were watching the howling mass of Englishmen who were trying to clamber up the barbican's centre where the slope was the least precipitous. Bolts, stones, and broken timbers rained down on them, while the English arrows flitted through the smoke in answer. "Hook!" a voice roared beneath him. "Hook, you bastard! Pull me up!" It was Sir John Cornwell. Hook lowered the poleaxe, let Sir John grip the hammer-head, and then hauled him across to the timbers. "You don't get ahead of me, Hook," Sir John growled. "And what in Christ's name are you doing here? You're meant to be shooting arrows." "I wanted to see what was on the other side of this ruin," Hook said. Flames crept up the timbers, getting closer to Sir John's feet. "You wanted to see—" Sir John began, then gave a bark of laughter. "I'm getting goddamn roasted. Pull me up more." Hook again used the poleaxe to lift Sir John, this time to the top of the timbers. The two of them were like flies on a broken, burning pillar, perched just below the makeshift parapet, but still unseen by the defenders. "Sweet Jesus Christ and all his piss-drinking saints, but this seems a good enough place to die," Sir John said, and slipped the sling of his battle-axe off his shoulder. "Are you going to die with me, Hook?" "Looks like it, Sir John." "Good man. Push me up first, then join me, and let's die well, Hook. Let's die very well." Hook took hold of the back of Sir John's sword-belt, and when he got the nod, heaved. Sir John vanished upward, tumbled over the wall, and gave his war shout. "Harry and St. George!" And for Harry, St. George, and St. Crispinian, Hook followed. And screamed. Chapter 8. "You won't die here," St. Crispinian said. Hook hardly heard the voice because he was screaming a battle-cry that was part terror and part exhilaration. Hook and Sir John had reached the top of the barbican where the remnants of the fighting platform lay. The English bombardment had shattered the barbican's face, so that the earth and rubble filling had spilled out, and what had once been the fighting platform was now a crude, lumpy space. The rearward wall, looking toward the city's Lear Gate, was much less damaged, and served as a screen to hide what happened on the broken, rough summit from the defenders of Harfleur's walls. That summit was now a treacherous heap of earth, stones, and burning timbers, which was crammed with crossbowmen and men-at-arms. Hook and Sir John had come from their left flank, and now Sir John attacked the enemy like the avenging angel. He was fast. That was why he was the most feared tournament fighter in Christendom. In the time it took a man to strike a blow, Sir John gave two. Hook saw it because, once again, it seemed to him that time itself had slowed. He was moving to Sir John's right, aware suddenly that St. Crispinian had broken his silence, and feeling a great surge of relief that the saint was still his patron. Hook lunged with his poleaxe, as Sir John used his double-bladed battle-axe in short, brutal strokes. The first smashed the roundel protecting a man-at-arm's knee. The second, a rising slash, gutted a crossbowman, and the third felled the man-at-arms whose knee had been broken. Another man-at-arms turned to drive a sword at Sir John, but Hook's poleaxe sliced into his side, piercing the edge of his breastplate and throwing him back on the men behind. Hook just kept ramming, driving the man back, crushing him into his comrades, and Sir John was making a whooping noise, a sound of pure joy. Hook was screaming, though he was not aware of it, and using his huge archer's strength to push the enemy back, while Sir John was taking advantage of their confusion to chop, wound, and kill. Hook wrenched the poleaxe back, but the spear point was trapped in the man's armour. "Take this," Sir John said sharply, thrusting the axe at Hook, and later, much later, when the fight was over, Hook marvelled at Sir John's utter calm in the middle of a fight. Sir John had seen Hook's predicament and solved it, even though he was under attack himself. He gave Hook the axe, and, in the time it took Hook to take it, Sir John drew his sword. It was Sir John's favourite sword, the one he called Darling, and it was a heavier blade than most, strong enough to survive hard lunges into steel plate. Sir John used it to keep the enemy off balance, letting Hook do the killing now. Hook's first blow drove the axe into a helmet, wrenching the whole visor loose so it hung askew. "Cheap steel," Sir John said, and his sword flickered at men's faces, making them retreat, and Hook drove the blade into an armoured belly and saw the blood well out bright and fast. "Flag!" Sir John bellowed. "Bring me my goddamn flag!" Hook was standing with his feet apart, driving the axe at men who were hardly fighting back. They were hampered by the bodies at their feet and cowed by Sir John's sheer skill and ferocity. A determined man could have attacked into Sir John's sword and Hook's axe, but instead the defenders tried to back away from the blades while the Frenchmen behind pushed them forward. Trois! Sir John was counting the men he had wounded or killed. Quatre! Come on, you goddamn bastards! I'm hungry! Hook's axe was the more dangerous weapon because of its power. The blade crumpled armour like parchment, or chopped into flesh like a slaughterman's cleaver, and Hook was grimacing as he swung, and the enemy thought he was smiling, and that smile was more frightening than the blade. The sheer press of Frenchmen made it impossible for their crossbowmen to take aim, while the surviving rear wall and the obscuring smoke hid the fight from the bowmen on the towers of the Lure gate. Sir John was shouting, and Hook was keening a mad noise, and their blades were red. Hook was not trying to kill now. He was just thrusting the enemy back and putting men on the ground to make a barrier. A fallen man-at-arms made an upward cut with his sword, but Hook saw the lunge coming, took a half-step to one side, slammed the axe down hard onto the man's visor, heard the gurgling noise as the heavy blade crushed steel into flesh, swung the axe back to dent a man's breastplate, and then rammed the weapon forward to push a third man backward. "My flag!" Sir John shouted again. "I want these bastards to know who's killing them!" His standard-bearer suddenly tumbled over the wall behind, and with him came more men-at-arms wearing Sir John's lion. "Kill the bastards!" Sir John screamed, but the bastards had taken enough. They were spilling through a gap in the rearward wall of the barbican and scrambling down a ladder, or hurling themselves at a steep slope of spilt rubble before running through the smoke for the town's gate. The rising sun was lighting that smoke. Screaming Englishmen were killing the last defenders who could not reach the gap in time. One man held out his glove in token of surrender, but an archer beat him down with a long-hafted hammer, and another skewered him with a poleaxe. "Enough!" a voice shouted. "Enough! Enough!" "Hold your blows!" Sir John called. "Hold it, I said!" "God be thanked," the man who had first called to end the killing said, and Hook saw it was the king who, sword in hand, suddenly knelt on the rubble and crossed himself. The king's surcoat, its bright badge crossed by St. George's red, was scorched. A spring-olt bolt thumped into one of the timbers facing the town, making the wall quiver. "Extinguish the flames!" the king called, getting to his feet. He pulled off his helmet and its leather liner so that his thick cropped hair stuck up in small, sweat-dark clumps. "And someone have pity on that man!" He gestured at the Frenchman who had tried to surrender, but who now writhed and moaned as blood soaked the folds just beneath his breastplate. The poleaxe was still embedded in his belly. A man-at-arms drew a knife, felt for the gap in the armour protecting the dying man's throat, and stabbed home once before working the blade around inside the gullet. The man convulsed. Blood bubbled from the holes in his dented visor. Then he gave a spasm and was still. "God be thanked," the king said again. An archer suddenly fell to his knees, and Hook thought the man was praying, but instead he vomited. Crossbow bolts were striking the barbican's rear wall, their strikes sounding like flails beating on a threshing floor. The king's banner was flying from the barbican now, and the heavy cloth twitched as the bolts ripped and tore at the weave. "Sir John," the king said, "I must thank you." "For doing my duty, sire?" Sir John asked, going to one knee. "And this man helped," he added, gesturing at Hook. Hook also dropped to one knee. The king gave him a glance, but showed no recognition. "My thanks to you all," Henry said curtly, then turned away. "Send heralds," he ordered one of his entourage, "and tell them to yield the town, and bring water for the flames." Water was poured on the flames, but the fire had penetrated deep into the barbican's shattered timbers, and they smouldered on, seeping a constant and choking smoke about the captured bastion. Its ragged summit was garrisoned by archers now, and that night they manhandled the Messenger, one of the smaller cannon, up to its summit, and that gun splintered the timbers of the Lure Gate with its first shot. The heralds had ridden to that gate after the Barbican's capture, and they had patiently explained that the English would now demolish the great gate and its towers, and that the fall of Harfleur was thus inevitable, and that the garrison should therefore do the sensible, even the honourable thing, and surrender before more men died. If they refused to surrender, the heralds declared, then the law of God decreed that every man, woman, and child in Harfleur would be given to the pleasure of the English. "Think of your pretty daughters," a herald called to the garrison's commanders, "and for their sake yield." But the garrison would not surrender, and so the English dug new gun pits closer to the town, and they hammered the exposed Lure Gate, demolishing the towers on either side and bringing down its stone arch, yet still the defenders fought back. And the first chill wind of summer's end brought rain, and the sickness did not end, and Henry's army died in blood, vomit, and watery shit, and Harfleur remained French. It all had to be done again. Another assault, this time on the wreckage of the Lure Gate, and, to make sure the defenders could not concentrate their men on that southwestern corner of the ramparts, the forces of the Duke of Clarence would assault the Montvilliers Gate on the town's far side. This time, Sir John said, they were going into the town. "The goddamn bastards won't surrender, so you know what you can do with the bastards. If it's got a prick, you kill it. If it's got tits, you hump it. Everything in that town is yours. Every coin, every ale pot, every woman, they're yours. Now go and get them." And so the twin assaults streamed across the filled-in ditches, and the arrows rained from the sky, and the trumpets blared a challenge to the uncaring sun, and the killing began again. And again it was Sir John Holland who led, which meant that Sir John Cornwell's men were in the front of the attack that swiftly captured the ruins of the Lure Gate, and there abruptly were stopped. The gate had once led into a closely packed street of overhanging houses, but the garrison had pulled those buildings down to clear a killing space, behind which they had made a new barricade that had been mostly protected from the English gunstones by the remnants of the old wall and gate. The messenger, mounted on the Barbican summit, had managed to shoot some stones at the fresh work, but it could only manage 3 shots a day, and the French repaired the damage between each shot. The new wall was built from masonry blocks, roof timbers, and rubble-filled baskets, and behind it were crossbowmen, and as soon as the English men-at-arms appeared across the ruin of the Lure Gate, the bolts began to fly. Archers shot back, but the French had been cunning. The new wall had been made with chinks and holes through which the crossbowmen could shoot, and which were small enough to defeat the aim of most arrows. Hook, crouching in the rubble of the old gate, reckoned that for every crossbowman shooting, there were another 3 or 4 men spanning spare bows so that the bolts never stopped. Most crossbowmen were lucky to shoot 2 bolts a minute, but the bolts were coming from the loopholes far more frequently, and still more missiles spat from the high windows of the half-ruined houses behind the wall. This, Hook knew, was how Soissons should have been defended. "We'll have to bring up a gun," Sir John snarled from another place in the ruined wall, but instead led a charge against the barricade, shouting at his archers to smother it in arrows. They did, but the crossbow bolts kept coming, and even if the bolts failed to pierce armour, they threw a man back by sheer force, and when at last 6 men managed to reach the wall and tried to pull down its timbers and stones, a cauldron was tipped over its coping, and a stream of boiling fish oil spilled down onto the attackers. They ran and limped back, some gasping from the pain of the scalding, and Sir John, his armour slick with the oil, came back with them and dropped into the gate's rubble, and let loose a stream of impotent curses. The French were cheering. They waved taunting flags above their new low wall. A smoky haze shimmered behind the new rampart, promising that more heated oil would greet any new attack. The English catapults were trying to drop stones on the new wall, but most of the missiles flew long to crash down among the already shattered houses. The sun climbed. The late summer's heat had returned, and both attackers and defenders roasted in their armour. Boys brought water and ale. Men-at-arms resting in the shelter of the Lure-Gate's ruins took off their helmets. Their hair was matted flat and their faces running with sweat. The archers crouched in the stones, sometimes shooting if a man showed himself, but for long periods neither side would loose an arrow or a bolt, but just wait for a target. "Bastards!" Sir John spat at the enemy. Hook saw two defenders struggling to remove an earth-filled basket from a section of the new wall. He half stood and loosed an arrow, just as a dozen other archers did the same. The two men fell back, each struck by arrows, but the basket fell with them, and Hook saw a cannon barrel, squat and low, and he flattened himself in the gate's ruins just as the cannon fired. The air whistled and screamed. Stone chips were whipping in smoke, and a man gave a terrible long cry that turned to a whimper, as the space in front of the wall was obscured by the thick smoke. "Oh, my God," Will of the Dale said. "You hurt, Will?" "No, just tired of this place." The French had loaded their cannon with a mass of small stones that had flayed the attackers. A man-at-arms was dead, a small hole punched clean through the top of his helmet. An archer staggered back toward the barbican, one hand clamped over an empty, bloody eye socket. "We're all going to die here," Will said. "No," Hook said fiercely, though he did not believe his protest. The gunsmoke cleared slowly, and Hook saw that the earth-filled basket was back in its embrasure. "Bastards!" Sir John spat again. "We're not giving up!" the king was shouting. He wanted to assemble a mass of men-at-arms and attempt to overwhelm the wall with numbers, and his men were carrying orders to the Englishmen scattered in the old wall's ruins. "Archers to the flanks!" a man shouted. "To the flanks!" A French trumpeter began playing a short, sharp melody. It was 3 notes, rising and falling, repeated over and over. There was something taunting in the sound. "Kill that bastard!" Sir John shouted, but the bastard was hidden behind the wall. "Move!" the king shouted. Hook took a deep breath, then scrambled to his right. No crossbow bolt spat from the defences. The garrison was waiting, he thought. Perhaps they were running short of bolts, and so they were keeping what they had to greet the next assault. He sheltered by a stub of broken wall, and just then the French trumpeter stood on the new rampart and raised his instrument to his lips, and Hook stood too, and the cord came back to his right ear. He loosed, and the string whipped his bracer, and a goose-fledged arrow flew true, and the bodkin point took the trumpeter in the throat and drove clean through his neck so that it stood proud at his nape. The braying trumpet screeched horribly, and then ended abruptly as the man fell backward. More English arrows flitted above him as he disappeared behind the wall, leaving a fading spray of misted blood and the dying echo of the trumpet's truncated call. "Well done, that archer!" Sir John shouted. Hook waited. The day became still hotter under a sun that was a great furnace, in a sky clouded only by the shreds of smoke from the beleaguered city. The French had stopped shooting altogether, which only convinced Hook that they were saving their missiles for the assault they knew was coming. Priests picked their way among the ruins of the old wall, shriving the dead and the dying, while behind the wall, in the space between the ruined Lure-Gate and the shattered barbican, the men-at-arms assembled under their lord's banners. That force, at least 400 strong, was easily visible to the defenders, but still they did not shoot. One of Sir John's pages, a boy of 10 or 11 with a shock of bright blonde hair and wide blue eyes, brought 2 skins of water to the archers. "We need arrows, boy," Hook told him. "I'll bring some," the boy said. Hook tipped the skin to his mouth. "Why aren't the men-at-arms moving?" he asked no one in particular. The king had assembled his assault force, and the archers were in place, but a curious lassitude had settled over the attackers. "A messenger came," the page said nervously. He was a high-born lad, sent to Sir John's household to learn a warrior's ways, and in time he would doubtless be a great lord in shining armour, mounted on a caparisoned horse. But for now he was nervous of the hard-faced archers who would one day be under his command. "A messenger." "From the Duke of Clarence," the page said, taking back the water-skin. The Duke, camped on the far side of Harfleur, was also attacking the city, though no sounds betrayed any fighting from that far-off gate. "So what did the messenger tell us?" Hook asked the page. "That the attack failed," the boy said. "Sweet Jesus," Hook said in disgust. So now he reckoned the king was waiting until his brother could mount another assault, and then the English would make one last effort from both east and west to overwhelm the stubborn defenders. And so Hook and his archers waited. If the king had sent new orders to his brother, then they would take at least 2 hours to reach him, for the messenger had to ride far around the city's north side and cross the flooded river by boat. "What's happening?" Sclate, the slow-witted labourer with a giant strength, asked. "I don't know," Hook confessed. Sweat trickled down his face and stung his eyes. The air seemed to be filled with dust that coated his throat and made him thirsty again. The light, reflecting from the shattered chalk of the broken walls, was dazzling. He was tired. He unstrung the bow to take the tension from the stave. "Are we attacking again?" Sclate asked. "I reckon we attack when the Duke assaults the far side," Hook suggested. "Be a couple of hours yet." "They'll be ready for us," Sclate said gloomily. The garrison would be ready with cannons and crossbows and spring-oats and boiling oil. That was what waited for the men wearing the Red Cross. The men-at-arms were sitting now, resting before they were ordered into the killing ground. The bright banners hung slack from their poles, and a strange silence wrapped Harfleur. Waiting. Waiting. "When we attack?" Sir John's voice broke the silence. He was striding along the front of the sheltering archers, careless that he was fully exposed to the enemy, but the French crossbowmen, doubtless under orders to conserve their bolts, ignored him. "When we attack," he called again, "you advance. You keep shooting, but you keep going forward. When we go over the wall, I want archers with us. We're going to have to hunt these bastards through their goddamn streets. I want you all there, and good hunting. This is a day to kill our king's enemies. So kill them." And when the killing was done, Hook wondered, how many English would be left? The army that had sailed from Southampton Water had been small enough, but now, he reckoned, there would be just half an army, many of them sick men crammed into the ruins of Harfleur as the French army at last stirred itself to fight. Rumour said that the enemy army was vast, a horde of men eager to wipe out the impudent English invaders, though God seemed to be doing that already, by sickness. "Let's get it over with," Will of the Dale grumbled. "Or let them keep the goddamn town," Tom Scarlett suggested. "It's a shit heap now." And what if the assault failed, Hook wondered. What if Harfleur did not fall? Then the remnants of Henry's army would sail back to England, defeated. The campaign had begun so well, with all the panoply of banners and hope, and now it was blood and feces and despair. another trumpeter began playing the same mocking notes from the city. Sir John, stalking back past his archers, turned and snarled toward the defenders. "I want that prick-sucking bastard killed! I want him killed!" The last 4 words were screamed at the wall, loud enough for any Frenchman to hear. Then, unexpectedly, a man clambered onto the wall's top. He was not the trumpeter who still blew from his place behind the wall. The man on the wall was unarmed, and he stood and waved both hands at the English. Archers stood, began to draw. "No!" Sir John bellowed. "No, no, no! Bows down! Bows down! Bows down!" The trumpet note wavered, faded, and stopped. The man on the wall held his empty hands high above his head. And miraculously, suddenly, astonishingly, it was all over. The soldiers of Harfleur's garrison did not want to surrender, but the townspeople had suffered enough. They were hungry. Their houses had been crushed and burned by English missiles. Disease was spreading. They saw an inevitable defeat and knew that vengeful enemies would rape their daughters. The town council insisted that the city yield, and without the support of the men of Harfleur who shot crossbows from the walls and without the food prepared by the women, the garrison could not prolong the fight. The Sire de Gaucourt, who had led the defence, asked for a 3-day truce in which he could send a messenger to the French king to discover whether or not a relief force was coming to the city's help. If not, then he would surrender, on condition that the English army did not sack and rape the town. Henry agreed, and so priests and nobles gathered at the breach by the Lieu gate, and the leading men came from the town, and they all swore solemn oaths to abide by the terms of the truce. Afterward, and after Henry had taken hostages to ensure that the garrison kept its word, a herald rode close under the walls, and shouted up at the townsfolk who had watched the ceremony. He called in French, "You have nothing to fear. The King of England has not come to destroy you. We are good Christians, and Harfleur is not Soissons. You have nothing to fear." Smoke drifted from the city to haze the late summer sky. It seemed strange that no guns fired, that no trebuchets thumped as they launched their missiles, and that the fighting had stopped. The dying did not stop. The corpses were still carried to the creeks and thrown to the gulls, and it seemed there would be no end to the sickness. And there was no French relief force. The French army was gathering to the east, but the message came back that it would not march to relieve Harfleur, and so, on the next Sunday, the feast of St. Vincent, the city surrendered. A pavilion was erected on the hillside behind the English encampment, and a throne was placed under the canopy and draped with cloth of gold. English banners flanked the pavilion, which was filled with the high nobility in their finest clothes. A man held aloft the king's great helm, which was ringed with a golden crown, while archers lined a long path that led across the rubble of the siege works to the ruined gate that had resisted so many attacks. Behind the archers were the rest of Henry's army, spectators to the day's drama. The King of England, crowned with a simple circlet of gold and wearing a surcoat blazoned with the French royal coat of arms, sat enthroned in silence. He was watching and waiting, and perhaps wondering what he must do next. He had come to Normandy and won this surrender, but that victory had cost him half his army. Hook was at the Lieu gate, where Sir John commanded a force of 10 men-at-arms and 40 archers. Sir John, clad in plate armour that had been scoured to a shine, was mounted on his great destrier Lucifer, who had been draped in a dazzling linen trapper resplendent with Sir John's crest, and the same lion was modelled in painted wood to rear savagely from the crest of Sir John's helmet. The men-at-arms were also in armour, but the archers were in leather jerkins and stained breeches. All the bowmen carried halters of rough rope. the kind that a peasant might use to lead a cow to market. "Treat them courteously," Sir John told his bowmen. "They fought well. They're men." "I thought they were all scum-sucking cabbage-shitters," Will of the Dale said quietly, but not quietly enough. Sir John turned Lucifer. "They are that," he said, "but they fought like Englishmen, so treat them like Englishmen." A section of the new wall had been demolished, and, just after Sir John spoke, some 36 men emerged from the gap. They had been ordered to approach the King of England barefoot and in plain linen shirts and hose. Now, nervous and apprehensive, they walked slowly and cautiously toward the waiting archers. "Nooses," Sir John ordered. Hook and the other archers tied nooses in the ropes. Sir John beckoned a squire and handed his reins to the man, then slid out of his tall saddle. He patted Lucifer on the nose, then walked toward the approaching Frenchman. He singled out one man, a tall man with a hooked nose and a short black beard. The man was pale, and Hook guessed he was sick, but he was forcing himself to lead the Frenchman out of the town and to keep what small dignity he had left. The bearded man beckoned to his companions to pause while he approached Sir John alone. The two men stopped a pace apart. The Englishman glorious in armour and heraldry, his sword-hilt polished, his armour gleaming, while the Frenchman was in the common, ill-fitting clothes decreed by King Henry. Sir John, his visor raised, said something that Hook did not catch. Then the two men embraced. Sir John left his right arm about the Frenchman's shoulders as he led him toward the archers. "This is the Sire de Gaucourt," he announced, "the leader of our enemies these last 5 weeks, and he has fought bravely. He deserves better than this, but our king commands, and we must obey. Hook, give me the noose." Hook held out the halter. The Frenchman gave him an appraising look, and Hook felt compelled to nod his head in respectful acknowledgment. "I am sorry," Sir John said in French. "It is necessary," Raoul de Gaucourt said harshly. "Is it?" Sir John asked. "We must be humiliated so that the rest of France knows what fate waits for them if they resist your king," de Gaucourt said. He gave a wan smile, then cast an appraising eye over the English army that waited to watch his humiliating walk to the king's throne. "Though I doubt your king has the power to frighten France any more," he went on. "You call this a victory, Sir John?" he asked, beckoning at the battered walls he had defended so bravely. Sir John did not answer. Instead, he lifted the noose to place it about de Gaucourt's head, but the Frenchman took it from him. "Allow me," he said, and put the rope about his own neck. The other Frenchmen had ropes placed about their necks, and then Sir John, satisfied, pulled himself back into Lucifer's saddle. He nodded to de Gaucourt, then spurred his horse along the path made between the watching English soldiers. The Frenchmen walked the path in silence. Some, the merchants, were old men, while others, mostly soldiers, were young and strong. They were the knights and burgesses, the men who had defied the King of England, and the nooses about their necks proclaimed that their lives were now at Henry's mercy. They climbed the hillside, then knelt humbly before the throne canopied in cloth of gold. Henry gazed at them a long time. The wind lifted the silk banners and drifted smoke from the city's ruins. The assembled English nobles waited, expecting the king to announce the death sentence on the kneeling men. "I am the rightful king of this realm," Henry said, "and your resistance was treason." A look of pain showed briefly on de Gaucourt's face. He ignored the accusation of treason and instead held out a thick bunch of heavy keys. "The keys of Harfleur, sire," he said, "which are yours." The king did not take the offered keys. "Your defiance," he said sternly, was contrary to man's law and to God's law. Some of the older merchants were shaking in fear, and one had tears running down his face. "But God," Henry went on loftily, "is merciful." He lifted the keys at last. "And we shall be merciful. Your lives are not forfeit." A cheer sounded from the English army when the cross of St. George was hoisted over the town. Next day Henry of England walked barefoot to the church of St. Martin to give thanks to God for a victory, yet many who watched his humble pilgrimage reckoned that his triumph was a virtual defeat. He had wasted so much time before Harfleur's walls, and the sickness had torn his army apart, and the campaign season was almost over. The English army moved inside the walls. They burned their encampment and dragged catapults and cannon through the ruined gate. Sir John's men quartered themselves in a row of houses, taverns, and warehouses beside the wall-enclosed harbour where Hook found space in the attic of a tavern called Le Paon. Le Paon is a bird, Melisande had explained, with a big tail. She had spread her arms wide. "No bird's got a tail that big," Hook said. "Le Paon does," she insisted. "Must be a French bird, then," Hook said, "not an English one." Harfleur was now English. The cross of St. George flew from the ruined stump of St. Martin's Tower, and the people of the city who had suffered so much were now given more suffering. They were expelled. The city, the king declared, would be resettled by English people, just as Calais had been, and to make room for those new inhabitants, over 2,000 men, women, and children were driven from the city. The sick were taken in carts, the rest walked, and 200 mounted Englishmen guarded the sad column's progress along the north bank of the Seine. The English soldiers were there to protect the refugees from their own countrymen, who would otherwise have robbed and raped. Men-at-arms led the procession, and archers flanked it. Hook was one of the archers. He had been reunited with his black gelding, Raker, who was fretful and needed constant curbing. Hook's surcoat was washed clean, though the red cross of St. George had faded to a dull pink. Beneath the surcoat he wore a coat of good mail that he had taken from a French corpse, and an aventail that Sir John had given him, and over the aventail's hood he now had a bassinet that was another gift from a corpse. The bassinet was a helmet with a wide brim, designed to deflect a downward blade, though like other archers, Hook had hacked off the brim on the right side to make a space for his bow's cord when he drew it to the full. His sword hung at his side, his cased bow was slung across his shoulder, while his arrow-bag hung from the saddle's cantle. To his right, beyond the refugees, the narrowing river rippled sun-bright, while to the left were meadows stripped of livestock by English forage parties, and beyond those pastures, gentle wooded hills still heavy in their full summer leaf. Melisande had stayed in Harfleur, but Father Christopher had insisted on accompanying the refugees. He was mounted on Sir John's great destrier, Lucifer. Sir John wanted the horse exercised, and Father Christopher was happy to oblige. "You shouldn't have come, Father," Hook told him. "You're a doctor of medicine now, Hook. You're supposed to rest, Father." "There'll be rest enough in heaven," Father Christopher said happily. He was still pale, but he was eating again. He was wearing a priest's robe, something he had done more frequently since his recovery. "I learned something during that illness," the priest said in apparent seriousness. "Aye? What was that?" "In heaven, Hook, there will be no shitting." Hook laughed. "But will there be women, Father?" "In abundance, young Hook. But what if they're all good women?" "You mean the bad ones will all be in the devil's cellar, Father?" "That is a worry," Father Christopher said with a smile. "But I trust God to make suitable arrangements." He grinned. happy to be alive and riding under a September sun beside a hedge thick with blackberries. A corncrake's grating cry echoed from the hills. Just after dawn, when the protesting refugees had been forced out of Harfleur, a stag had appeared on the Rouen road, resplendent in his new antlers. Hook had taken it as a good omen, but Father Christopher, looking up at the dark branches of a dead elm tree, now found a gloomy one. "The swallows are gathering early," he said. "A bad winter, then," Hook said. "It means summer's end, Hook, and with it go our hopes. Like those swallows, we will disappear. Back to England, and to disappointment," the priest said sadly. "The king has debts to pay, and he can't pay them. If he had carried home a victory, then it wouldn't matter." "We won, Father," Hook said. "We captured Harfleur." "We used a pack of wolfhounds to kill a hare," Father Christopher said, "and out there," he nodded eastward, "there's a much larger pack of hounds gathering." Some of that larger pack appeared at midday. The front of the long column of refugees had stopped in some meadows beside the river, and now the tail of the column crowded in behind them. What had checked their progress was a band of enemy horsemen who barred the road where it led through the gate of a walled town. The townsfolk watched from the walls. The enemy had a single banner, a great white flag, on which a red and double-headed eagle spread its long talons. The French men-at-arms were dressed for battle, their polished armour gleaming beneath bright surcoats, but few wore helmets, and those who did had their visors raised, a clear sign that they expected no fighting. Hook guessed there were 100 enemy, and they were here under an arranged truce to receive the refugees, who were to be taken to Rouen in a fleet of barges that was moored on the river's northern bank. "Dear God," Father Christopher said, staring at the eagle banner which lifted and fell in the wind that drove ripples across the river. "That's the Marshal," Father Christopher explained, making the sign of the cross. "The Marshal? Jean de Meung, Lord of Boucicaut, Marshal of France." Father Christopher said the name and titles slowly, his voice betraying admiration for the man who wore the badge of the double-headed eagle. "Never heard of him, Father," Hook said cheerfully. "France is ruled by a madman," the priest said, "and the royal dukes are young and headstrong, but our enemies do have the Marshal, and the Marshal is a man to fear." Sir William Porter, Sir John Cornwell's brother-in-arms, led the English contingent, and he now rode bareheaded to greet the Marshal, who, in turn, spurred his destrier toward Sir William. The Frenchman, who was a big man on a tall horse, towered over the Englishman as the two spoke, and Hook, watching from a distance, thought they laughed together. Then, invited by a gesture from the courtly Sir William, the Marshal of France kicked his horse toward the English troops. He ignored the French civilians and instead rode slowly down the ragged line of men-at-arms and archers. The Marshal wore no helmet. His hair was dark brown, cut bluntly short and greying at the temples, and it framed a face of such ferocity that Hook was taken aback. It was a square, blunt face, scarred and broken, beaten by battle and by life, but undefeated. A hard face, a man's face, a warrior's face, with keen dark eyes that searched men and horses for clues to their condition. His mouth was set in a grim line, but suddenly smiled when he saw Father Christopher, and in the smile Hook saw a man who might inspire other men to great loyalty and victory. "A priest on a destrier," the Marshal said, amused. "We mount our priests on knackered mares, not on war chargers." "We English have so many destriers, sire," Father Christopher answered, "that we can spare them for men of God." The Marshal looked appraisingly at Lucifer. "A good horse," he said. "Whose is it?" "Sir John Cornwell's," the priest answered. "Ah," the marshal was pleased. "You will give the good Sir John my compliments. Tell him I am glad he has visited France, and that I hope he will carry fond memories of it back to England, and that he will carry them very soon." The marshal smiled at Father Christopher, then looked at Hook with apparent interest, taking in the archer's weapons and armour before holding out a steel, gauntleted hand. "Do me the honour," he said, "and lend me your bow." Father Christopher translated for Hook, who had understood anyway, but had not responded because he was not certain quite what he should do. "Let him have the bow, Hook," Father Christopher said, "and string it first." Hook uncased the great stave, placed its lower end in his left stirrup, and looped the noose about the upper nock. He could feel the raw power in the tensed yew stave. It sometimes seemed to him that the wood came alive when he strung the bow. It seemed to quiver in anticipation. The marshal was still holding out his hand, and Hook stretched the bow toward him. "It is a large bow," Boucicault said in very careful English. "One of the largest I've seen," Father Christopher said, "and it's carried by a very strong archer." A dozen French men-at-arms had followed the marshal, and they watched from a few paces away as he held the stave in his left hand and tentatively pulled on the string with his right. His eyebrows lifted in surprise at the effort it took, and he gave Hook an appreciative glance. He looked back to the bow, hesitated, then raised it as though there were an imaginary arrow on the string. He took a breath, then pulled. English archers watched, half smiling, knowing that only a trained archer could pull such a bow to the full draw. The cord went back halfway and stopped. Then Boucicault hauled again, and the string kept going back until it had reached his mouth, and Hook could see the strain showing on the Frenchman's face, but Boucicault was not finished. He gave a small grimace, pulled again, and the cord went all the way to his right ear, and he held it there at the full draw and looked at Hook with a raised eyebrow. Hook could not help it. He laughed, and suddenly the English archers were cheering the French marshal, whose face showed pure delight as he slowly relaxed his grip and handed the bow back to Hook. Hook, grinning, took the stave and half bowed in his saddle. "Englishman," Boucicault called. "Here." He tossed Hook a coin, and, still smiling delightedly, rode on down the line of applauding archers. "I told you," Father Christopher said, smiling, "he's a man." "A generous man," Hook said, staring at the coin. It was gold, the size of a shilling, and he guessed it was worth a year's wages. He pushed the gold into his pouch, which held spare arrowheads and 3 spare cords. "A good and generous man," Father Christopher agreed, "but not a man to be your enemy." "Nor am I," a voice intruded, and Hook twisted in his saddle to see that one of the men-at-arms who had followed the marshal was the Sire de Lanfarel, who now leaned on his saddle's pommel to stare at Hook. He looked down at Hook's missing finger, and a suggestion of a smile showed on his face. "Are you my son-in-law yet?" "No, sire," Hook said, and named Lanfarel to Father Christopher. The Frenchman looked speculatively at the priest. "You've been ill, Father." "I have," Father Christopher agreed. "Is this a judgment of God? Did he in his mercy strike your army as a punishment for your king's wickedness?" "Wickedness?" Father Christopher asked gently. "In coming to France," Lanfarel said, then straightened in his saddle. His hair was oiled so that it hung sleek, raven-black, and shining to his waist, which was encircled by a silver-plated sword-belt. His face, so strikingly handsome, was even darker after a summer in the sun, making his eyes seem unnaturally bright. "Yet I hope you stay in France, Father." "Is that an invitation?" "It is," Lanforel smiled, showing very white teeth. "How many men do you have now?" "We are counted as the grains of sand on the seashore," the priest answered blithely, "and are as numerous as the multitudinous stars of the firmament, and are as many as the biting fleas in a French whore's crotch." "And just about as dangerous," Lanforel said, unbitten by the priest's defiant words. "You number what? Fewer than 10,000 now, and I hear your king is sending the sick men home." "He sends men home," Father Christopher said, "because we have enough to do whatever must be done." Hook wondered how Lanforel knew that the sick were being sent home, then supposed that French spies must be watching Harfleur from the surrounding hills, and would have seen the litters being carried onto the English ships that could at last come right into the walled harbour. "And your king brings in reinforcements," Lanforel said. "But how many of his men must he leave in Harfleur to protect its broken walls? 1,000? He smiled again. "It is such a little army, Father." "But at least it fights," Father Christopher said, "whereas your army slumbers in Rouen." "But our army," Lanforel said, his voice suddenly harsh, "truly does number as the fleas in a Parisian whore's crotch." He gathered his reins. "I do hope you stay, Father, and come to where the fleas can feed on English blood." He nodded to Hook. "Give Melisande my compliments. And give her something else." He turned in his saddle. "Jean, venez." The same dull-faced squire who had gazed at Melisande in the woods above Harfleur spurred to his master and, on Lanforel's orders, fumbled his jupon over his head. The Sire de Lanforel took the gaudy garment with its bright sun and proud falcon, and folded it into a square that he threw at Hook. "If it comes to a battle," he said, "tell Melisande to wear that. It might be sufficient to protect her. I would regret her death. Good day to you both." And with that he rode on after the marshal. Clouds gathered the next day, piling above the sea and slowly drifting to make a pall over Harfleur. The archers were busy making temporary repairs to the breached walls, building timber palisades that must serve as a defence until masons came from England to remake the ramparts properly. Men were still falling ill, and the battered streets stank of sewage that oozed into the river Lézard, that once again ran free through a stone channel bisecting the town, and thence into the tight harbour that smelt like a cesspit. The king sent a challenge to the Dauphin, offering to fight him face to face, and the winner would inherit the crown of France from the mad King Charles. "He won't accept," Sir John Cornwell said. Sir John had come to watch the archers pound stakes into the ground to support the new palisade. "The Dauphin's a fat, lazy bastard, and our Henry is a warrior. It would be like a wolf fighting a piglet." "And if the Dauphin doesn't agree to fight, Sir John?" Thomas Evergold asked. "We'll go home, I suppose," Sir John said unhappily. That was the opinion throughout the army. The days were shortening and becoming colder, and soon the autumn rains would arrive, and that would mean the end of the campaign season. And even if Henry had wanted to continue the campaign, his army was too small, and the French army was too big, and sensible men, experienced men, declared that only a fool would dare defy those odds. "If we had another 6,000 or 7,000 men," Sir John said, "I dare say we could bloody their goddamn noses, but we won't. We'll leave a garrison to hold this shithole, and the rest of us will sail home." Reinforcements still arrived, but there were not many, not nearly enough to make up the numbers who had died or who were sick. But the boats brought them into the stinking harbour, and the uncertain newcomers came down the gangplanks to stare wide-eyed at the broken roofs, and the shattered churches, and the scorched rubble. "Most of us will be going home soon," Sir John told his men, "and the newcomers can defend Harfleur." He spoke sourly. The capture of Harfleur was not enough to compensate for the money spent and the lives lost. Sir John wanted more, as rumour said the king did, but every other great lord, the royal dukes, the earls, the bishops, the captains, all advised the king to go home. "There's no choice," Thomas Evergold told Hook one evening. The great lords were at a council of war, meeting the king in an attempt to beat sense into his ambitious head, and the army waited on the council's decision. It was a beautiful evening, a sinking sun casting shadows long over the harbour. Hook and Evergold were sitting at a table outside Le Paon, drinking ale that had been brought from England because the breweries of Harfleur had all been destroyed. "We have to go home," Evergold said, evidently thinking of the heated discussion that was doubtless being waged in the guild hall beside St. Martin's Church. "Maybe we stay as part of the garrison," Hook suggested. "Christ, no," Evergold said harshly, then crossed himself. "That goddamn great army of the French? They'll take this town back with no trouble. They'll beat down our palisades in 3 days, then kill every man here." Hook said nothing. He was watching the harbour's narrow entrance where an arriving ship was being propelled by huge sweeps because the wind had fallen to a whisper. Gulls wheeled above the ship's single mast and over her high, richly gilded castles. "The Holy Ghost," Evergold said, nodding at the ship. The Holy Ghost was a new ship, built with the king's money to support his invading army, but now she was chiefly employed in taking diseased men home to England. She crept closer and closer to the quay. Hook could see men on her deck, but they were not nearly as many as the ship had brought on her previous voyage, and he guessed these might be the last reinforcements to arrive. 1,500 ships brought us here," Evergold said, "but we won't need that many to take us home." He laughed bitterly. "What a waste of a goddamn summer." The sun glinted reflections from the gilding on the Holy Ghost's 2 castles. The passengers on board stared at the shore. "Welcome to Normandy," Evergold said. "Will your woman go back to England?" "She will." "Thought you were getting married." "I think we are." "Do it in England, Hook." "Why England?" "Because it's God's country, not like this goddamn place." Centenars and men-at-arms had come to the quay to discover if any of the newcomers belonged to their companies. Lord Slayton's centenar, William Snowball, was one of them, and he greeted Hook civilly. "I'm surprised to see you here, Master Snowball," Hook said. "Why?" "Who's stewarding while you're here?" "John Willits. He can manage well enough without me, and his lordship wanted me to come." "Because you've got experience," Evergold put in. "Aye, there's that," Snowball agreed, "and his lordship wanted me to keep an eye on—" He hesitated. "Well, you know." "Sir Martin?" Hook asked. "And why in God's name did he send him?" "Why do you think?" Snowball answered harshly. Hook mimed drawing a knife across his throat. "Is that what he hopes?" "He hopes Sir Martin will minister to our souls," Snowball said distantly, and then, perhaps thinking he had betrayed too much, walked some distance down the wharf. Hook watched the Holy Ghost creep closer. "Are we expecting any new men?" he asked. "None that I know of. Sir John hasn't said anything." "He's not happy," Hook said. "Because he's crazy, moon-touched, daft as a hare," Thomas Evergold brooded for a moment. "He wants to march into France. Man's daft. He wants us all dead. But it's all right for him, isn't it?" "All right." "He won't be killed, will he?" What happens if we march into France to find a battle? The gentry don't get killed, Hook. They get taken prisoner. But no one will ransom you and me. We get slaughtered, Hook, while their lordships go off to some comfortable castle and get fed and given whores. Sir John don't care. He just wants to fight. But he knows he'll like us not live through a battle. He should give a thought to us. Evergold drained his ale. Still, won't happen. We'll all be home by St. Martin's feast day. The king wants to march, Hook said. The king can count as well as you and me, Evergold said dismissively. And he won't march. Lines were hurled from the Holy Ghost to be caught by men ashore, and slowly, laboriously, the great ship was hauled into the quay. Gangplanks were lowered, and then the newcomers, looking unnaturally clean, were chivied ashore. There were around 60 archers, all carrying cased bows, arrow bags, and bundles. The red crosses of St. George on their jupons looked very bright. A priest came down the nearer gangplank, fell to his knees on the wharf, and made the sign of the cross. Behind him were 4 archers wearing the slaten moon and stars, and one of them had springy gold hair sticking wildly from beneath his helmet's brim. For a heartbeat, Hook did not believe what he saw. Then he stood and shouted, "Michael! Michael!" It was his younger brother. Michael saw him and grinned. "My brother," Hook explained to Evergold, then strode to meet Michael. They embraced. "My God, it is you," Hook said. William Snowball called Michael's name, but Hook turned on the steward. "He'll come when he's ready, Master Snowball. Where are you quartered?" Snowball grudgingly told him, and Hook promised to bring his brother, then took Michael to the table and poured a pot of ale. Thomas Evergold left them alone. "What in God's name are you doing here?" Hook demanded. "Lord Slayton sent his last archers," Michael said, grinning. "He reckoned you all needed help. I didn't even know you were here." Then there was a catching up of news. Hook said that Robert Perrell had been killed in the siege, though he did not say how, and Michael told how their grandmother had died, a fact that did not trouble Hook in the least. "She was a bitter old bitch," he said. "She looked after us, though," Michael said. "She looked after you, not me." Then Melisande came from the tavern, and she was introduced, and Hook felt a sudden, wild, and unfamiliar happiness. The 2 people he loved most were with him, and he had money in his pockets, and all seemed well with the world. The campaign in France might be over, and over before it had gained any great victory, but he was still happy. "I'll ask Sir John if you can join us," he told Michael. "I don't think Lord Slayton will allow that," Michael said. "Aye, well, we can only ask." "So what's going to happen here?" Michael wanted to know. "I reckon some poor bastards will be left here to defend this town," Hook said, "and the rest of us will go home." "Go home?" Michael frowned. "But we just got here." "That's what folk are saying. The Lords are trying to make the decision now, but it's too late in the year to go marching inland, and besides, the French army's too big. We'll be going home." "I hope not," Michael said. He grinned. "I didn't come this far to go home again. I want to fight." "No, you don't," Hook said, and surprised himself by saying it. Melisande was also surprised, looking at him curiously. "I don't?" "It's blood," Hook said, "and men crying for their mothers, and too much screaming and pain and bastards in metal trying to kill you." Michael was taken aback. "They say we just shoot arrows at them," he said falteringly. "Aye, you do. But in the end, brother, you have to get close. Close enough to see their eyes, close enough to kill them." "And Nicholas is good at that," Melisande said flatly. "Not every man is," Hook said, suspecting that Michael, with his generous and trusting nature, lacked the ruthlessness to get close and commit slaughter. "Maybe just one battle," Michael said wistfully. "Not a very big one." Hook took Michael through the town at sundown. Lord Slayton's men had found houses close to the Montvilliers gate, and Hook led his brother there and so into the yard of a merchant's house, where the archers were quartered. His old companions went silent as the Hook brothers appeared. There was no sign of Sir Martin, but Tom Peril, dark and brooding, was sitting against a wall, and he stared expressionless at the two Hooks. William Snowball sensed trouble and stood up. "Michael's joining you," Hook announced loudly. "And Sir John Cornwell wants you to know that my brother is under his protection." Sir John had said no such thing, but none of Lord Slayton's men would know that. Tom Peril gave a mocking laugh, but said nothing. William Snowball confronted Hook. "There'll be no trouble," he agreed. "There will indeed be no trouble," a voice echoed the statement, and Hook turned to see Sir Edward Derwent, Lord Slayton's captain who had been captured in the mine, standing in the courtyard entrance. Sir Edward had been freed when the town surrendered, and Hook reckoned he must have been at the council of war because he was dressed in his finest clothes. Sir Edward now strode to the courtyard centre. "There will be no trouble," he said again. "None of you will fight each other, because your job is to fight the French." "I thought we were going home," Snowball said, puzzled. "Well, you're not," Sir Edward said. "The king wants more, and what the king wants he gets." "We're staying here?" Hook asked, incredulous. "In Harfleur?" "No, Hook," Sir Edward said. "We're marching." He sounded grim, as though he disapproved of the decision. But Henry was king, and, as Sir Edward had said, what the king wanted the king got. And what Henry wanted was more war. And so the army would march into France. Part 3. To the River of Swords. Chapter 9. There were to be no heavy wagons taken on the march. Instead, the baggage would be carried by men, pack horses, and light carts. "We have to travel fast," Sir John explained. "It's pride," Father Christopher told Hook later. "Nothing but pride." "Pride? The king can't just crawl back to England with nothing but Harfleur to show for his money. He has to do more than merely kick the French dog. He feels a need to pull its tail as well." The French dog did appear to be sleeping. Report said the enemy army grew even larger, but it showed no sign of stirring from around Rouen, and so the King of England had decided he would show Christendom that he could march from Harfleur to Calais with impunity. "It isn't that far," Sir John told his men. "Maybe a week's march." "And what do we gain from a week's march through France?" Hook asked Father Christopher. "Nothing," the priest said bluntly. "So why do it?" "To show that we can, to show that the French are helpless." "And we travel without the big wagons?" Father Christopher grinned. "We don't want the helpless French to catch us, do we? That would be a disaster, young Hook. So we can't take 200 heavy wains with us. That would slow us down far too much. So it'll be horses, spurs, and the devil take the hindmost." "This is important," Sir John had told his men. He had stormed into the Pound's tap room and hammered one of the barrels with the hilt of his sword. "Are you awake? Are you listening?" You take food for 8 days, and all the arrows you can carry. You take weapons, armor, arrows, and food, and nothing else. If I see any man carrying anything other than weapons, armor, arrows, and food, I'll shove that useless baggage down his goddamn gullet and pull it out his goddamn arse. We have to travel fast." "It all happened before," Father Christopher told Hook next morning. "Before? You don't know your history, Hook." "I know my grandfather was murdered, and my father too." "I do so love a happy family," the priest said. "But think back to your great-grandfather's time, when Edward was king, the 3rd Edward. He was here in Normandy and decided to make a quick march to Calais, only he got trapped halfway." "And died?" "Oh, good God, no. He beat the French. You've surely heard of Crécy?" "Oh, I've heard of Crécy," Hook said. Every archer knew of Crécy, the battle where the bowmen of England had cut down the nobility of France. "So you know it was a glorious battle, Hook, in which God favoured the English. But God's favour is a fickle thing." "Are you telling me he's not on our side?" "I'm telling you that God is on the side of whoever wins, Hook." Hook considered that for a moment. He was sharpening arrowheads, slithering the bodkins and broadheads against a stone. He thought of all the tales he had heard as a child, when old men had spoken of the arrow storms of Crécy and Poitiers, then flourished a bodkin at Father Christopher. "If we meet the French," he said stoutly, "we'll win. We'll punch these through their armour, Father." "I have a grievous suspicion that the king agrees with you," the priest said gently. "He really does believe God is on his side. But his brother evidently does not." "Which brother?" Hook asked. "The Duke of Clarence and the Duke of Gloucester were both with the army." "Clarence," Father Christopher said. "He's sailing home." Hook frowned at that news. The Duke, according to some men, was an even better soldier than his older brother. Hook inspected a bodkin. Most of the long, narrow head was dark with rust, but the point was now shining metal and wickedly sharp. He tested it by pricking the ball of his hand, then wet his fingers and smoothed out the fledging. "Why's he going?" "I suspect he disapproves of his brother's decision," Father Christopher said blandly. "Officially, of course, the Duke is ill, but he looked remarkably well for an ailing man, and of course, if Henry is killed, God forbid, Clarence will become King Thomas." "Our Harry won't die," Hook said fiercely. "He very well might if the French catch us," the priest said tartly. "But even our Henry has listened to advice. He was told to go home. He wanted to march to Paris, but he settled for Calais instead. And with God's help, Hook, we should reach Calais long before the French can reach us." "You make it sound as if we're running away." "Not quite," the priest said, "but almost. Think of your lovely Melisande." Hook frowned, puzzled. "Melisande?" "The French are gathered at her belly-button, Hook, and we are perched on her right nipple. What we plan to do is run to her left nipple and hope to God the French don't make it to her cleavage before us. And if they do, then the cleavage will become the valley of the shadow of death," Father Christopher said. "So pray that we march fast and that the French go on sleeping." "You can't be fussy," Sir John had told his archers in the tap-room. "We can't pack arrows in barrels. We don't have the carts to carry barrels, and you can't use discs. So bundle them tight." Bundled arrows suffered from crushed fledgings, and crushed fledgings made arrows inaccurate. But there was no choice but to bind the arrows in tight sheaves that could be hung from a saddle or across a pack-horse's back. It took 2 days to tie the sheaves, for the king was demanding that every available arrow be carried on the journey, and that meant carrying hundreds of thousands of arrows. As many as possible were heaped on the light farm carts that would accompany the army, but there were not enough such vehicles, so even men-at-arms were ordered to tie the bundles behind their saddles. There were just 5,000 archers marching to Calais, and in 1 minute those men were capable of shooting 60 or 70,000 arrows, and no battle was ever won in a minute. "If we take every arrow we've got, there still won't be enough," Thomas Evergold grumbled, "and then we'll be throwing rocks at the bastards." A garrison was left at Harfleur. It was a strong force of over 300 men-at-arms and almost 1,000 archers, though it was short of horses because the king demanded that the garrison give up every beast except the knights' war-trained destriers. The horses were needed to carry arrows. The new defenders of Harfleur were left perilously short of arrows themselves, but new ones were expected to arrive any day from England, where foresters cut ash shafts, blacksmiths forged bodkins and broadheads, and fledgers bound on the goose feathers. "We will march swiftly," a priest with a booming voice shouted. It was the day before the army marched, and the priest was visiting every street in Harfleur with a parchment on which the king's orders had been written. The priest's job was to make certain every man understood the king's commands. "There will be no straggling. Above all, the property of the church is sacred. Any man who plunders church property will be hanged. God is with us, and we march to show that by his grace we are the masters of France." "You heard him," Sir John shouted as the priest walked on. "Keep your thieving hands off church property. Don't rape nuns. God doesn't like it, and nor do I." That night, in the church of St. Martin, Father Christopher made Hook and Melisande man and wife. Melisande cried, and Hook, as he knelt and gazed at the candles guttering on the altar, wished St. Crispidian would speak to him. But the saint said nothing. He wished he had thought to summon his brother to the church, but there had been no opportunity. Father Christopher had simply insisted that it was time Hook made Melisande his wife, and so had taken them to the broken-spired church. "God be with you," the priest said when the brief ceremony was done. "He has been," Melisande said. "Then pray that he stays with you, because we need God's help now." The priest turned and bowed to the altar. "By God, we need it," he added ominously. "The Burgundians have marched." "To help us?" Hook asked. It seemed so long ago that he had worn the ragged red cross of Burgundy and watched as the troops of France had massacred a city. "No," Father Christopher said. "To help France." "But—" Hook began. Then his voice trailed away. "They have made up their family quarrel," Father Christopher said, "and so turned against us." "And we're still going to march?" Hook asked. "The king insists," Father Christopher said bleakly. "We are a small army at the edge of a great land," he went on, "but at least you two are joined now for all time. Even death cannot separate you." "Thanks be to God," Melisande said, and made the sign of the cross. Next day, the 8th day of October, a Tuesday, the feast day of St. Benedicta, under a clear sky, the army marched. They went north, following the coastline, and Hook felt the army's spirits rise as they rode away from the smell of shit and death. Men grinned for no apparent reason. Friends teased each other cheerfully, and some put spurs to horses and just galloped for the sheer joy of being in open country again. Sir John Cornwell commanded the army's vanguard, and his own men were in the van of the van and so rode at the very front of the column. Sir John's banner flew between the cross of St. George and the flag of the Holy Trinity, the three standards guarded by Sir John's men-at-arms and followed by 4 mounted drummers who beat incessantly. The archers rode ahead, scouting the path, and watching for an enemy whose first appearance was an ambush, though none of Sir John's men was involved. The French had waited until the well-armed and vigilant vanguard had gone by, then had sallied from Montvilliers, a walled town close to the road. Crossbowmen shot from the woods, and a group of men-at-arms charged the column, and there was a flurry of fighting before the attackers, who numbered fewer than 50 men, were beaten off, though not before they had managed to take 6 prisoners and leave 2 English dead. That skirmish occurred on the first day, but thereafter the French seemed to fall back into sleep, and so the English men-at-arms rode unarmoured, their mail and plate carried by the sumpter horses. The riders' different-coloured jerkins gave the mounted column a holiday appearance, enhanced by the banners flying at the head of every contingent. The women, pages, and servants rode behind the men-at-arms, leading pack-horses loaded with armour, food, and the great bundles of arrows. Sir John's company had 2 light carts, one loaded with food and plate armour, the other heaped with arrows. When Hook turned in his saddle, he saw a filmy cloud of dust pluming over the low hills and heavy woods. The dust marked the trail of England's army as it twisted through the small valleys leading toward the River Somme, and to Hook it appeared to be a large army, but in truth it was a defiant band of fewer than 10,000 men, and only looked larger because there were over 20,000 horses. On the Sunday they dropped out of the small, tight hills into a more open and flatter countryside. Sir John had suggested that this was the day they should reach the Somme, and had added that the Somme was the only major obstacle on their journey. Cross that river, and they would have a mere 3 days' marching to Calais. "So there won't be a battle?" Michael Hook asked his brother. Lord Slayton's men were also in the vanguard, though Sir Martin and Thomas Perrell stayed well clear of Sir John and his men. "They say no," Hook said, "but who knows? The French won't stop us." "They don't seem to be trying, do they?" Hook said, nodding at the empty country ahead. He and the rest of Sir John's archers were a half-mile in front of the column, leading the way to the river. "Maybe the French are happy to see us go," he suggested. "They're just leaving us be, perhaps." "You've been to Calais," Michael said, impressed that his elder brother had travelled so far and seen so much since last they were together. "Strange little town it is," Hook said. "A vast wall and a great castle and a huddle of houses. But it's the way home, Michael, the way home." "I just got here," Michael said ruefully. "Maybe we'll come back next year," Hook said, "and finish the job. Look!" He pointed far ahead to where in the smudges of brown, golden, and yellow leaves a sheen of light glittered. "That might be the river." "Or a lake," Michael suggested. "We're looking for a place called Blanchetaque," Hook said. "They have the funniest names," Michael said, grinning. "There's a ford at Blanchetaque," Hook said. "We cross that, and we're as good as home." He turned as hooves sounded loud behind and saw Sir John and 6 men-at-arms galloping toward him. Sir John, bareheaded and wearing mail, slowed Lucifer. He was looking off to the left, where the sea showed beyond a low ridge. "See that, Hook?" he asked cheerfully. "Sir John?" Sir John pointed to a tiny white lump on the sea's horizon. "Greenay." "The grey nose, Hook." "What's that, Sir John?" "A headland, Hook. Just a half-day's ride from Calais. See how close we are?" 3 days' ride? Hook asked. 2 days on a horse like Lucifer, Sir John said, smoothing the destrier's mane. He turned to look at the nearer countryside.
Is that the river?"
"I think so, Sir John."
"Then Blanchetock can't be far. That's where the 3rd Edward crossed the Somme on his way to Crecy. Maybe your great-grandfather was with him, Hook."
"He was a shepherd, Sir John. Never drew a bow in his life."
"He used a sling,"
Michael said, sounding nervous because he spoke to Sir John.
"Like David and Goliath, eh?"
Sir John said, still gazing at the distant headland.
"I hear you got church married, Hook."
"Yes, Sir John."
"Women do like that," Sir John said, sounding gloomy. "And we like women." He cheered up. "She's a good girl, Hook." He stared at the land ahead. "Not a goddamn Frenchman in sight."
"There's a horseman down there," Michael said very diffidently.
"There's a what?"
Sir John snapped. "Down there," Michael said, pointing to a stand of trees a mile ahead. "A horseman, sir." Sir John stared and saw nothing, but Hook could now see the man who was motionless on his horse in the deep shade of the full-leafed wood. "He's there, Sir John," Hook confirmed.
"Bastard's watching us. Can you flush him out, Hook? He might know whether the goddamn French army are guarding the ford. Don't chase him away. I want him driven to us."
Hook looked at the land to his right, searching for the dead ground that would let him circle behind the horseman unseen. "I reckon so, Sir John," he said.
"Do it, man."
Hook took his brother, Scoil the Londoner, and Tom Scarlet, and he rode away from the half-hidden horseman, going back toward the approaching army and then down a slight incline that took him from the man's sight. After that, he turned east off the road and kicked Raker's flanks to gallop across a stretch of grassland. They were still hidden from their quarry. Ahead of the 4 horsemen were copses and thickets. The fields there had no hedges, only ditches, and the horses jumped them easily. The land was nearly flat, but had just enough swell and dip to hide the 4 archers as Hook turned north again. Off to his right, a man was ploughing a field. His 2 oxen were struggling to drag the big plough that was set low because winter wheat was always sown deeper.
"He needs some rain,"
Michael shouted.
"It would help," Hook answered.
The horses thumped up an almost imperceptible rise, and the landscape that Hook had held in his head revealed itself. He did not turn to the wood where the horseman was hidden, but kept going northward to cut the man off from the Somme. Perhaps the man had already ridden away. In all likelihood, he was simply some local gentleman who wanted to watch the enemy pass, but the gentry knew more of what happened in their neighbouring regions than the peasantry, and that was why Sir John wanted to question the man. Raker was tiring, blowing and fractious, and Hook curbed the horse. "Bows," he said, uncasing his own and stringing it by supporting one end in his bucket stirrup.
"Thought we weren't supposed to kill him,"
Tom Scarlet said.
"If the bastard's a gentleman,"
Hook said, and he supposed the man was because he was mounted on horseback.
"Then he'll be sword-trained. If you come at him with a blade, he'll like as not slash your head off, but he won't like facing an arrow, will he?"
He locked an arrow on the stave with his left thumb. He patted Raker's neck, then kicked the horse forward again. Now they were coming at the wood from the road's far side. He could see that Sir John had stayed on the slight crest, not wanting to spring the man out of his hiding-place. But the lone Frenchman had scented trouble, or else he had simply watched for the approaching English long enough, because he suddenly broke cover and spurred his horse north toward the river.
"God damn him,"
Hook said. Sir John saw the man ride away and immediately spurred forward with his men-at-arms. But the English horses were tired, and the Frenchman's mount was well rested.
"They've no chance of catching him,"
Scoil said. Hook ignored that pessimism. Instead he turned Raker and banged his heels back. The Frenchman was following the road that curved to the right, and Hook could gallop across the chord of that curve. He knew he could not out-gallop the man, and so stood no chance of catching him, but he did have a chance of getting close enough to use the bow. The man turned in his saddle and saw Hook and his men and slashed his spurs back, and Hook kicked as well, and the hooves hammered the hard ground, and Hook saw that the fugitive would be hidden by trees in a moment, and so he hauled on Raker's reins, pulled his feet from the stirrups, and threw himself out of the saddle. He stumbled, fell to one knee, and the bow was already rising in his left hand, and he caught the string, knocked the arrow, and pulled back. "Too far," Scoyle said, reining in his horse. "Don't waste a good arrow." "Much too far," Michael agreed. But the bow was huge, and Hook did not think about his aim. He just watched the distant horseman, wheeled where he wanted the arrow to go, then hauled and released, and the cord twanged and slashed against his unprotected wrist, and the arrow fluttered a heartbeat before its fledging caught the air and tautened its flight. "Tuppence says you'll miss by 20 paces, Tom Scarlett said. The arrow drew its curve in the sky, its white fledging a diminishing flicker in the autumn light. The far horseman galloped, unaware of the broadhead that flew high, before starting its hissing descent. It fell fast, plunging, losing its momentum, and the horseman turned again to watch for his pursuers, and as he did so the barbed arrow slapped into his horse's belly and sliced into blood and flesh. The horse twisted hard and sudden with the awful pain, and Hook saw the man lose his balance and fall from the saddle. "Sweet Jesu," Michael said in pure admiration. "Come on!" Hook gathered Raker's reins and hauled himself into the saddle and kicked back before he had found the stirrups, and for a moment he thought he would fall off himself. But he managed to thrust his right boot into the bucket and saw the Frenchman was remounting his horse. Hook had wounded the horse, not killed it, but the animal was bleeding, because the broadhead was designed to rip and tear through flesh, and the harder the Frenchman rode the beast, the more blood it would lose. The horseman spurred his wounded mount to vanish among the trees, and a moment later Hook was on the road and among the same trees, and he saw the Frenchman was 100 paces ahead, and his horse was faltering, leaving a trail of blood. The man saw his pursuers and slid out of his saddle, because his horse could go no further. He turned to run into the woods, and Hook shouted, "Non!" He let Raker slow to a stop. Hook's bow was drawn, and there was another arrow on the string, and this arrow was aimed at the horseman, who gave a resigned nod. He wore a sword, but no armour. His clothes, as Hook drew nearer, looked to be of fine quality, good broadcloth, and a tight-woven linen shirt and expensive boots. He was a fine-looking man, perhaps 30 years old, with a wide face and a trimmed beard and pale green eyes that were fixed on the arrow's head. "Just stay where you are," Hook said. The man might not speak English, but he understood the message of the tensioned bow and its bodkin arrow, and so he obeyed, caressing the nose of his dying horse. The horse gave a pathetic whinny, then its forelegs crumpled and it fell onto the track. The man crouched and stroked, speaking softly to the dying beast. "You almost let him get away, Hook," Sir John shouted as he arrived. "Nearly," said John. "So let's see what the bastard knows," Sir John said, and slid out of his saddle. "Someone kill that poor horse," he demanded. "Put the animal out of his misery." The job was done with a poleaxe blow to the horse's forehead. Then Sir John talked with the prisoner. He treated the man with an exquisite politeness, and the Frenchman in turn was loquacious. But there was no denying that whatever he revealed was causing Sir John dismay. "I want a horse for Sir Jules." Sir John turned on the archers with that demand. "He's going to meet the king." Sir Jules was taken to the king and the army stopped. The vanguard was only 5 miles from the ford at Blanche-Tuc, and Calais was just 3 days' march north of that ford. In 3 days' time, 8 days after they had left Harfleur, the army should have marched through the gates of Calais, and Henry would have been able to claim, if not a victory, at least a humiliation of the French. But that humiliation depended on crossing the wide tidal ford of Blanche-Tuc. And the French were already there. Charles d'Aulbray, the Constable of France, was on the Somme's northern bank, and the prisoner, who was in the constable's service, described how the ford had been planted with sharpened stakes, and how 6,000 men were waiting on the further bank to stop the English crossing.
"It can't be done," Sir John said bleakly that evening. "The bastards are there."
The bastards had blocked the river, and, as night fell, the clouded sky reflected the campfires of the French force that guarded the Blanche-Tuc ford.
"The ford's only crossable when the tide's low," Sir John explained, "and even then we can only advance 20 men abreast. And 20 men can't fight off 6,000.
No one spoke for a while. Then Father Christopher asked the question that every man in Sir John's company wanted to ask, even though they dreaded the answer. "So what do we do, Sir John?"
"Find another ford, of course."
"Where, pray?"
"Inland,"
Sir John said grimly. "We march toward the belly button," Father Christopher said.
"We do what?"
Sir John asked, staring as though the priest were mad. "Nothing, Sir John, nothing," Father Christopher said. So now England's army, with only enough food for 3 more days, must march deep into France to cross a river. And if they could not cross the river, they would die. And if they did cross the river, they might still die, because going inland would take time, and time would give the French army the opportunity to wake from its slumber and march. The dash up the coast had failed, and now Henry and his little army must plunge into France. And next morning, under a heavy grey sky, they headed east. Hope had sustained the army, but now despair crept in. Disease returned. Men were forever dismounting, running to one side and dropping their breeches so that the rearguard rode through the stink of shit. Men rode silently and sullenly. Rain came in bands from the ocean, sweeping inland, leaving the column wet and dripping. Every ford across the Somme was staked and guarded. The bridges had been destroyed, and a French army now shadowed the English. It was not the main army, not the great assembly of men-at-arms and crossbowmen that had gathered in Rouen, but a smaller force that was more than adequate to block any attempted crossing of a barricaded ford. They were in sight every day, men-at-arms and crossbowmen, all of them mounted, riding along the river's northern bank to keep pace with the English on the southern. More than once, Sir John led archers and men-at-arms in a headlong gallop to try and seize a ford before the French reached it, but the French were always waiting. They had put garrisons at every crossing. Food became scarce, though the small unwalled towns grudgingly yielded baskets of bread, cheese, and smoked fish, rather than be attacked and burned. And each day the army became hungrier and marched deeper into enemy country.
"Why don't we just go back to Harfleur?" Thomas Evergold grumbled.
"Because that would be running away," Hook said.
"That's better than dying," Evergold said.
There were also enemies on the English side of the river. French men-at-arms watched the passing column from low hilltops to the south. They were usually in small bands, perhaps 6 or 7 men, and if a force of English knights rode toward them, they would invariably draw away, though once in a while an enemy might raise his lance as a signal that he was offering single combat. Then, perhaps, an Englishman would respond, and the 2 men would gallop together. There would be a clatter of iron-shod lances on armour, and one man would topple slowly from his horse. Once 2 men skewered each other, and both died, each impaled on his enemy's lance. Sometimes a band of French would charge together, as many as 40 or 50 men-at-arms, attacking a weak point in the marching column to kill a few men before galloping away. Other Frenchmen were busy ahead of the column, taking away the harvest to leave nothing for the invaders. The food, collected from barns and granaries, was taken to Amiens, a city the English skirted on the day they should have arrived in Calais. The bags that had held food were now empty. Hook, riding in a thin drizzle, had stared at the distant white vision of Amiens Cathedral, towering above the city, and he had thought of all the food inside the walls. He was hungry. They were all hungry. Next day they camped near a castle that stood atop a white chalk cliff. Sir John's men-at-arms had captured a pair of enemy knights who had strayed too close to the vanguard, and the prisoners had boasted how the French would defeat Henry's small army. They had even repeated the boasts to Henry himself, and Sir John brought his archers orders from the king. He stood amidst their campfires. "Tomorrow morning," he said, "every man is to cut a stake as long as a bowstave. Longer if you can. Cut a stake as thick as your arm, and sharpen both ends." Rain hissed in the fire. Hook's archers had eaten poorly on a hare that Tom Scarlet had killed with an arrow, and that Melisande had roasted over the fire, which was surrounded by flat stones on which she had made flat cakes from a mix of oats and acorns. They had a few nuts and some hard green apples. There was no ale left, no wine either, so they took water from a stream. Melisande was now swathed in Hook's enormous mail-coat and huddled beside him. "Steaks?" Thomas Evergold inquired cautiously. "The French, may they rot in hell," Sir John said as he walked closer to the biggest fire, "have decided how to beat you, the archers. They fear you. Are you all listening to me?" The archers watched him in silence. Sir John was wearing a leather hat and a thick leather coat. Rainwater dripped from the brim and hems. He carried a shortened lance, one cut down so that a man-at-arms could use it on foot. "We're listening, Sir John," Evergold growled. "Instructions have been sent from Rouen," Sir John announced. "The Marshal of France has a plan, and the plan is to kill you, the archers first, then kill the rest of us." "Take the gentry prisoner, you mean?" Evergold said, but too quietly for Sir John to hear. "They're assembling knights on well-armoured horses," Sir John said, "and the riders will have the best armour they can find, Milanese armour, and you all know about Milanese armour." Hook knew that the armour made in Milan, wherever that was, had the reputation of being the best in Christendom. It was said that Milanese plate would resist the heaviest bodkin, but luckily such armour was rare because it was so expensive. Hook had been told that a complete suit of Milanese plate would cost close to £100, over 10 years' pay for an archer, and a heavy outlay for most men-at-arms, who thought themselves rich if they had £40 a year. "So they'll armour their horses and wear Milanese plate," Sir John went on, "and charge you, the archers. They want to get in among you with swords and maces." The archers were listening intently now, imagining the big horses with steel faces and padded flanks, wheeling and rearing among their panicked ranks. "If they send 1,000 horsemen, you'll be lucky to stop 100 of them, and the rest will just slaughter you, except they won't, because you'll have stakes." He lifted the shortened lance to show what he meant, then thrust its butt end into the leaf mould and slanted the shaft so that the iron-tipped point was about breast height. "That's how you'll drive the stake into the ground," he told them. "If a horse charges home onto that,
It'll get impaled, and that's how you stop a man in Milanese armour. So tomorrow morning you all cut a stake. One man, one stake, and you sharpen both ends."
"Tomorrow, Sir John?" Evelgold asked. He sounded sceptical. "Are they that close?"
"They could be anywhere," Sir John said. "From tomorrow's dawn you ride in mail and leather, you wear helmets, you keep your strings dry, and you carry a stake."
Next morning Hook cut a bough from an oak and sharpened the greenwood with his poleaxe blade. "When we left England," Will of the Dale said ruefully, "they said we were the best army ever gathered. Now we're down to wet strings, acorn cakes, and steaks. God-damned steaks!" The long oak stake was awkward to carry on horseback. The horses were tired, wet and hungry, and the rain came again, harder, blowing from behind and pattering the river's surface into myriad dimples. The French were on the far bank. They were always on the far bank. Then new orders came from the king, and the vanguard turned away from the river to climb a long, damp slope that led to a wide plateau of wet, featureless land. "Where are we going now?" Hook asked as the river disappeared from sight. "God knows," Father Christopher said. "And he's not telling you, Father?" "Does your saint tell you anything?" "Not a word." "So God alone knows where we are," Father Christopher said, "but only God." The plateau had clay soil, and the road was soon churned into a morass of mud on which the rain fell incessantly. It was growing colder, and the plateau had few trees, which meant fuel for fires was scarce. Some archers in another company burned their sharpened stakes for warmth at night, and the army paused to watch those men being whipped. Their vintner had his ears cut off. The French horsemen sensed the despair in Henry's army. They rode just to the south, tracking the army, and the English men-at-arms were too tired and their horses too hungry to accept the implied challenge of the raised lances, and so the French grew bolder, riding ever closer. "Don't waste your arrows," Sir John told his archers. "One less Frenchman to kill in a battle," Hook suggested. Sir John smiled tiredly. "It's a matter of honour, Hook." He nodded toward a Frenchman who trotted less than a quarter-mile away. The man was quite alone, and rode with an upright lance as an invitation for some Englishman to fight him. "He's sworn to do some deed of great valour," Sir John explained, "like killing me or another knight, and that's a noble ambition." "It saves him from an arrow?" Hook responded dourly. "Yes, Hook, it does. Let him live. He's a brave man." More brave men approached that afternoon, but still no Englishman responded, and so the Frenchmen became still bolder, riding close enough to recognize men they had met in tournaments across Europe. They chatted. There were maybe a dozen such French knights visible at any one time, and one of them, mounted on a tall and sprightly black horse that took the heavy soil with a high-stepping energy, spurred his way to the vanguard's front. "Sir John!" the rider called. He was the sire de Lanforel, his long hair wet and lank. "Lanforel! If I give you oats for your horse, you'll match my lance?" "If you give me oats," Sir John called back, "my archers will eat." Lanforel laughed. Sir John veered away from the road to ride beside the Frenchman, and the two talked amicably. "They look like friends," Melisande said. "Maybe they are," Hook suggested. "And they will kill each other in battle?" "Englishman!" It was Lanforel who called to Hook, and who now rode toward the archers. "Sir John says you married my daughter." "I did," Hook said. "And without my blessing,"
Lanfrel said, sounding amused. He looked at Melisande. "You have the jupon I gave you?"
"Oui," she said.
"Wear it," her father said harshly. "If there's a battle, wear it."
"Because it will save me?" she asked bitterly. "The novice's robe didn't protect me in Soissons."
"Damn Soissons, girl," Lanfrel said. "And what happened there will happen to these men. They're doomed."
He swept his arm to indicate the muddy, slow column.
"The goddams are all doomed. I will take pleasure in saving you."
"For what?"
"For whatever choice I make for you," Lanfrel said. "You've tasted your freedom, and look where it has led you."
He smiled, his teeth surprisingly white.
"You can come now. I shall take you away before we slaughter this army."
"I stay with Nicholas," she said.
"Then stay with the goddams," Lanfrel said harshly. "And when your Nicholas is dead, I shall take you away."
He wheeled his horse and, after a few more words with Sir John, rode south.
"The goddams?" Hook asked.
"It's what the French call you English," she said, then looked at Sir John. "Are we doomed?" she asked. Sir John smiled ruefully.
"It depends on whether their army catches us, and if it catches us, whether it can beat us. We're still alive."
"Will it catch us?" Melisande asked. Sir John pointed north.
"There was a small French army on the river's northern bank," he explained, "and they were keeping pace with us. They were making sure we couldn't cross. They were driving us toward their bigger army. But here, my dear, the river curves north. A great curve. We're cutting across country, but that smaller army has to ride all the way around, and it will take them 3 or 4 days, and tomorrow we'll be at the river, and there'll be no small army on the other side, and if we find a ford, or, God willing, a bridge, we'll be across the Somme and riding for the taverns of Calais. We'll go home."
Yet each day they covered less ground. There was no grazing for the horses and no oats, and every day more men dismounted to lead their weakening, tiring mounts. In the first week of the march, the towns had given food to the passing army, but now the few small walled towns shut their gates and refused to offer any help. They knew the English could not spare the time to assault their ramparts, however decrepit, and so they watched the disconsolate column pass by and offered prayers that God would utterly destroy the weakened invaders. And God's displeasure was the last thing Henry dared risk, so that on their last day on the plateau, the day before they would ride down into the valley of the Somme again, when a priest came to complain that an Englishman had stolen his church's pyx, the king ordered the whole column to halt. Centenars and Ventenars were commanded to search their men. The missing pyx, which was a copper-gilt box in which consecrated wafers were held, was evidently of little value, but the king was determined to find it. "Some poor bastard probably stole it to get the wafers," Tom Scarlet suggested. "He ate the wafers and threw the pyx away."
"Well, Hook?" Sir John demanded.
"None of us has it, Sir John."
"One goddamn pyx," Sir John snarled. "A pox on the pyx, Father."
"If you say so, Sir John," Father Christopher said.
"Give the French a chance to catch us because of one goddamn pyx?"
"God will reward us if we discover the item," Father Christopher suggested. "Indeed, he has already lifted the rain." It was true. Since the search had begun, the rain had ended, and a weak sun was struggling to clear the clouds and shine on the waterlogged land. And then the pyx was found. It had been hidden in the sleeve of an archer's jerkin, a spare jerkin that he had evidently kept wrapped and tied to his horse's pommel, though the archer himself claimed that he had seen neither jerkin nor pyx before. "They all claim innocence," a royal chaplain told the king. "Just hang him, sire."
"We will hang him," the king agreed vigorously, "and we'll let every man see him hanged. This is what happens when you sin against God. Hang him."
"No," Hook protested, because the man being dragged to the tree where the king and his entourage waited was his brother Michael, for whom the rope waited. The king's men dragged Michael to the base of the elm tree, where Henry and his courtiers waited on horseback beside the country priest who had first complained about the theft of his picks. The army, commanded to attend, was gathered in a vast circle, though few except those in the foremost ranks could see what happened. 2 soldiers in mail coats, half covered by the royal coat of arms, had pinioned Michael Hook's arms and were half pulling and half pushing him toward the king. They hardly needed to use force, for Michael was going willingly enough. He just looked bemused. "No!" Hook shouted. "Shut your mouth," Thomas Evergold growled. If the king heard Hook's protest, he showed no sign of it. His face was unmoving, hard-planed, shaven raw, implacable. Hook began, intending to say his brother had not, could not have stolen a pyx, but Evergold turned fast and slammed his fist into Hook's stomach, driving the wind from him. "Next time I'll break your jaw," Evergold said. "My brother," Hook panted, suddenly straining to draw breath. "Quiet," Sir John snarled from in front of his company. "You offend God. You risk our whole campaign," the king spoke to Michael, his voice like gravel. "How can we expect God to be on our side if we offend him? You have put England itself at risk." "I didn't steal it," Michael pleaded. "Whose company is he?" the king demanded. Sir Edward Derwent stepped forward. "One of Lord Slayton's archers, sire," he said, bowing his greying head. "And I doubt, sire, that he is a thief." "The pyx was in his keeping?" "It was found in his belongings, sire," Sir Edward said carefully. "The jerkin wasn't mine, lord," Michael said. "You are certain the pyx was in his baggage?" the king asked Sir Edward, ignoring the fair-haired young archer who had dropped to his knees. "It was, sire, though how it arrived there I cannot tell." "Who discovered it?" "Sire, me, sire." Sir Martin, his priest's robe discoloured by clay, stepped out of the crowd. "It was me, sire," he said, dropping to one knee. "And he's a good boy, sire. He's a Christian boy, sire." Sir Edward might have protested Michael's innocence all day and not moved the king to doubt, but a priest's word carried far more weight. Henry gathered his reins and leaned forward in his saddle. "Are you saying he did not take the pyx?" Hook began, and Evergold hit him so hard in the belly that Hook doubled over. "The pyx was found in his baggage, sire," Sir Martin said. "Then?" the king started, then checked. He looked puzzled. One moment the priest had suggested Michael's innocence, now he suggested the opposite. "It is incontrovertible, sire," Sir Martin said, managing to sound mournful, "that the pyx was among his belongings. It saddens me, sire. It galls my heart." "It angers me," the king shouted, "and it angers God. We risk his displeasure, his wrath, for a copper box. Hang him!" "Sire," Michael called, but there was no pity, no appeal, and no hope. The rope was already tied about a branch, the noose was pushed over Michael's head, and 2 men hauled on the bitter end to hoist him into the air. Hook's brother made a choking noise as he thrashed desperately. his legs jerking and thrusting, and slowly, very slowly, the thrashing turned to spasms, to quivers, and the choking noise became short, harsh gasps, and finally faded to nothing. It took 20 minutes, and the king watched every twitch, and only when he was satisfied that the thief was dead did he take his eyes from the body. He dismounted then, and, in front of his army, went on one knee to the astonished country priest. "We beg your forgiveness," he said loudly and speaking in English, a language the priest did not understand, "and the forgiveness of Almighty God." He held out the pyx in both hands, and the priest, frightened by what he had seen, took it nervously. Then a look of astonishment came to his face, because the little box was much heavier than it had ever been before. The King of England had filled it with coin. "Leave the body there," Henry commanded, getting to his feet. "And march! Let us march!" He took his horse's reins, put a foot into the stirrup, and swung himself lithely into the saddle. He rode away, followed by his entourage, and Hook moved toward the tree where his brother's body hung. "Where the hell are you going?" Sir John asked harshly. "I'll bury him," Hook said. "You're a goddamn fool, Hook," Sir John said, then hit Hook's face with a mailed hand. "What are you?" "He didn't do it," Hook protested. Sir John struck him again, much harder, gouging scratches of blood into Hook's cheek. "It doesn't matter that he didn't do it," he snarled. "God needed a sacrifice, and he got one. Maybe we'll live because your brother died." "He didn't steal. He's never stolen. He's honest," Hook said. The gloved hand hammered Hook's other cheek. "And you do not protest at the decisions of our king," Sir John said, "and you do not bury him because the king doesn't want him buried. You are lucky, Hook, not to be hanging beside your brother with piss running down your goddamn leg. Now get on your horse and ride." "The priest lied." "That is your business," Sir John said, "not mine, and it is certainly not the king's business. Get on your horse, or I'll have your goddamn ears cut off." Hook got on his horse. The other archers avoided him, sensing his ill luck. Only Melisande rode with him. Sir John's men were first on the road. Hook, bitter and dazed, was unaware that he was passing Lord Slayton's men until Melisande hissed, and only then did he notice the archers who had once been his comrades. Thomas Peril was grinning triumphantly and pointing to his eye, a reminder of his suspicion that Hook had murdered his brother, while Sir Martin stared at Melisande, then glanced at Hook, and could not resist a smile when he saw the archer's tears. "You will kill them all," Melisande promised him. If the French did not do the job for him, Hook thought. They rode on downhill, going now toward the Somme and toward the army's only hope, an unguarded ford or bridge. It started to rain again. Chapter 10. There was not one ford across the Somme, but two, and better still, neither was guarded. The shadowing French army on the river's north bank had still not marched the full distance about the great looping curve, and the English, arriving at the edge of a vast marsh that bordered the Somme, could see nothing but empty countryside beyond the river. The first scouts to explore the fords reported that the river was flowing high because of the rain, but not so high as to make the fords impassable. Yet to reach the crossings, the army had to negotiate two causeways that ran arrow-straight across the wide marsh. Those causeways were over a mile long, twin roads that had been raised above the mire by embankments, and the French had broken both, so that at the centre of each was a great gap where the causeways had been demolished to leave a morass of treacherous, sucking ground. The scouts had crossed those stretches of bog, but reported that their horses had sunk over their knees, and that none of the army's wagons could hope to negotiate the terrain.
"Then we remake the causeways," the king ordered.
It took the best part of a day. Much of the army was ordered to dismantle a nearby village so that the beams, rafters, and joists could be used as foundations for the repairs. Bundled thatch, faggots, and earth were then thrown on top of the timbers to make new embankments, while the men of the rearguard formed a battle line to protect the work against any surprise attack from the south. There was no such attack. French horsemen watched from a distance, but those enemy riders were few and made no attempt to interfere. Hook took no part in the work, because the vanguard had been ordered to cross the river before any repairs were made. They left their horses behind, walked to the causeway's gap, and jumped down into the bog, where they struggled across to the causeway's next stretch, which led to the river bank. They waded the Somme, the archers holding bows and arrow bags above their heads. Hook shivered as he went further into the river. He could not swim, and he felt tremors of fear as the water crept over his waist and up to his chest, but then, as he pushed against the slow pressure of the current, the riverbed began to rise again. The footing was firm enough, though a few men slipped, and one man-at-arms was swept downstream, his cries fading fast as his mail coat dragged him under. Then Hook was wading through reeds and climbing a short, muddy bluff to reach the northern bank. The first men were across the Somme. Sir John ordered his archers to go a half-mile north, to where a straggling hedge and ditch snaked between two wide pastures.
"If the goddamn French come," Sir John said bleakly, "just kill them."
"You expecting their army, Sir John?" Thomas Evergold asked.
"The one that was tracking us along the river?" Sir John asked. "Those bastards will get here soon enough. But their larger army? God only knows. Let's hope they think we're still south of the river."
And even if it was only the smaller army that came, Hook thought, these few archers of the vanguard could not hope to stop it. He sat by a stretch of flooded ditch, beneath a dead alder, staring north, his mind wandering. He had been a bad brother, he decided. He had never looked after Michael properly, and, if he was truthful with himself, he would admit that his brother's trusting character and unending optimism had grated on him. He gave a nod when Thomas Scarlett, who had lost his own twin brother to Lanforel's sword, squatted beside him. "I'm sorry about Michael," Scarlett said awkwardly. "He was a good lad." "He was," Hook said. "Matt was, too." "Aye, he was. A good archer." "He was," Scarlett said. "He was." They looked north in silence. Sir John had said that the first evidence of a French force would be mounted scouts, but no horsemen were visible. "Michael always snatched at the string," Hook said. "I tried to teach him, but he couldn't stop it. He always snatched. Spoiled his aim, it did." "It does," Scarlett said. "He never learned," Hook said, "and he didn't steal that goddamn box either." "He didn't seem like a thief." "He wasn't. But I know who did steal it, and I'll cut his goddamn throat." "Don't hang for it, Nick." Hook grimaced. "If the French catch us, it won't matter, will it? I'll either be hanged or chopped down." Hook had a sudden vision of the archers dying in their tortured agony in front of the little church in Soissons. He shivered. "But we've crossed the river," Scarlett said firmly, "and that's good. How far now?" "Father Christopher says it's a week's marching from here. Maybe a day or two longer." "That's what they said a couple of weeks ago," Scarlett said ruefully. "But doesn't matter. We can go hungry for a week." Geoffrey Horrocks, the youngest archer, brought a helmet filled with hazelnuts. "Found them up the edge," he said. "You want to share 'em out, Sergeant?" he asked Hook. "You do it, lad. Tell 'em it's supper." "And tomorrow's breakfast," Scarlet said. "If I had a net, we could catch some sparrows," Hook said. "Sparrow pie," Scarlet said wistfully. They fell silent. The rain had stopped, though the keen wind was chilling the wet archers to the bone. A flock of black starlings, so thick that they looked like a writhing cloud, rose and fell 2 fields away. Behind Hook, far across the river, men laboured to remake the causeways. He was a grown man, you know. "What did you say, Tom?" Hook asked, startled from half-waking thoughts. "Nothing," Scarlet said. "I was falling asleep till you woke me." "He was a very good man," the voice said quietly, "and he's resting in heaven now." St. Crispinian, Hook thought, and his view of the country was misted by tears. "You're still with me," he wanted to say. "In heaven there are no tears," the saint went on, "and no sickness. There's no dying and no masters. There's no hunger. Michael is in joy." "You all right, Nick?" Tom Scarlet asked. "I'm all right," Hook said, and thought that Crispinian knew all about brothers. He had suffered and died with his own brother Crispin, and they were both with Michael now. And somehow that seemed good. It took the best part of the day to restore the 2 causeways, and then the army began to cross in 2 long lines of horses and wagons and archers and servants and women. The king, resplendent in armour and crown, galloped past Hook's ditch. He was followed by a score of nobles, who curbed their horses and, like Hook, gazed northward. But the French army that had been keeping pace along the river's northern bank had fallen far behind, and there was no enemy in sight. The English were across the river and now had entered territory claimed by the Duke of Burgundy, though it was still France. But between the army and England there were now no major obstacles unless the French army intervened. "We march on," Henry told his commanders. They would march north again, north and west. They would march toward Calais, toward England, and to safety. They marched. They left the wide River Somme behind, but next day, because the army was footsore, sick, and hungry, the king ordered a halt. The rain had cleared and the sun shone through wispy clouds. The army was now in well-wooded country, so there was fuel for fires, and the encampment took on a holiday air as men hung their clothes to dry on makeshift hurdles. Sentries were set, but it seemed as though England's army was all alone in the vastness of France. Not one Frenchman appeared. Men scavenged the woods for nuts, mushrooms, and berries. Hook hoped to find a deer or a boar, but the animals, like the enemy, were nowhere to be seen. "We might just have escaped," Father Christopher greeted Hook on his return from his abortive hunt. "The king must think so," Hook said. "Why?" "Giving us a day's halt?" "Our gracious king," the priest said, "is so mad that he might just be hoping the French will catch us." "Mad? Like the French king?" "The French king is really mad," Father Christopher said. "No, our king is just convinced of God's favour." "Is that madness?" Father Christopher paused as Melisande came to join them. She leaned on Hook, saying nothing. She was thinner than Hook had ever seen her, but the whole army was thin now. Thin, hungry, and ill. Somehow Hook and his wife had both avoided the bowel-emptying sickness, though many others had caught the disease and the camp stank of it. Hook put his arm around her, holding her close, and thinking suddenly that she had become the most precious thing in all his world. "I hope to God we have escaped," Hook said. "And our king half hopes that," Father Christopher said, "and half hopes that he can prove God's favour. And that's his madness. Beware of certainty. There are men in the French army, Hook, who are as convinced as Henry that God is on their side. They are good men, too. They pray, they give alms, they confess their sins, and they vow never to sin again. They are very good men. Can they be wrong in their conviction?" "You tell me, Father," Hook said. Father Christopher sighed. "If I understood God, Hook, I would understand everything, because God is everything. He is the stars and the sand, the wind and the calm, the sparrow and the sparrow-hawk. He knows everything. He knows my fate, and he knows your fate, and if I understood all that, what would I be?" "You would be God," Melisande said. "And that I cannot be," Father Christopher said, "because we cannot comprehend everything. Only God does that. So beware of a man who says he knows God's will. He is like a horse that believes it controls its rider." "And our king believes that?" "He believes he is God's favourite," Father Christopher said, "and perhaps he is. He is a king, after all, anointed and blessed." "God made him a king," Melisande said. "His father's sword made him a king," Father Christopher said tartly. "But, of course, God could have guided that sword." He made the sign of the cross. "Yet there are those," he spoke softly now, "who say his father had no right to the throne, and the sins of the fathers are visited on their sons." "You're saying," Hook began, then checked his tongue, because the conversation was veering dangerously close to treason. "I'm saying," Father Christopher said firmly, "that I pray we get home to England before the French find us." "They've lost us, Father," Hook said, hoping he was right. Father Christopher smiled gently. "They may not know where we are, Hook, but they know where we're going. So they don't need to find us, do they? All they need do is get ahead of us and let us find them." "And we're resting for the day," Hook said grimly. "So we are," the priest said, "which means we must pray that our enemy is at least 2 days' march behind us." Next day they rode on. Hook was one of the scouts who ranged 2 miles ahead of the vanguard and looked for the enemy. He liked being a scout. It meant he could put his sharpened stake on a wagon and ride free in front of the army. The clouds were thickening again, and the wind was cold. There had been a frost whitening the grass when the camp stirred, though it had vanished quickly enough. The beech leaves had turned to a dull red gold, and the oaks to the colour of bronze, while some trees had already shed their foliage. The lower pastures were half flooded from the recent rain, while the fields that had been deep ploughed for winter wheat showed long streaks of silvery water between the ridges left by the ploughshare. Hook's men were following a drover's path that led past villages, but the hovels were all empty. There was no livestock and no grain. Someone, he thought, knew the English were on this road and had stripped the countryside bare, but whoever had organized that deprivation had vanished. There was no sign of an enemy. It began to rain again at midday. It was just a drizzle, but it penetrated every gap in Hook's clothing. Raker, his horse, went slowly. The whole army was going slowly, incapable of speed. They passed a town, and Hook, so dulled now to what he saw, scarce looked at the walls with their brightly defiant banners. He just rode on, following the road, leaving the town and its battlements behind until, quite suddenly, Hook knew they were doomed. He and his men had breasted a small rise, and in front of them was a wide grassy valley, its far side rising gently to the horizon, where there was a church tower and a spread of woods. The valley was pasture land, empty of life now, but scarred across the valley floor was the evidence of their approaching doom. Hook curbed Raker and stared, because right across his front, stretching from east to west, was a smear of mud, a great wide scar of churned land where every blade of grass had vanished. Water glinted from the myriad holes left by the hooves of horses. The ground was a mess, churned and rutted and broken and pitted, because an army had marched through the valley. It must have been a great army, Hook thought. Thousands of horses had left the tracks that were newly made. He rode to the edge of the scar and saw the clarity of the hoofprints so distinctly that in places he could see the marks left by the horseshoe nails. He stared westward to where that vanished army had gone, but he saw nothing, only the path by which the thousands of men had travelled. The scarred earth turned north at the valley's end. "Sweet Jesus," Tom Scarlett said in awe. "There must be thousands of the bastards." "Ride back," Hook told Peter Scoyle. "Find Sir John. Tell him about this." "Tell him about what?" Scoyle asked. Hook remembered Scoyle was a Londoner. "What do you think that is?" He pointed at the scarred earth. "A muddy mess," Scoyle said. "Tell Sir John the enemy was here within the last day." "They were?" "Go," Hook said impatiently, then turned back to stare at the myriad hoofprints. There were thousands upon thousands, so many they had trampled the valley into a quagmire. He had seen the drovers' roads in England after the vast herds of cattle had been driven down to their slaughter in London, and as a boy he had been amazed by the size of the herds. But these tracks were far greater than any left by those doomed animals. Every man in France, he thought, and maybe every man in Burgundy had ridden across this valley, and they had passed within the last day. So somewhere to the west or north, somewhere between this place and Calais, that great host waited. "They have to be watching us," he said. "Sweet Jesus," Tom Scarlett said again, and made the sign of the cross. Both archers looked at the further woods, but no glint of reflected sunlight betrayed a man in armour. Yet Hook was sure the enemy must have scouts, who were shadowing England's tired army. Sir John arrived with a dozen men-at-arms. He said nothing as he stared at the tracks, and then, as Hook had done, he looked westward and then northward. "So they're here," he finally said, sounding resigned. "That's not the small army that was following us along the river," Hook said. "Of course it goddamn well isn't," Sir John said, looking at the rutted fields. "That's the might of France, Hook," he said sarcastically. "And they must be watching us, Sir John," Hook said. "You need a shave, Hook," Sir John said harshly. "You look like a goddamned vagabond." "Yes, Sir John." "And of course the cabbage-shitting farts are watching us, so fly the banners, and damn them, damn them, damn them, damn them!" He shouted the mild curses, startling Lucifer, who flicked back his ears. "Damn them and keep going," Sir John said. Because there was no choice. And next day, though there was still no sign of the enemy army, there came proof that the French knew exactly where the English were, because 3 heralds waited on the road. They were in their bright liveries, carrying the long white wands of their office, and Hook greeted them politely and sent for Sir John again, and Sir John took the 3 heralds to the king. "What do those fancy bastards want?" Will of the Dale asked.
"They wanted to invite us all to breakfast," Hook said. "Bacon, bread, fried goose liver, peas pudding, good ale." Will grinned. "I'd strangle my own mother for a bowl of beans now. Just plain beans." "Beans, bread, and bacon," Hook said wistfully. "Roast ox," Will said, "with juices dripping." "Just a lump of bread would do," Hook said. He knew the three Frenchmen would learn much from their visit. Heralds were supposed to be above faction, mere observers and messengers, but the three men would surely tell the French commanders of the English troops scurrying off the road to lower their breeches and void their bowels, of the sagging horses, of the bedraggled, silent army that travelled north and west so slowly. "They challenged us to battle," Father Christopher said after the heralds had left. The chaplain inevitably knew what had happened when the three French emissaries met the king. "It was all exceedingly polite," he told Hook and his archers. "Everyone bowed very prettily, exchanged charming compliments, agreed the weather was most inclement, and then our guests issued their challenge." "Nice of them," Hook said sarcastically. "The niceties are important," the priest said chidingly. "You don't dance with a woman without asking her first, not in polite society. So now the Constable of France and the Duke of Bourbon and the Duke of Orleans are inviting us to dance." "Who are they?" Tom Scarlet asked. "The Constable is Charles d'Albret, and pray he doesn't dance face to face with you, Tom, and the Dukes are great men. The Duke of Bourbon is an old friend of yours, Hook." "But mine?" "He led the army that ruined Soissons." "Jesus," Hook said, and again thought of the blind archers bleeding to death on the cobblestones. "And each of the dukes," Father Christopher went on, "probably leads a contingent greater than our whole army." "And the king accepted their invitation?" Hook asked. "Oh, willingly," Father Christopher said. "He loves to dance." Though he declined to name a place for the dance, he said the French would doubtless have no trouble finding us. And now, because he knew the French would have no such trouble, and because his army might have to fight at any moment, the king ordered every man to ride in full panoply. They were to wear armour and surcoats, though most armour and jupons were now so stained or rusted and ragged that they would hardly impress an enemy, let alone overawe one. And still no enemy appeared. No enemy showed on the feast day of St. Cordula, the British Virgin who had been slaughtered by pagans, nor the next day, the feast of St. Felix, who had been beheaded for refusing to yield the Holy Scriptures in his possession. The army had been marching for more than 2 weeks, and the next day was the feast of St. Raphael, who Father Christopher said was one of the 7 archangels who stand before the throne of God. "And you know what tomorrow is?" Father Christopher asked Hook on St. Raphael's day. Hook had to think about his answer, which, when it came, was uncertain. "Is it a Wednesday?" "No," Father Christopher said, smiling. "Tomorrow is a Friday." "Then I know tomorrow's Friday," Hook said, grinning. "And you'll make us all eat fish, Father, maybe a nice fat trout or an eel." "Tomorrow," Father Christopher said gently, "is the feast day of St. Crispin and St. Crispinian." "Oh, dear God," Hook said, and felt as though cold water had suddenly washed his heart, though he could not tell whether that was fear or the sudden certitude that such a day presaged a real and beneficial significance. "And it might be a good day to say your prayers," the priest suggested. "I will, Father," Hook promised, and he began praying that very moment. "Let us reach your day," he prayed to St. Crispinian, "without seeing the French, and I will know we are safe. Let us escape," he prayed, "and take us safe home.
Blind the French to our presence, he begged, and he added that prayer to Saint Raphael, who was the patron saint of the blind. Just take us safe home, he prayed, and he vowed to Saint Crispinian that he would make a pilgrimage to Soissons if the saint took him home, and he would put money into a jar in the cathedral, enough money to pay for the altar frontal that John Wilkinson had torn apart so long ago. Just take us home, he prayed, take us all home and make us safe. And that day, St. Raphael's Day, Thursday, the 24th of October, 1415, Hook's prayers were answered. They were riding through a region of small, steep hills and fast-flowing streams, guided by a local man, a fuller, who knew the tangle of bewildering tracks that laced the countryside. He led Hook and the vanguard scouts along a wagon path that twisted beneath trees. The road to Calais was some distance to the west, but it could not be followed because it led to Hesdin, a walled town on the bank of a small river, and the bridge there was guarded by a barbican, and so the guide took them toward another crossing. "You go north, after the river," the man said. "Just go north, and you find the road again. You understand?" He was frightened of the archers, and even more scared of the men-at-arms in royal livery who rode just behind and made the decisions about whether the fuller could be trusted. "I understand," Hook said. "Just go north," the man insisted. The path dropped into a valley where a village lay on the southern bank of a river. "La rivière Trenoise," the man said, then pointed to the far bank where the hills climbed steeply. "You go up there," he said, "and find the road to Saint-Omer." "Saint-Omer?" "Oui," the guide said, and Hook remembered his journey with Melisande, when Saint-Omer had been their goal and Calais had lain not far beyond. So close, he thought. The nervous fuller said something else, and Hook only half heard and asked him to say it again. "The local people," the man said, "call the Trenoise the River of Swords." That name sent a shiver through Hook. "Why?" The man shrugged. "They are all mad," he said. "It's just a river." The river was shallow despite the recent rain, and the knight commanding the men-at-arms ordered Hook to take his archers across the ford and up the further slope. "Wait at the crest," he said, and Hook obediently kicked Raker down to the River of Swords. His archers followed him, splashing through water that barely reached their horses' bellies. The slope beyond the river was steep, and he and his men climbed it slowly on their tired horses. The rain had stopped, though every now and then a spatter of drizzle would sweep from a sky that grew ever darker. The clouds were low, almost black, and the air above the eastern horizon was the colour of soot. "It's going to fairly piss down," Hook said to Will of the Dale. "Looks like it," Will answered apprehensively. The air was oppressive, thick, full of a strange menace. Hook was scarcely halfway up the slope before a whole band of men-at-arms splashed through the river and spurred up the hill behind him. Hook turned in the saddle and saw the column closing up on the Trenoise's far bank, as though a sudden sense of urgency had overtaken the army. Sir John, his standard-bearer close behind, thumped past Hook, riding for the crest that was outlined against the slate-dark sky, and a moment later the king himself galloped up the slope on a horse the colour of night. "What's happening?" Tom Scarlet asked. "God knows," Hook said. The king, his companions, and every other man-at-arms had curbed their horses at the hill's crest, from where they now gazed northward. Then Hook himself reached the skyline, and he too stared. Ahead of him, the ground fell away to a village that lay in a small green valley. A road climbed from the village, leading onto a wide reach of land that was bare earth beneath the glowering sky. That bare plateau had been ploughed, and on either side of the newly cut furrows were thick woods. The battlements of a small castle just showed above the trees to the west. A banner flew from the castellated tower, but it was too far away to see what badge it showed. Something about the lay of the land was familiar. Then Hook remembered it. "I've been here before," he said to no one in particular. "Me and Melisande, we were here." "You were," Tom Scarlet answered, but he was not really paying attention. "We met a horseman here," Hook said, staring north in a daze, "and he told us the name of the place, but I can't remember it." "Must have a name, I suppose," Scarlet said absently. More Englishmen reached the crest and stopped there to stare. No one spoke much, and many made the sign of the cross. Because in front of them, and as numerous as the sands on the shore or as the stars in the sky, was the enemy. The forces of France and Burgundy were at the ploughland's far end, and they were a multitude. Their bright banners boasted of their numbers, and their banners were uncountable. The might of France blocked the road to Calais, and the English were trapped. Henry, Earl of Chester, Duke of Aquitaine, Lord of Ireland and King of England, was given a new and savage energy by the sight of the enemy. "Form battle!" he shouted. "Form battle!" He galloped his horse across the face of his gathering army. "Obey your leaders. They know where you should be. Form on their standards. By the grace of God we fight this day. Form battle!" The sun was low behind the lowering clouds, and the French army was still gathering under banners as thick as trees. "If every banner is a lord," Thomas Evergold said, "and if every lord leads 10 men, how many men is that?" "Goddamn thousands," Hook said. "And 10's a low number," the centenar said. "Very low. More like 100 men for every banner, maybe 200. "Sweet Jesus," Hook said, and tried counting the enemy flags, but they were too many. All he knew was that the enemy was vast, and England's army was small. "God help us," he could not resist saying, and once again he had the shivering recollection of the blood and screams in Soissons. "Someone has to help us," Evergold said briskly, then turned to his archers. "We're on the right. Dismount. Stakes and bows, look lively now. I want boys for the horses. Come on, don't dawdle. Move your goddamn bones. We've got some dying to do." The horses were left in the pastures beside the village as the army climbed the shallow slope to the plateau. The enemy could not be seen from the small valley, but as Hook breasted the rise onto the ploughland, the French were visible again, and he felt his fears crawl back. What he saw was a proper army, not a sickly, dishevelled band of fugitives, but a proud, massed army come to punish the men who had dared invade France. The English vanguard was on the right now, and its archers were furthest to the right, where they were joined by half the archers who had formed the army's centre. The other half joined the rear guard, who now formed on the left. So the wings of the army were each a mass of archers, who flanked the men-at-arms, who made a line between them. "Sweet Christ," Tom Scarlet said, "I've seen more men at a horse fair." He was pointing to the English men-at-arms. There were fewer than 1,000 of them, and they made a pathetically small line at the centre of the array. The archers were far more numerous. Over 2,000 were now assembled on each flank. "Stakes!" A knight wearing a green surcoat galloped along the face of the archers. "Plant your stakes, lads!" Sir John, who had formed with the men-at-arms in the line's centre, walked to where the archers readied their stakes. "We wait to see if they attack," he explained, "and if not, we'll fight them in the morning." "Why don't we just run away in the dark?" a man asked.
"I didn't hear that question," Sir John shouted, then went on down the line telling men to be ready for a French assault. The archers were not in close array like the men-at-arms who waited shoulder to armoured shoulder in a line 4 men deep. The bowmen, instead, needed room to pull their long bowstaves, and, in response to shouted orders, had moved some paces ahead of the men-at-arms, where they scattered, each man finding a space. Hook was at the very front with the rest of Sir John's men. He reckoned around 200 archers were in line with him. The rest were behind in a dozen loose ranks, where they now hammered their stakes so that the points faced toward the French. Once the stakes were in place, the exposed point needed resharpening after the hammering it had received. "Stand in front of your stake," the green surcoated man shouted. "Don't let the enemy see it." "Bastards aren't blind," Will of the Dale grumbled. "They must have seen what we were doing." The French were watching. They were a half-mile away, still arriving, a mass of colour on horseback beneath banners brighter than the sky, which was becoming ever darker as the clouds thickened. Most of the French were milling around the skyline where tents were being erected, but hundreds rode southward to gaze at England's army. "I bet the bastards are laughing at us," Tom Scarlett said. "They're probably pissing themselves with laughter." The nearest enemy horsemen were just a quarter-mile away, standing or walking their horses in the ploughland, and just gazing at the small army that faced them. To left and right the woods looked black in the fading evening light. Some archers, their stakes hammered home, were going into those woods to empty their bowls in the thick undergrowth of hawthorn, holly, and hazel, but most archers just stared back at the enemy, and Hook reckoned Tom Scarlett was right. The French had to be laughing. They already had at least 4 or 5 men for every Englishman, and their forces were still arriving at the northern end of the field. Hook dropped to one knee on the wet ground, made the sign of the cross, and prayed to St. Crispinian. He was not the only archer who prayed. Dozens of men were on their knees, as were some men-at-arms. Priests were walking among the doomed army, offering blessings, while the French walked their horses across the ploughland, and Hook, opening his eyes, imagined their laughter, their scorn at this pathetic army that had defied them, had tried to escape them, and now was trapped by them. "Save us," he prayed to St. Crispinian, but the saint said nothing in reply, and Hook thought his prayer must have been lost in the great dark emptiness beyond the ominous clouds. It began to rain properly. It was a cold, heavy rain, and, as the wind dropped, the drops fell with a malevolent intensity that made the archers hurriedly unstring their bows and coil the cords into their hats and helmets to keep them from being soaked. The English heralds had ridden ahead of the array to be met by their French colleagues, and Hook saw the men bow to each other from their saddles. After a while the English heralds rode back, their grey horses spattered with mud from hooves to belly. "No fight tonight, boys." Sir John brought that news to the archers. "We stay where we are. No fires up here. Yet to stay silent. The enemy will do us the honour of fighting tomorrow. So try and sleep. No fight tonight." He rode on down the archers' line, his voice fading in the seethe of the hard rain. Hook was still on one knee. "I will fight on your day," he told the saint, "on your feast day. Look after us. Keep Melisande safe. Keep us all safe, I beg you. In the name of the Father, I beg you. Take us safe home." There was no answer, just the intense hiss of rain and a distant grumble of thunder. "On your knees, Hook." It was Tom Peril who sneered the words. Hook stood and turned to face his enemy, but Tom Evergold had already placed himself between the two archers. "You want words with Hook?" the centenar challenged Peril. "I hope you live through tomorrow, Hook," Peril said, ignoring Evergold.
"I hope we all live through tomorrow," Hook said. He felt a terrible hatred of peril, but had no energy to make a fight of it in this wet dusk. "Because we're not finished," Peril said. "Nor are we," Hook agreed. "And you murdered my brother," Peril said, staring at Hook. "You say you didn't, but you did, and your brother's death makes nothing even. I promised my mother something, and you know what that promise was." Rain dripped from the rim of his helmet. "You should forgive each other," Evilgold said. "If we're fighting tomorrow, we should be friends. We have enemies enough." "I have a promise to keep," Peril said stubbornly. "To your mother?" Hook asked. "Does a promise to a whore count?" He could not resist the jibe. Peril grimaced, but kept his temper. "She hates your family and she wants it dead, and you're the last one." "The French will like as not make your mother happy," Evilgold said. "One of us will," Peril said. "Me or them." He nodded to the enemy army, though kept his eyes on Hook. "But I'll not kill you while they fight us. That's what I came to tell you." "You're frightened enough," he sneered, "without watching your back." "You said your words," Evilgold said. "Now go." "So a truce," Peril suggested, ignoring the centenar. "Till this is over." "I'll not kill you while they fight us," Hook agreed. "Nor tonight," Peril demanded. "Nor tonight," Hook said. "So sleep well, Hook." "It might be your last night on Earth," Peril said, then walked away. "Why does he hate you?" Evilgold asked. "It goes back to my grandfather. We just hate each other, the Hooks and the Perils. They just hate each other." "Well, you'll both be dead by this time tomorrow," Evilgold said heavily. "We all will be. So make your confession and take mass before the fight. And your men are sentries tonight. Walter's men take first watch, you take second. You're to go halfway up the field." He nodded at the ploughland. "And you're not to make any noise. No one is. No shouting, no singing, no music." "Why not?" "How the goddamn hell would I know? If a gentleman makes a noise, the king will take away his horse and harness, and if an archer squeals, he'll have his ears cut off. King's orders. So you stand watch, and God help you if the French come." "They won't, will they? Not at night?" "Sir John doesn't think so, but he still wants sentries." Evilgold shrugged as if to suggest that sentries would do no good. Then, with nothing more to say, he walked away. More French came to see their enemy before the night hid them. Rain swept across the plough, the sound of it drowning any laughter from the enemy. Tomorrow was St. Crispin and St. Crispinian's Day, and Hook reckoned it would be his last. It rained through the night. A hard, cold rain. Sir John Cornwell ran through that rain to the cottage in Maisoncelles where the king had his quarters. But though the king's youngest brother, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, and Thomas, Duke of York, were in the tiny smoke-filled room, neither knew where the King of England had gone. "Probably praying, Sir John," the Duke of York said. "God's ears are getting a battering tonight, Your Grace," Sir John said dourly. "Add your voice to the cacophony," the Duke said. He was the grandson of the 3rd Edward, and had been cousin to the 2nd Richard, whose throne had been usurped by the king's father. But he had proved his loyalty to the usurper's son, and, because his piety matched the king's, he was deep in Henry's confidence. "I believe His Majesty is testing the temper of the men," the Duke said. "The men will do," Sir John said. He was uncomfortable with the Duke, whose learning and sanctity lent him an aloof, distant air. "They're cold," he went on. "They're sour, they're wet, they're hungry, they're sick. But they'll fight like mad dogs tomorrow."
I wouldn't want to fight them."
"You wouldn't advise—" Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester began, then hesitated, and decided to say no more. Sir John knew what question had gone unsaid. Would he advise the king to slip away in the night? No, he would not, but he did not voice that opinion. The king would not run, not now. The king believed God was his supporter, and in the morning God would be required to prove that with a miracle.
"I'll leave your graces to arm," Sir John said.
"You have a message for his Majesty?" the Duke of York asked.
"Only to wish him God's blessings," Sir John said.
In truth, he had gone to test the king's temper, though he did not really doubt Henry's resolve. He said his farewells and went back to the cowshed that was his own quarters. It was a miserable, stinking hovel, but Sir John knew he was fortunate to have found it on a night when most men would be exposed to thunder, lightning, rain, and wintry cold. Rain beat on the fragile roof, leaked through the thatch, and puddled on the floor where a paltry fire gave off more smoke than light. Richard Cartwright, Sir John's armourer, was waiting. He looked more priest-like than any priest, with a grave, dignified face and a quaint, fluttering courtesy. "And now, Sir John?" he asked.
"Now," Sir John said,
and dropped his wet cloak beside the fire. He had taken off the armour he had worn during the day, and Cartwright had dried it, scoured it for rust, and polished it. Now he used cloths he had kept dry in a horsehide bag to wipe dry the leather breeches and jerkin that Sir John wore. The leather was supple deer-hide, and the two expensive garments had been made by a tailor in London so that they fitted Sir John like a second skin. Cartwright said nothing as he wiped handfuls of lanolin onto the deer-hide. Sir John was lost in his own thoughts. He had done this so often, stood with his hands outstretched as Cartwright made the leather arms and legs slippery so that the armour above would move easily. He thought back to tournaments and battles, to the excitement that always accompanied the anticipation of those contests, but he sensed no excitement tonight. The rain hammered, the cold wind gusted drops through the cowshed door, and Sir John thought of the thousands of Frenchmen whose armourers were also readying them for battle. So many thousands, he thought. Too many. "You spoke, Sir John?" Cartwright said.
"Did I?"
"I'm sure I misheard, Sir John. Raise your arms, please." Cartwright dropped a mail haubergeon over Sir John's head. The chain-mail was close-linked, sleeveless, and dropped to Sir John's groin. The armholes were wide, so that Sir John would not be hampered by its constriction. "Forgive me, Sir John," Cartwright murmured, as he always did when he knelt in front of his master and laced the front and back hems of the haubergeon between Sir John's legs. Sir John said nothing. Cartwright also kept silent as he buckled the cuisses to Sir John's thighs. The front ones slightly overlapped the back ones, and Sir John flexed his legs to make sure the steel plates moved smoothly against each other. He did not ask for any adjustment, because Cartwright knew precisely what he was doing. Next came the greaves to protect Sir John's calves, and the roundels for his knees, and the plate-covered boots that were buckled to the greaves. Cartwright stood and strapped the skirt into place. The skirt was leather, covered with mail, and then plated with overlapping strips of steel to protect Sir John's groin. Sir John was thinking of his archers trying to sleep in the driving rain. They would be tired, wet, and cold in the morning, but he did not doubt they would fight. He heard stones scraping on blades. Arrows, swords, and axes were being sharpened. The breastplate and backplate came next, the heaviest pieces, made of Bordeaux steel like the rest of the plate, and Cartwright deftly secured the buckles, then strapped on the rear braces that covered Sir John's upper arms. the vambraces for his forearms, more roundels for the elbows, and then, with a bow, offered Sir John the plate-covered gauntlets that had their leather palms cut out so Sir John could feel his weapon's hilts with his bare hands. Espaliers covered the vulnerable place where breastplate and backplate joined. Then Cartwright strapped the hinged bevor about Sir John's neck. Some men wore a chain aventail to cover the space between helmet and breastplate, but the finely shaped steel bevor was better than any mail, though Sir John frowned irritably when he tried to turn his head. "Should I loosen the straps, Sir John?" No, Sir John said. "Your arms, Sir John?" Cartwright hinted gently, and then pulled the surcoat over his master's head, helped Sir John's arms into the wide sleeves, then smoothed the linen that was embroidered with the crowned lion and blazoned with the cross of St. George. Cartwright buckled the sword belt into place, and hung the big sword, Darling, which was Sir John's favourite, from its studs. "You will entrust the scabbard with me, Sir John, in the morning?" Cartwright asked. "Of course." Sir John always discarded his scabbard before a fight, because a scabbard could tangle a man's legs. When battle was close, Darling would rest in a leather loop, her blade bare. A leather hood was laced over Sir John's head, and it was done. The hood would help cushion the helmet, which Sir John took, then handed back to Cartwright. "Take the visor off," he ordered. "But take it off." Once, in a tournament in Lyon, Sir John had managed to knock closed the visor of an opposing swordsman, and the man's subsequent half-blindness had made him easy to defeat. Tomorrow, he thought, an Englishman would need every small advantage he could find. "I believe the enemy have crossbows," Cartwright said humbly. "Take it off." The visor was removed, and Cartwright, with a small bow, handed the helmet back to Sir John. Sir John would put it on later, and Cartwright would buckle the helm to the espaliers, but for now Sir John was ready. It rained. Out in the dark a horse whinnied and thunder sounded. Sir John picked up the strip of purple and white silk that was his wife's favour, and kissed it before stuffing the silk into the narrow space between bever and breastplate. Some men tied their women's favours about their necks, and Sir John, off balance, had once grabbed such a favour and so pulled an enemy off his horse and then killed him. If tomorrow an enemy seized the purple and white, it would come free easily and not topple Sir John. Every small advantage. Sir John flexed his arms and found everything satisfactory, and so gave a grim smile. "Thank you, Cartwright," he said. Cartwright bowed his head and spoke the words he had always spoken, right from the very first time he had armoured his master. "Sir John," he said, "you were dressed to kill." As were 30,000 Frenchmen. "What you should do," Hook told Melisande, "is go away. Go tonight. Take all our coins, whatever you can carry, and go." "Go where?" she demanded. "Find your father," Hook said. They were talking in the English encampment, which lay in the lower ground south of the long ploughed field. The small cottages of the village had been taken by lords, and Hook could hear the sound of hammers on steel as the armourers made the last adjustments to expensive plate. The sound was sharp, drowned by the seethe of the unending rain. To the east of the village the army's wagons were parked, their spoked wheels lit by the few fires that struggled to survive the downpour. The French army was out of sight from the low ground, but their presence was betrayed by the dull glow of their campfires reflecting from the underside of the dark clouds. Those clouds were suddenly thrown into clear view by a fork of lightning that zigzagged into the eastern woods. A moment later, a clap of thunder filled the universe like the sound of some monstrous cannon. "I chose to be with you," Melisande said stubbornly. "We're going to die?" Hook said. "No," she protested, but without much conviction. "You talked to Father Christopher," Hook said remorselessly, "and he talked to the heralds. He reckons there are 30,000 Frenchmen. We've got 6,000 men." Melisande huddled closer to Hook, trying to find shelter under the cloak they shared. They had their backs to an oak tree, but it offered small protection against the rain. "Melisande was married to a king of Jerusalem," she said. Hook said nothing, letting her say whatever it was she needed to say. "And the king died," she went on, "and all the men said she must go to a convent and say prayers, but she didn't. She made herself queen, and she was a great queen." "You're my queen," Hook said. Melisande ignored the clumsy compliment. "And when I was in the convent, I had one friend. She was older, much older, Sister Beatrice, and she told me to go away. She told me I had to find my own life, and I didn't think I could, but then you came. Now I shall do what Queen Melisande did. I shall do what I want." She shivered. "I will stay with you." "I'm an archer," Hook said bleakly. "Just an archer." "No, you are a vintner. Tomorrow, who knows, maybe a centener. And one day you will have land. We will have land." "Tomorrow is St. Crispinian's Day," Hook said, unable to imagine owning land. "And he has not forgotten you. Tomorrow he will be with you," Melisande said. Hook hoped that was true. "Do one thing for me," he said. "Wear your father's jupon." She hesitated, then he felt her nod. "I will," she promised. "Hook!" Thomas Evergold's voice barked from the darkness. "Time to take your boys forward." Tom Evergold paused, waiting for a response, and Melisande clutched Hook. "Hook!" Evergold shouted again. "I'm coming." "I'll see you again," Melisande said, "before—" Her voice trailed away. "You'll see me again," Hook said, and he kissed her fiercely before relinquishing the cloak to her. "I'm coming!" he shouted to Tom Evergold again. None of his archers had been sleeping because none could sleep in the drenching rain beneath the thunder. They grumbled as they followed Hook up the gentle slope to the great stretch of black ploughland where, for a long while, they blundered around searching for the picket they were to relieve. Hook finally discovered Walter Maggott and his men 100 paces ahead of where the sharpened stakes were still positioned. "Tell me you left a big fire and a pot of broth," Maggott greeted him. "Thick broth, Walter. Barley, beef, and parsnips. Couple of turnips in it as well." "You'll hear the French," Maggott said. "They're walking their horses. If they get too close, you sing out and they go away." Hook peered northward. The fires in the French camp were bright despite the rain, their flames reflected in rain-driven flickers from the water standing in the furrows, and the same distant firelight outlined men leading horses in the field. "They want the horses warm for the morning," Hook said. "Bastards want to charge us, don't they?" Maggott said. "Come morning. All those big men on big goddamn horses." "So pray it stops raining," Hook said. "Christ, pray it does," Maggott said fervently. In rain like this, the bowstrings would get wet and feeble, stealing power from the arrows. "Stay warm, Nick," Maggott said, then led his men away to the dubious comforts of the encampment. Hook crouched under the lash of wind and rain. Lightning staggered across the sky to stab down in the valley beyond the vast French camp, and in its sudden light he had a vision of tents and banners. So many tents, so many banners, So many men come to the killing place. A horse whinnied. Scores of horses were being walked in the ploughland, and Hook, when they came close, could hear their big hooves sucking in the wet soil. A couple of men came too close, and both times he called out and the French servants veered away. The rain slackened from time to time, lifting its veil of noise so Hook could clearly hear the sound of laughter and singing from the enemy camp. The English camp was silent. Hook doubted many men on either side would be sleeping. It was not just the weather that would keep them awake, but the knowledge that in the morning they must fight. Armourers would be sharpening weapons, and Hook felt a shiver in his heart as he thought of what the dawn must bring. "Be with us," he prayed to St. Crispinian. Then he remembered the advice of the priest in Soissons Cathedral, that heaven paid closer attention to those prayers that asked for blessings on others, and so he prayed for Melisande and for Father Christopher that they would live through the next day's turmoil. Lightning staggered across the clouds, stark and white, and the thunder cracked overhead, and the rain settled into a new and venomous intensity, falling so thick that the lights of the French camp faded. "Who goes there?" Tom Scarlett suddenly shouted. "A friend," a man called back. Another flicker of lightning revealed a man-at-arms approaching from the English encampment. He was wearing a mail coat and plate leggings, and the sudden lightning lasted long enough for Hook to see that the man had no surcoat and, instead of a helmet, wore a wide-brimmed leather hat. "Who are you?" Hook demanded. "Swan," the man said. "John Swan. Whose men are you?" "Sir John Cornwell's," Hook answered. "If every man in the army was like Sir John," Swan said, "then the French would be wise to run away." He almost had to shout to make himself heard above the rain's malevolence. None of the archers responded. "Are your bows strung?" Swan asked. "In this weather, sir? No," Hook answered. "What if it rains like this in the morning?" Hook shrugged. "We'll shorten string, sir, and shoot away, but the cords will stretch." "And eventually they'll break," Will of the Dale added. "They unravel," Tom Scarlett said in explanation. "So what will happen in the morning?" Swan asked. He had crouched near the archers, who were clearly uncomfortable in the presence of this stranger. "You tell us, sir." "I want to know what you think," Swan said forcibly. There was an embarrassed silence because none of the archers wanted to share his fears. A gust of laughter and cheering sounded from the French camp. "In the morning," Swan said, "many of the French will be drunk. We'll be sober." "Aye, only because we've got no ale," Tom Scarlett said. "So what do you think will happen?" Swan insisted. There was another silence. "Drunken goddamn bastards will attack us," Hook finally said. "And then?" "Then we kill the goddamn drunken bastards," Tom Scarlett said. "And so win the battle?" Swan asked. Again no one answered. Hook wondered why Swan had sought them out to have this forced conversation. Eventually, as none of his men spoke, Hook did. "That's up to God, sir," he said awkwardly. "God is on our side," Swan said very forcefully. "We do hope that, sir," Tom Scarlett said dubiously. "Amen," Will of the Dale put in. "God is on our side," Swan said even more forcefully, "because our king's cause is just. If the gates of hell were opened in tomorrow's dawn and Satan's legions come to attack us, we shall still win. God is with us." And Hook remembered that far-off, sunlit day in Southampton Water, when the two swans had beaten past the waiting fleet, and he remembered, too, that the swan was one of the badges of Henry, King of England.
"You believe that?" Swan asked. "That our king's cause is just?"
None of the other archers answered, but Hook recognized the voice now.
"I don't know if the king's cause is just," he said harshly.
There was a silence for a few heartbeats, and Hook sensed the man who called himself Swan stiffen with indignation. "Why should it not be?" Swan asked, his voice dangerously cold.
"Because on the day before we crossed the Somme," Hook said, "the king hanged a man for theft."
"The man stole from the church," Swan said dismissively, "so of course he had to die."
"But he never stole the box," Hook said.
"He didn't," Tom Scarlett added.
"He never stole that box," Hook said harshly, "yet the king hanged him. And hanging an innocent man is a sin, so why should God be on the side of a sinner? Tell me that, sir. Tell me why God would favour a king who murders an innocent man."
There was another silence. The rain had eased a little, and Hook could hear music coming from the French camp, then a burst of laughter. There had to be lamps inside the enemy's tents, because their canvas glowed yellow. The man called Swan shifted slightly, his plate leggings creaking.
"If the man was innocent,"
Swan said in a low voice. "Then the king did wrong."
"He was innocent,"
Hook said stubbornly, "and I'd stake my life on that." He paused, wondering if he dared go further, then decided to take the risk.
"Hell, sir, I'd wager the king's life on that."
There was a hiss as the man called Swan took a sudden inward breath, but he said nothing.
"He was a good boy," Will of the Dale said.
"And he never even got a trial," Tom Scarlett said indignantly.
"At home, sir. At least we get to say our piece at the manor court before they hang us."
"Aye, we're Englishmen," Will of the Dale said, "and we have rights."
"You know the man's name?" Swan asked after a pause.
"Michael Hook," Hook said.
"If he was innocent,"
Swan said slowly, as if he were thinking about his response even as he spoke it,
"then the king will have masses sung for his soul. He will endow a chantry for him, and he will pray himself every day for the soul of Michael Hook."
Another sharp fork of lightning stabbed the earth, and Hook saw the dark scar beside the king's nose where a bodkin arrow had hit him at Shrewsbury.
"He was innocent, sir," Hook said. "And the priest who said otherwise lied. It was a family quarrel." "Then the masses will be sung, the chantry will be endowed, and Michael Hook will go to heaven with a king's prayers," the king promised, "and tomorrow, by God's grace, we will fight those Frenchmen and teach them that God and Englishmen are not to be mocked. We will win. Here."
He thrust something at Hook, who took it and found it was a full leather bottle.
"Wine," the king said, "to warm you through the rest of the night."
He walked away, his armoured feet squelching in the thick soil.
"He was a weird goddamn fellow," Geoffrey Horrocks said when the man called Swan was well out of earshot.
"I just hope he's goddamn right," Tom Scarlett put in.
"Goddamn rain," Will of the Dale grumbled. "Sweet Jesus, I hate this goddamn rain."
"How can we win tomorrow?" Scarlett asked.
"You shoot well, Tom, and you hope God loves you," Hook said.
And he wished St. Crispinian would break his silence, but the saint said nothing.
"If the goddamn French do get in among us tomorrow," Tom Scarlett said, then faltered.
"What, Tom?" Hook asked.
"Nothing."
"Say it."
"I was going to say I'd kill you and you could kill me before they torture us. But that would be difficult, wouldn't it? I mean, you'd be dead, and you'd find it really hard to kill me if you were dead."
Scarlet had sounded serious, but then began to laugh, and suddenly they were all laughing helplessly, though none really knew why. Dead men laughing, but that, Hook thought, was better than weeping. They shared the wine, which did nothing to warm them, and slowly, grey as mail, the dawn relieved the dark. Hook went into the eastern woods to empty his bowels and saw a small village just beyond the trees. French men-at-arms had quartered themselves in the hovels, and now were mounting horses and riding toward the main encampment. Back on the plateau, Hook watched the French forming their battles under their damp standards. And the English did the same. 900 men-at-arms and 5,000 archers came to the field of Agincourt in the dawn, and across from them, across the furrows that had been deep-ploughed to receive the winter wheat, 30,000 Frenchmen waited, to do battle on St. Crispin's Day. Part 4. St. Crispin's Day. Chapter 11. Dawn was cold and grey. A few spatters of rain blew fitfully across the ploughed field, but Hook sensed the night's downpours had ended. Small patches of mist clung to the furrows and lingered in the dripping trees. The drummers behind the centre of the English line were beating a quick rhythm that was punctuated by the flaring sound of trumpets. The musicians were massed where the King's banner, the largest in the army, was flanked by the cross of St. George, by the banner of Edward the Confessor, and by the flag of the Holy Trinity. That quartet of banners, all flown from extra-long poles, was in the middle of the centre battle, while the flanking battles, the rearguard and vanguard, were similarly dominated by their leaders' standards. There were at least 50 other flags flying in the damp air above Henry's men-at-arms, but those English standards were as nothing to the array of silk and linen that was flaunted by the French. "Count the banners," Thomas Evergold had suggested as a way of estimating the French numbers, "and reckon every flag is a lord with 20 men." Some French lords would have fewer men-at-arms, and most would have far more, but Tom Evergold was certain his method would yield an approximation of the enemy's numbers, except that even Hook, with his good eyesight, could not distinguish the separate flags. There were simply too many. "There are thousands of the bastards," Evergold said unhappily. "And look at all those goddamn crossbowmen." The French archers were on the enemy's flanks, but some way behind the leading men-at-arms. "You wait!" An elderly man-at-arms, grey-haired and mounted on a mud-spattered gelding, shouted at the archers. He was just one of the numerous men who had come to offer advice or orders. "You wait," he called again, "till I throw my baton in the air." The man held up a short, thick staff that was wrapped in green cloth and surmounted by golden finials. "That's the signal to shoot arrows. No one is to shoot before that. You watch for my baton." "Who's that?" Hook asked Evergold. "Sir Thomas Erpingham." "Who's he?" "The man who throws the baton," Evergold said. "I shall throw it high," Sir Thomas shouted. "Like this." He threw the baton vigorously so that it circled high in the rain above him. He lunged to catch it as it fell, but missed. Hook wondered if that was a bad omen. "Fetch it, Horrocks," Evergold said, "and look lively, lad." Horrocks could not run. The furrows and ridges were too thick with mud, and so his feet sank up to his ankles, but he retrieved the green stick and held it to the grey-haired knight. Sir Thomas thanked him, then moved down the line of archers to shout his orders again. Hook noticed how Sir Thomas's horse struggled in the ploughed land. "They must have set the share deep," Evergold said.
"Winter wheat," Hook said. "What's that got to do with it?" "Always plough deeper for winter wheat," Hook explained. "I never had to plough," Evergold said. He had been a tanner before he was appointed as a vintner to Sir John. "Plough deep in autumn and shallow in spring," Hook said. "I suppose it'll save the bastards from digging us graves," Evergold said dourly. "They can just roll us into those big furrows and kick the soil over us." "Sky's clearing," Hook said. Off to the west, above the ramparts of the small castle of Agincourt that just showed above the woodland, the light was brightening. "At least the bowstrings will be dry," Evergold remarked. "Which means we might kill a few of the goddamn bastards before they slaughter us." The enemy flew more banners, and they also had more musicians. The English trumpeters were playing brief series of defiant notes, then pausing to let the drummers beat their sharp, insistent rhythm. But the French trumpets never stopped. They clawed at English ears, a braying sound that rose and fell on the cold wind. Most of the French army was on foot, like the English, but on either wing Hook could see masses of mounted knights. The horses wore long linen trappers embroidered with coats of arms. Their riders were trying to keep the beasts warm by walking them up and down. Lances pricked the sky. "The goddamn bastards will come soon," Tom Scarlett said. "Maybe," Hook said. "Maybe not." He half wished the French would come and get the ordeal over, and he half wished he was safely back in England, abed. "Don't string up till they move," Evergold called to Sir John's archers. He had offered the advice at least 6 times already, but none of the bowmen seemed to notice. They shivered and watched the enemy. "Shit," Evergold added. "What?" Hook asked, alarmed. "I just stepped in some." "That's supposed to bring you luck," Hook said. "Then I'd better dance in the goddamn stuff." Priests were saying mass among the archers, and, one by one, the men went to receive the bread of life and have their sins forgiven. The king was ostentatiously kneeling bareheaded before one of his chaplains, out in front of the centre battle. He had ridden the line once, mounted on a small white horse, and the gilded crown that circled his battle helm had looked unnaturally bright in the morning's gloom. He had chivied the men into position and leaned out of his saddle to tug at an archer's stake to ensure that it was well bedded in the soil. "God is with us, fellows," he had called to the archers. The bowmen had started to kneel in deference, but he had waved them up. "God is on our side. Be confident." "Wish God had sent more Englishmen," a voice had dared to call from among the bowmen. "Never wish that." The king had sounded cheerful. "God's providence is sufficient. We are enough to do his work." Hook hoped to God the king was right as he went back to kneel before Father Christopher, who was dressed in a black priestly robe over which he wore a mud-spattered chasuble embroidered with white doves, green crosses, and the Cornwell red lions. "I've sinned, Father," Hook said, and he made a confession he had never made before, that he had murdered Robert Peril and still planned to murder both Thomas Peril and Sir Martin. It was hard to say the words, but Hook was driven to it by the thought, almost a certainty, that this was his last day on earth. Father Christopher's hands tightened on Hook's head. "Why did you commit murder?" he asked. "The Perils murdered my grandfather, my father, and my brother," Hook said. "And now you have murdered one of them," Father Christopher said sternly. "Nick, it must finish." "I hate them, Father." "It's a day of battle," Father Christopher said, "and you should go to your enemies and beg their forgiveness and make your peace." The priest paused,
But Hook said nothing. "Other men are doing that," Father Christopher went on. "They're seeking out their enemies and making their peace. You should do the same." "I promised not to kill him in the battle," Hook said. "That's not enough, Nick. You want to go to God's judgment with hatred in your heart?" "I can't make peace with them," Hook said. "Not after they killed Michael." "Christ forgave his enemies, Nick, and we are to be like Christ." "I'm not Christ, Father. I'm Nick Hook." "And God loves you," Father Christopher sighed, then made the sign of the cross on Nick's head. "You will not murder either man, Nick. That is a command from God. You understand me? You will not go into this battle with hatred in your heart. That way God will look gently on you. Promise me you will think no murder, Nick." It was a struggle. Hook was silent for a while, then he nodded abruptly. "I won't kill them, Father," he said unhappily. "Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. You swear that?" There was another pause. Hook was thinking of the long years, of the embedded hatred, of the loathing he felt for Sir Martin and for Tom Perrell, and then he thought of what he had to face this day, and he knew that if he were to go to heaven, then he must give Father Christopher the solemn promise. He nodded abruptly. "I swear it," he said. Father Christopher's hands tightened on Hook's bare scalp again. "Your penance is to shoot well this day, Nicholas Hook. Shoot well for God and your king." "Te absolvo," he said. "Your sins are forgiven. Now look up at me." Hook looked up. The rain had finally stopped. He stared into Father Christopher's eyes as the priest took a sliver of charcoal and carefully wrote on Hook's forehead. "There," he said when he was finished. "What's that, Father?" Father Christopher smiled. "I've written I.H.C. Nazar on your forehead. Some folk believe it protects a man from sudden death." "What does it mean, Father?" "It's the name of Christ, the Nazarene." "Write it on Melisandre's forehead, Father." "I will, Hook. Of course I will. Now ready yourself for the body of Christ." Hook received the sacrament, and then, as other men were doing, and as the king had done, he took a pinch of wet earth and swallowed it with the wafer to show he was ready for death. The gesture proclaimed he was prepared to receive the earth as the earth might have to receive him. "God bless you, Nick," Father Christopher said. "I hope we meet when it's over, Father," Hook said, pulling the helmet over his aventail. "I pray that too," the priest said. "The shed-eating bastards must come soon," Will of the Dale grumbled when Hook rejoined his men, yet the French showed no sign of wanting to attack. They waited, their deep ranks almost filling the wide space between the woods. The English heralds, resplendent in their liveries and holding their long white wands, had ridden halfway to the enemy's line, where they had been met by French and Burgundian heralds, and now they all made a bright group that sat on their horses at the edge of the trees, beside a tumble-down hovel with a mossy roof. They would observe the battle together, and at its end they would decree the winner. "Come on, you goddamn bastards," a man grumbled. But the goddamn bastards did not come. Their trumpets howled, but the long steel rank showed no sign of being ready to advance. They waited. The trapper-bright horses milled about to hide the crossbowmen behind. A brief ray of sunlight shone on the centre of their line, and Hook saw the oriflamme, the red-forked pennant that announced to the French that they were to take no prisoners. Kill everyone.
Evergold, Hook, Maggot, Candler!
Now it was Sir John Cornwell's turn to pace in front of the archers.
Come here, the four of you!
Hook joined the other three sergeants. It was extraordinarily hard to walk through the deep plough because the clay soil had turned to a viscous reddish mud that clung to his boots. It was even harder for Sir John, who was wearing full-plate armour, 60 pounds of steel, so that he lurched as he walked, forced to drag each steel-plated foot out of the earth's sucking grip. Sir John struggled to a place some 40 or 50 paces ahead of the archers, and there waited for his sergeants.
"You always want to look at your own army," he greeted them, "to see it as the enemy does. Have a look."
Hook turned to stare at a mud-spattered, rusted, and bedraggled army. His army. The centre of the line was made of 3 battles, each of around 300 men-at-arms. The central battle was commanded by the king, the one on the far right by Lord Camoys, while the left-hand battle was led by the Duke of York. Between the 3 battles were 2 small groups of archers, while on either flank were the much larger contingents of bowmen. Those 2 flanking groups, with their stakes, were angled ahead of the line's centre, so that their arrows could fly in from the sides.
"So, what do the French do?" Sir John demanded.
"Attack," Evergold said dourly.
"Attack what and why?" Sir John asked harshly.
None of the 4 archers answered. Instead they gazed at their own small army and wondered what reply Sir John wanted.
"Think,"
Sir John growled, his bright blue eyes darting between his sergeants.
"You're a Frenchman. You live in some shit-spattered manor with rats in the damp walls and mice dancing in the roof. What do you want?"
"Money," Hook suggested.
"So what do you attack?"
"The flags," Thomas Evergold said.
"Because that's where the money is," Sir John said. "The goddamn bastards are flying the oriflamme," he went on. "But that means nothing. They want prisoners. They want rich prisoners. They want the King, the Duke of York, the Duke of Gloucester. They want me. They want ransoms. There's no profit in slaughtering archers, so the bastards will attack the men-at-arms. They'll attack the flags. But some might come for you, so drive them into the centre with arrows. That's what you do. Drive their flanks into the centre, because that's where I can kill them."
"If we've got enough arrows," Evergold said doubtfully.
"Save enough," Sir John said forcibly. "Because if you run out of arrows, you're going to have to fight them hand to hand, and they're trained to that. You're not."
"You trained us, Sir John," Hook said, remembering the winter of practice with swords and axes.
"You're half-trained, but the other archers?"
Sir John asked derisively, and Hook, looking at the waiting men, knew they were no match for French men-at-arms. The archers were tailors and cordwainers, fullers and carpenters, millers and butchers. They were tradesmen who possessed a superb skill, the ability to draw the cord of a yew bow to their ear and send the arrow on its deathwards journey. They were killers, but they were not men hardened to war by tournaments and trained from childhood in the discipline of blades. Many of them had no armour other than a padded jacket, and some did not even possess that small protection.
"God keep the French from getting among them," Sir John said.
None of the sergeants responded. They were thinking of what would happen when French men-at-arms, clad in steel, came to kill them. Hook shivered, then was distracted by the sight of 5 horsemen riding under the English royal banner toward the waiting French army.
"What are they doing, Sir John?"
Evergold asked.
"The King has sent them to make an appeal for peace," Sir John said. "They'll demand that the French yield the crown to Henry, and then we'll agree not to slaughter them."
Evilgold just stared at Sir John as if he did not believe what he had heard. Hook suppressed a laugh, and Sir John shrugged. "So they won't accept the terms," he said. "And that means we fight. But it doesn't mean that they'll attack us." "They won't?" Maggot asked. "We have to get past them to reach Calais, so maybe we'll have to cut our way through them." "Jesus," Evilgold muttered. "They want us to attack them, Sir John?" Maggot asked. "I would if I were them." Sir John turned to stare at the enemy. "They don't want to cross this ground any more than we do. But they don't need to cross it. We do. We have to reach Calais or we die here of starvation, so if they don't attack us, we have to attack them." "Jesus," Evilgold said again, and Hook tried to imagine the effort that would be needed to cross that half-mile of sucking, slippery, clinging mud. Let the French attack, he thought, and suddenly shivered violently. He was cold, he was hungry, he was tired. The fear came in waves and was turning his bowels to water. He was not the only one. Lots of men were slipping into the woods to empty their bowels. "I need to go to the woods," he said. "If you need to shit, do it here," Sir John said harshly, then shouted at the massed archers. "No one's to use the woods." He feared that men, losing courage, would hide in the trees. "You're to shit where you stand." "Shit and die," Tom Evilgold said. "And go to hell with fouled breeches," Sir John snarled. "Who cares?" He looked at each of his sergeants in turn, then spoke with a quiet intensity. "This battle's not lost. Remember, we have archers, they don't." "But we don't have enough arrows," Evilgold said. "Then make each one count," Sir John said, impatient with his centenar's pessimism, then scowled at Hook. "Jesus, man, can't you do that upwind of me?" "Sorry, Sir John." Sir John grinned. "At least you can take a shit. Try doing that in full armour. I tell you, we're not going to smell like lilies by the time we're finished our work today." He gazed at the enemy, his bright eyes looking at the oriflamme. "And one last thing," he said forcefully. "No one's to start taking prisoners until we give the order that it's safe to capture, instead of kill." "You think we'll take prisoners?" Evilgold asked, with astonished disbelief. "If men try to take prisoners too soon, they weaken the line," Sir John said, ignoring the question. "You have to fight and kill until the bastards can fight no more, and only then can you set about finding ransoms." He clapped Evilgold on a mail-clad shoulder. "Tell your lads, we'll be feasting on captured French provisions tonight." Either that, Hook thought, or eating hell's rations. He struggled back to his men who each stood by a stake. Those stakes, over 2,000 of them on this right flank of the English army, made a dense thicket of sharpened points. Men could move among them easily enough, but no war-horse could manoeuvre about them. "What does Sir John want?" Will of the Dale asked. "To tell you that we'll be eating French rations tonight." "He thinks they'll take us prisoner?" Will asked sceptically. "No. He thinks we'll win." That prompted some bitter laughter. Hook ignored it and watched the enemy. The front rank of their dismounted men-at-arms stretched across the skyline, thick with the metal points of shortened lances. Still they did not move, and still the English waited. French horsemen went on exercising their destriers, and, because the horses disliked the thick furrows, many of the knights went to the grassy pastures beyond the woods. The sun climbed higher behind the thinning clouds. The king's emissaries, sent to make an offer of peace, had met with a similar group of Frenchmen and now rode back across the ploughland and, moments later, A rumour spread that the French had agreed to let the English pass. Then the rumour was denied. "If they don't want to fight," Tom Scarlett said, "then perhaps they'll just stand there all day." "We have to get past them, Tom." "Jesus, we could sneak off tonight, go back to Harfleur." "The king won't do that." "Why not, for God's sakes? He wants to die." "He's got God on his side," Hook said. Tom shivered. "God might have sent us a decent breakfast." Women brought what little food they had hoarded against this day. Melisande gave Hook an oatcake. "We share it," Hook said. "It's for you," she insisted. There was mould on the oats, but Hook ate half anyway and gave Melisande the other half. There was no ale, just water from a stream that Melisande brought in an old leather wine bottle. The water tasted rank. Melisande stood beside him and stared at the French. "So many," she said quietly. "They're not moving," Hook said. "So what will happen?" "We'll have to attack them." She shivered. "You think my father's there?" "I'm sure of it." She said nothing. They waited. Waited. The trumpets and drums still sounded, but the musicians were tiring, and the music was less exuberant. Hook could hear robins singing fitfully among the trees, some of which had already lost their leaves so that their branches were gaunt as scaffolds against the grey sky. The glistening wet ploughland between the waiting armies was flitting with fieldfares and redwings that sought worms in the furrows. Hook thought of home, of the cows being milked, the sound of rutting stags in the woods, the shortening evenings, and firelight in the cottages. Then there was a stir, and Hook, startled back to reality, saw that the king, mounted once again on the small white horse and accompanied only by his standard-bearer, had ridden out ahead of the army. He was coming toward the archers on the right flank, and his horse, troubled by the uncertain footing, was lifting its hooves high. The king had taken off his crowned helm, and the small wind tousled his short brown hair, making him look younger than his 28 years. He curbed the horse a few paces in front of the foremost stakes, and the centenars shouted at their men to take off their helmets and kneel. This time the king accepted the obeisance, waiting until all 2,500 archers were on their knees. "Bowmen of England," the king called, then was silent as the men shuffled closer to hear him. Cased bows and poleaxes were slung on their shoulders. Some men were armed with foresters' axes or lead-weighted mallets. Most had a sword, though some carried nothing except a bow and a knife. Those with helmets had taken off their bassinets, and others clawed back their mail hoods as they stared at their bare-headed king. "Bowmen of England," Henry called again, and there was a catch in his voice, so that he paused again. The wind stirred the mane of his horse. "We fight today because of my quarrel," the king shouted, his voice clear and confident now. "Our enemy deny me the crown that God has granted me. Today they believe they will humble us. Today they believe they will drag me as a prisoner before the crowds in Paris." He paused, as a murmur of protest went through the hundreds of bowmen. "Our enemy," the king went on, "have threatened to cut off the fingers of every Englishman who draws a bow." The murmur was louder now, a growl of indignation, and Hook remembered the square in Soissons where the cutting off of fingers had just been the start of the horror. "Of every Welshman who draws a bow," the king added, and a ripple of cheers sounded from among the archers' ranks. "All that they believe,"
the king called. "Yet they have forgotten God's will. They are blind to St. George and to St. Edward, who watch over us. And it is not just those saints who offer us their protection. This day is the feast of St. Crispin and St. Crispinian, and those saints want vengeance for the evils done to them at Soissons." He paused again, but no murmur sounded. To most of the archers, Soissons was a name that meant nothing, but they were still listening intently. "It has fallen to us," the king said, "to wreak that vengeance, and you must know, as certainly as I know, that we are God's instruments this day. God is in your bows, God is in your arrows, God is in your weapons, God is in your hearts, and God is in your souls. God will preserve us, and God will destroy our enemies." He paused again as another low murmur sounded among the archers. "With your help," the king shouted loud now, "with your strength, we will win today." There was a heartbeat of silence. Then the archers cheered. The king waited for the sound to die away. "I have offered peace to our foe. 'Grant me my rights,' I said to them, 'and we shall have peace.' But there is neither peace in their hearts nor mercy in their souls, and so we have come to this place of judgment." Here, for the first time, the king took his eyes from the throng of kneeling archers and turned to look at the clay furrows that lay between the armies. He looked back to his audience. "I have brought you to this place," he said, his voice lower now but intense, "to this field in France. But I will not leave you here. I am, by the grace of God, your king." His voice rose. "But this day I am no more than you, and I am no less than you. This day I fight for you, and I pledge you my life." The king had to pause, because the bowmen were cheering him again. He raised a gauntleted hand and waited for silence. "If you die here, I die here. I will not be taken captive." Again the archers cheered, and again the king raised a hand and waited till the sound stopped. He smiled then, a confiding smile. "But I do not expect to be taken captive, nor will I be killed, because all that I ask is that you fight for me this day as I will fight for you." He thrust his right hand toward the archers, sweeping his fingers around to encompass them all. His horse capered sideways in the mud, and the king calmed it expertly. "Today I fight for your homes, for your wives, for your sweethearts, for your mothers, for your fathers, for your children, for your lives, for your England." The cheer that greeted those words must have been heard at the field's far end, where the French still waited beneath their bright banners. "Today we are brothers. We were born in England, we were born in Wales, and I swear on the lance of St. George and on the dove of St. David that I shall take you home to England, home to Wales, with new glories to our name. Fight as Englishmen. That is all I ask of you. And I promise that I will fight beside you and for you. I am your king, but this day I am your brother, and I swear on my immortal soul that I will not forsake my brothers. God save you, my brothers." And with those words the king wheeled his horse and rode to give the same speech to the men-at-arms, leaving the archers on the right flank cheering him. "By God," Will of the Dale said, "but he really thinks we'll win." And at the field's far end the gusting wind lifted the red silk of the oriflamme,
so that it rippled above the enemy's lance points. No prisoners. And still the French did not move. The archers were sitting now, despite the damp ground. Some even slept, snoring in the mud. The priests still offered absolution. Father Christopher used his stub of charcoal to write the talismanic name of Jesus on Melisandre's forehead. "You will stay with the baggage train," he told her. "I will, Father." "And keep your horse saddled," the priest advised. "To run away?" she asked. "To run away," he agreed. "And wear your father's jupon," Hook added. "I will," she promised. She had the surcoat in a sack that held her worldly possessions, and now she took out the fine linen and unfolded it. "Give me your knife, Nick." He gave her his archer's dagger, and she used it to cut a sliver of material from the bottom hem of the jupon. She gave it to him. "There," she said. "I wear it?" Hook asked. "Of course you do," Father Christopher said. "That's what a soldier does. He wears his lady's colours." He gestured toward the English men-at-arms, most of whom wore a silken handkerchief or favour around their necks. Hook looped his own strip about his neck, then took Melisande into his arms. "You heard the king," he told her. "God is on our side." "I hope God knows that," she said. "I pray so too," Father Christopher said. Then, suddenly, there was movement. Not from the French, who showed no sign of wanting to attack, but from a group of English men-at-arms who had mounted horses and now rode along the army's front. "Where to advance?" the man who came to the right wing shouted. "Pick up your stakes! Where to advance?" "Fellows!" It was the king himself who had gone a few paces ahead of the line and now stood in his stirrups and waved his arms to encompass all his countrymen. "Fellows, let's go!" "Oh, my God, Melisande said. "Go back to the baggage," Hook told her, then began wrestling his thick stake out of the clinging earth. "Go on, love," he said. "I'll be all right. There's not a Frenchman who can kill me." He did not believe that, but he forced a smile for her sake. He felt his stomach lurch. Fear was making him cold. He felt fragile, weak, shaking, but somehow he dragged the stake free and laid it over his shoulder. He did not look back at Melisande. He started walking, struggling in the thick mud, and all along the English line men were doing the same. They moved pitifully slowly, dragging their feet out of the wet, clinging soil, and going pace by difficult pace toward the French. And the French watched them. Just watched. "If the bastards had any sense, they'd attack us now," Evel Gold said. "Maybe they will," Hook said. He watched the distant enemy. Some horsemen who had been exercising their destriers were walking them back toward the flanks of the army, but there appeared to be no urgency in their actions. The trumpets did not change their tune. The French seemed content to let the English march the length of the ploughland, and Hook felt his mind skittering like a hare in the spring grass. Had it really been the king who came to the archers in the night? He had forgotten to whip the centre of one of his spare bowstrings where the cord engaged an arrow's nock. Would the king really pray for Michael? Would death be quick? Piers Candler suddenly loosed a string of oaths and kicked off both boots to negotiate the plough barefoot. Hook remembered the archer he had hanged in London, and wondered if that man had felt just this same fear when he watched the Scottish army come to fight on Homilden's Green Hill. And then he thought of all the other Englishmen who had carried a war bow for their king. They had fought the Scots, the Welsh, each other, and always they had fought the French. And still these French did not move. Their immobility was scaring Hook. They seemed content to wait, knowing that the small English army must throw itself on their blades. Hook's left foot was trapped in the soil's suction, so he did what other archers were doing, let the boot go. He pulled off the other boot and went barefoot, finding it easier. "If they move," Agincourt shouted in warning, "we stop, string bows, and plant stakes." Yet the French did not move. Hook could see still more men joining their army, most coming from the east. The mounted men-at-arms on either flank were watching the English, but not spurring the big war-horses, which had armoured faces and padded cloths over their chests and rumps. The riders' long lances were held upright. Some of the steel-tipped, ash-shafted lances had pennons attached. The horsemen had their helmets' visors open, and Hook could see steel-framed faces. He was cold even though he was sweating. He wore a padded haubergeon over his leather-lined mail-coat, and that armour might stop a sword swing, but it would easily be pierced by a lance. He tried to imagine dodging a spear's thrust in this thick mud, and knew it would be impossible. "Slow down!" a voice ordered. The archers were getting too far ahead of the English men-at-arms who, encumbered by their armour, were making hard work of the waterlogged ploughland. Yet, step by step, they advanced steadily, and the woods on either side drew closer, so that the English line now filled the space between the trees. The bright group of heralds, French, English, and Burgundian, were walking their horses closer to the French, holding a position halfway between the two armies. "Christ on his goddamn cross," Agincourt grumbled. "But how close does he want us?" Then a voice bellowed at the archers to replant their stakes. The enemy was close now, only a little more than 200 paces away, and that was no further than the most distant marks at an archery contest, and Hook remembered those summer days, with jugglers and dancing bears and free ale, and the crowds cheering as the archers drew and loosed. "Stakes!" a man shouted. "Plant them firm!" Hook's stake slid easily enough into the soft ground. He glanced at the enemy, saw that they were still not moving, and so unslung his poleaxe and gave the stake sharpened tip, 3 hard blows that blunted the wood even as it drove the stake deeper into the ground. He used his knife to shave away the crushed wood and thus sharpen the replanted stake, and then, at last, he uncased the bow from its horsehide sheath. All around him archers were fixing stakes or stringing bows. Hook braced his bow against the stake's lower end and bent the yew to slip the cord's noose over the upper nock. He took both arrow bags from his shoulder. He pulled the arrows free and pushed them point down into the soil, bodkins to the left and the half-dozen broadheads to the right. He kissed the bow's belly where the dark wood met the light. "Dear God," he prayed, and then he prayed to St. Crispinian, and his heart felt like a trapped bird, and his mouth was dry, and his right leg shivered, and still the French were motionless, and St. Crispinian made no answer to Hook's prayer. The archers were spread out. Their stakes did not make a solid line facing the French, but instead were sunk in scattered lines, filling a space as wide and deep as the marketplace where Henry had burned and hanged the Lollards. There were a couple of paces between stakes, space enough for a man to move, but too tight for any horse to maneuver freely. The archers' crude ranks stretched back so that the men in the rear could not see the enemy because of the archers in front of them. But that did not matter yet, because at 200 paces they would need to shoot high in the air if their arrows were to reach the French. Hook was in the foremost rank, and he turned to see Thomas Peril hammering in his stake some paces behind and to his right. There was no sign of Sir Martin, and Hook wondered if the priest had gone back to the camp. That thought made him shiver for Melisandre's safety, But there was no time to worry about that, because Tom Evergold was shouting at his men to face front. Hook thought the enemy was at last advancing, but the French were not stirring. Their centre was a long, thick line of dismounted men-at-arms in bright surcoats and polished armour, while their flanks were two masses of horsemen armed with lances. The flags were silken bright against the grey sky, and in the very centre of the French line, where the banners were thickest, the oriflamme was a red streak of wind-driven ripples, telling the English that the enemy would show them no mercy. Hook tried to find the Sire de Lanfarel in the enemy ranks, but could not see him. Instead, he saw the weapons. He saw swords, lances, poleaxes, falcon beaks, mauls, battle-axes, and maces. Some of the maces had spiked heads. He laid a broadhead across the bow's thick-bellied stave, and suddenly wanted to empty his bowels again. He closed his eyes for an instant, and said another fervent prayer to St. Crispinian, then planted his bare feet in the slimy earth. He braced himself. "Sweet Jesus Christ," Thomas Scarlett said. "Oh God, Will of the Dale muttered. Sir Thomas Erpingham, grey-haired and bare-headed, had mounted his small horse and ridden a few paces ahead of the English line. The horse picked its feet high, unhappy with the sticky soil. Behind Sir Thomas the English men-at-arms waited. The 900 were arrayed 4 deep, with the king, resplendent in shining armour and with a jewelled crown of gold ringing his battle-helm, standing in their centre. Sir Thomas, in a green surcoat blazoned with the red cross of St. George, turned the horse so that his back was toward the French. He waited a few heartbeats. "Be with me now," Hook prayed aloud to St. Crispinian. He wished the saint would talk to him, but Crispinian was still silent. "Draw!" Thomas Evergold ordered in a low voice. Hook lifted the bow. He drew the hemp string all the way to his ear and felt the savage power in the bent wood. He aimed at a horse directly ahead of him, but knew it would be luck if the arrow struck where he aimed. If the French had been 50 paces closer, he would have picked his targets and been sure of hitting each one, but at extreme bowshot he would be lucky to land the arrow within 4 or 5 feet of his target. He held the string back, and his right arm quivered. 5,000 archers had drawn their bows. 5,000 arrows were held on 5,000 strings. A flock of starlings flew up beyond the Tramecourt woods, their wing beats sudden and loud. They resembled a swirl of dark smoke above the trees, and then, as suddenly as they had appeared, they went. All along the French line the visors were being dropped. Hook had seen faces, but now could see only faceless steel. "God be with us," an archer muttered as Sir Thomas stood in his saddle. Sir Thomas Erpingham threw the green baton high so that it circled in the damp air. There was a silence above the field of Agincourt, a silence in which the green baton flew, its golden finials bright against the dull sky. "Now!" Sir Thomas shouted. "Strike!" The baton fell. Hook released. The arrows flew. The first sound was the bowstrings, the snap of 5,000 hemp cords being tightened by stressed yew, and that sound was like the devil's harp-strings being plucked. Then there was the arrow sound, the sigh of air over feathers, but multiplied, so that it was like the rushing of a wind. That sound diminished as 2 clouds of arrows, thick as any flock of starlings, climbed into the grey sky. Hook, reaching for another broadhead, marvelled at the sight of 5,000 arrows in 2 sky-shadowing groups. The 2 storms seemed to hover for a heart's beat at the height of their trajectory, and then the missiles fell. It was St. Crispin's Day in Picardy. For an instant there was silence. Then the arrows struck. It was the sound of steel on steel, a clatter like Satan's hailstorm. And the day's noise of pain began. It was a scream from a horse that reared with a broadhead deep in its rump. The horse bolted forward, jerking its steel-clad rider in his high saddle, and the motion of the wounded horse served as a signal, so that more horses followed. Then all the riders spurred, and the whole French line gave a great shout as their cavalry began their charge. "Saint-Denis! Montjoie! St. George!" someone shouted in the English line, and the shout was taken up by the small army. "St. George!" The men-at-arms taunted the French with hunting calls, and the noise grew to a clamour as the trumpets screamed at the sky. Where Hook's second broadhead was on its way. Gilbert, Seigneur de Lanforel, was in the front rank of the French army. He was one of over 8,000 dismounted men-at-arms who formed the first of the 3 French battles. He wore polished plate armour beneath his surcoat of the Sun and Falcon, though the armour leg pieces were now spattered with mud. At his side hung a long battle-sword. Across his shoulder was a lead-weighted mace studded with spikes, while in his hands was an ash-shafted lance shortened to 7 feet and tipped with a steel spike. His head was enclosed in a leather hood that was laced beneath his chin, and beneath which his long hair was coiled. Over the hood he wore a chain-mail aventail that covered his head and shoulders, and above the aventail, completely encasing his skull, was an Italian battle-helm. The helm's visor was pushed up so he could see the English and see, too, that their army was risibly small. The French were ebullient. Henry of England had dared to march his pathetic army from Normandy to Picardy, thinking he could shame his enemy by parading his insolent banners across French territory, and now he was trapped. Lanforel, watching the enemy since dawn, had reckoned that there were only 1,000 men-at-arms in their line, and that figure had seemed so ridiculously small that he had checked again and again by dividing the line into quarters, counting heads, and multiplying by 4, and each time he arrived at the same total. Maybe 1,000 men-at-arms who were faced by 3 successive French battles, each with at least 8,000 men-at-arms. But there were also the 2 wings of the English. Archers. Thousands of archers, too many to count, though the French scouts had reported figures as various as 4,000 to 8,000. And those archers, Lanforel knew, carried the long yew-bows and had bags of steel-tipped arrows that, at close range, could slash through the best armour in Christendom. That was why all Lanforel's armour was shaped and curved, so that the arrows would be deflected, yet even so he knew an unlucky hit could find lodgment. And so Gilbert, the Lord of Hell, sire of Lanforel, did not share his compatriot's ebullience. He did not doubt for a second that the French men-at-arms could slaughter the English men-at-arms, but to reach that paltry battle line, they would have to endure the arrows. In the night, as other men drank, the sire of Lanforel had gone to an astrologer, a famous man from Paris who was reputed to see the future, and Lanforel had joined the long line waiting to consult the seer. The man, bearded, grave, and swathed in a fur-edged black cloak, had taken Lanforel's gold, and then, after much groaning and sighing, had declared he saw nothing but glory in the future. "You will kill, my lord," the astrologer had said. "You will kill, and gain both glory and riches." Afterward, standing outside the astrologer's tent in the seething rain, Lanforel had felt hollow. He would kill and kill, of that he was certain, but the ambition was not to slaughter the English, but to capture them, and at the very centre of the enemy line, beneath the tallest banners, was the King of England. Take Henry captive and the English nation would spend years raising the ransom. Frenchmen were relishing that prospect. There were also royal dukes in the English line, and great lords, and any one of them could make a man rich beyond his wildest dream. But between the dream and the reality were the archers, and Gilbert, Signor de Lanforel, understood the power of the yew-bow. Which was why, when the English had begun their long, laborious advance across the plough-ruined field between Tramecourt and Agincourt, Lanforel had called to the constable that it was time to attack. The English, as they struggled forward, had lost their cohesion. Instead of being an army in battle formation, they were suddenly a mud-spattered rabble trudging across the treacherous furrows, and Lanforel had seen the archers in disarray and had called again to Marshal Boucicaut and to the constable d'Aulbray, "Let the horsemen go now." The horsemen were on either French wing, big men on big horses. The stallions with armoured faces and thick padding covering their chests, and their job was to charge into the archers on the wings and slaughter them mercilessly. But many of the horsemen had ridden away to exercise their destriers on the grassy meadows beyond the woods to keep the animals warm, and the remaining horsemen merely watched the English. "The decision isn't mine," Marshal Boucicaut answered Lanforel. "Then whose is it?" "Not mine," Boucicaut said curtly and grimly, and Lanforel understood that Boucicaut shared his fear of the archer's abilities. "For the love of Christ," Lanforel said, when still no order was given for the horsemen to charge. Instead, they stood their big destriers and watched as the English struggled ever closer. "Who leads us, for Christ's sakes? Who leads us?" Lanforel asked loudly. No one had given the French a rousing speech before the battle, though Lanforel had seen the English king ride and pause along the enemy line, and he had guessed Henry was rousing his men to slaughter. Yet who spoke for France? Neither the constable nor the marshal commanded the vast army. That honour seemed to lie with the Duke of Brabant, or perhaps it was the young Duke of Orleans, who had only just arrived on the field and was now watching the English advance, and doubtless counting the ransoms to be made. The Duke seemed content to let the enemy struggle toward their slaughter, and so no order was given to the horsemen on either French wing. Lanforel watched, incredulous, as the English were allowed to come within long bowshot. The French had crossbowmen, they even had a handful of men who could shoot the yew-bow, and they possessed some small cannons that were ready and loaded, but the waiting horsemen masked both the guns and the bowmen. The crossbow had a longer range than the yew-bow, but the crossbowmen could not shoot, and so the enemy archers pounded in their stakes unmolested. Dear God, Lanforel thought, but this was madness. The archers should have been scattered and slaughtered by now, but instead they had been allowed to come within their bows' range and to pound their stakes into the soft ground as a deterrent to horsemen. He watched as they strung their bows, doing it all within crossbow range, yet staying entirely undisturbed. "Jesus," he said to no one in particular. "She comes in, takes off her clothes, lies on the bed, spreads her legs, and we do nothing." "Sire?" his squire asked. Lanforel ignored the question. "Visors!" he shouted at his men. He led 16 men-at-arms, and he turned to make certain they had closed their visors before pulling down his own with a metallic thud. He was instantly engulfed in darkness. A moment before, he had been able to see the enemy clearly. He had even seen the glitter of gold circling Henry of England's helmet. But now there was a steel shutter in front of his eyes, and the shutter was pierced by 20 small holes, none wide enough to admit even a bodkin arrow's narrow point. And to see anything through those holes, Lanforel had to move his head from side to side, and even then he could make out little of what happened. Yet he did see the lone horseman ride from the centre of the English line. and he saw the baton thrown into the air, and he heard the words, "Now, strike!" He lowered his head as if he struggled into a fierce wind, and he heard the rising rush of arrows, and he flinched, teeth grinding together, and then the missiles struck. There was a terrible noise as thousands of steel arrowheads plunged onto steel armor, and a man called out in sudden pain, and Lanfarel felt a thumping blow on his right shoulder, and even though the arrow was deflected, it lurched him to one side with the sheer force of its blow. A second arrow quivered in his lance, though he could not see it. Some fool in the rear rank had left his visor open and was making a gargling noise around an arrow that had fallen from the sky to pierce his mouth and drive down into his windpipe. The man slowly sank to his knees and coughed a stream of thick blood. Other arrows plunged into the soil, or else glanced off armor. A horse whinnied and reared to Lanfarel's left. "Saint-Denis! Montjoie!" the French shouted, and Lanfarel, jerking his head so that he could make some sense of what the small holes in his visor revealed, saw the horsemen at last start forward. Then another shout to advance came from the centre of the French line, where the oriflamme flew, and all the first battle lurched toward the enemy. "Montjoie!" they shouted, the sound of their voices huge and deafening inside their helmets, and Lanfarel could hardly move because his armoured feet were stuck in the mud, but he jerked his right leg free, and so began the advance. Men of mud and steel, no flesh in sight, lumbering toward the waiting English. And the English were howling hunting cries like rabid devils pursuing Christian souls. And the second arrow storm fell, and the devil's hail rattled and more men screamed, as the French at last attacked. The horsemen came first. Hook saw one horse rearing, saw the rider topple backward as his pennonted lance scraped a circle against the sky, and then that horse was swallowed by the charge. Knights rolled back their spurs, lowered their lances and called their battle cry, and Hook saw great clods of earth being thrown up behind the monstrous hooves. The stallions tossed their armor-weighted heads, hating the uneven ground, and the spurs struck back again, and the charge took shape as the horses gained speed. The skill of a mounted charge was to start slow, the riders knee to knee, and to advance in that close formation so that the whole line of heavy horses struck the enemy together. Only at the last minute should a man kick his destrier into a gallop, but the ploughland was so soft and the arrow fall so sudden that men spurred impulsively forward to escape both. No one had ordered the charge. Rather, it was the sting of the first arrow storm that prompted it, and now on both flanks the horsemen charged as fast as their big horses could carry them. 300 horsemen attacked the English right wing, and even fewer assaulted the left. There was supposed to be 1,000 horsemen on either flank, but the other riders were missing, still exercising their destriers. And the archers drew and loosed. Hook used broadheads. They were useless against armor, but they could pierce the padded cloths protecting the horses' chests, and as the range shortened, so the arrows flew at a lower and lower trajectory, none wasting their force on the upper air, but searing straight into the charging animals. And for a moment Hook thought the arrows were having no effect. But then a horse stumbled and went down in a great flurry of mud, man, lance, and harness. The horse screamed, and its rider, trapped by the rolling body, screamed with it, and the horse behind struck the rolling beast in front, and Hook saw the second rider being pitched forward over his horse's head. He drew again, picking a big horse with shaggy fetlocks, and drove an arrow into its side, just in front of the saddle's girth, and the horse swerved away, colliding with another, and Hook's next arrow thumped into a padded chest, to bury itself to the fledging, and the world was hoofbeats and screams, and the sound of bow cords, and at least a dozen horses were on the ground. some struggling to get up, others splashing in mud with frantic hooves as their lives drained away through sliced arteries. Will of the Dale put a bodkin into a rider's throat, and the man jerked back under the arrow's strike, then rebounded forward from his saddle's high cantle, and his lance buried its point in a furrow, and so lifted the man out of his saddle as his horse galloped on, eyes white and visible through the holes in its face armour, and the man was dragged along by the stirrup as the horse took an arrow in the eye and veered to one side and so brought down 2 more horses. The archers were shooting fast. The horsemen did not have far to charge, but the ground slowed them, and in the minute it took the 300 to reach the archers on the English right, they were the target of over 4,000 arrows. Only the bowmen in the front 2 ranks were shooting at the horses. The other archers, their view of the charge obscured by those front ranks, were still hoisting arrows high so that they fell among the dismounted French. A maddened horse, blood spurting from a ripped belly, twisted away and charged at the French men-at-arms in the field centre. Others followed it. Some horsemen, balked by the corpses and by the dying horses to their front, pulled up, and then they were easy targets, and the arrows whipped into them, each one striking a horse with the sound of a butcher's cleaver, and the horses were screaming, and men were trying to control them. Yet still some horses reached the English line. "Back!" Centenage shouted. "Back!" The front ranks of archers stepped backward to leave their stakes facing the enemy. They still shot. Hook had taken a handful of bodkin arrows, and he let one fly at less than 20 paces, and saw the heavy oak-weighted point glance off a man-at-arms' armour. He drew again, this time plunging the arrow into the horse's chest. Then the charge struck home. But the riders had their visors down and could see nothing through the small slits or holes, while the horses, wearing their steel chamfrons, were almost as blinkered as the men. The charge struck home, but struck onto the stakes, and a horse whimpered pitifully, a stake deep in its rib-shattered chest, and blood bubbling from its open mouth. The stallion's rider flailed his lance at empty air. Arrows drove into him, and both man and horse were twisting and screaming. Another destrier made it past the first stakes, and somehow saw the second row and veered aside to lose its footing in the slick mud. Horse and rider fell in a crash of steel and ash lance. "Mine!" Thomas Evergold shouted, and ran the few paces forward with his poleaxe. He swung it once, thumping the lead-weighted hammer onto the man-at-arms' helmet. Then he knelt, hauled up the stunned man's visor, and ran a knife through an exposed eye. The man-at-arms quivered and was still. The horse tried to struggle to its feet, but Evergold stunned it with his poleaxe, then struck again with the axe-blade that pierced the chamfron and cracked open the beast's skull. "Set 'em off!" Evergold shouted. The charge had ended at the stakes, and the first French attack had ended in failure. The horsemen had been supposed to scatter the archers, but the arrows had done their wicked work, and the stakes had stopped the survivors from getting among the bowmen. Some men-at-arms were already riding away, pursued by arrows, while riderless horses, crazed with pain, charged back at their own lines. One man, braver than brave, had dropped his lance to draw his sword, and now tried to steer his destrier between the stakes. But the arrows whipped into his horse, which went to its knees, and a bodkin shot at less than 10 paces, drove through the rider's breastplate, killing him, and he sat there, a head-drooping corpse on a dying horse, and the English archers jeered him. It was strange, Hook thought, that the fear had gone. Now, instead, an excitement sang in his veins, and a thin, shrill voice keened in his head. He went back to his stake and plucked up a bodkin. The horsemen were gone, defeated by arrows, but the main French attack still advanced. They came on foot, because armoured men on foot were less vulnerable to arrows than horses, and they came beneath bright banners, but their ranks had been churned to chaos by the wounded, riderless horses that had fled in blind panic to charge through the advancing French. Men went down under the heavy hooves, and other men tried to straighten the ragged line that stumbled across the deep furrows toward the English king and his men-at-arms. Hook picked his targets. He drew, the cord flowing back with deceptive ease, and he loosed arrow after arrow. Other archers crowded him, all jostling forward to pour their shafts at the French, who still came on. Their ranks had been broken by the panicked horses, and men were falling as arrows found their marks, but still they advanced. All France's high aristocracy was in the leading battle, and they came beneath proud banners. 8,000 dismounted men-at-arms attacking 900. Then a French gun fired. Melisande was praying. It was not a conscious prayer, more desperate and silent and unending cry for help aimed at a grey sky, which offered her no comfort. The baggage had been supposed to follow the army up onto the plateau, but most had stayed around the village of Maisoncelles, where the king had spent much of the night. The royal baggage wagons were parked there, guarded by 10 men-at-arms and 20 archers, all of them reckoned too sick or lame to stand in the main line of battle. Father Christopher had led Melisande there, saying she would be safer than with the few pack horses that had been led up onto the high ploughland where the two armies met. The priest had written his mysterious letters on her forehead. I.H.C. Nazar. "It will preserve your life," he had promised her. "Write it on your own face," Melisande had told him. Father Christopher had smiled. "God has me in the palm of his hand, my dear," he said, then made the sign of the cross. "And he will preserve you. But you must stay here. You will be safer here." He had placed her with the other archers' wives between 2 empty wagons that had brought arrows to Agincourt, made sure that her horse was nearby and that the mare was saddled. And then Father Christopher had taken one of Sir John's horses and ridden up the slope toward the place where the armies waited. Melisande had watched him until he vanished over the crest of the hill, and that was when she had begun to pray. The other wives of Sir John's archers prayed too. Melisande's prayer took shape slowly. It had begun as an incoherent cry for help, but she forced herself to choose her words carefully as she prayed to the Virgin. "Nick is a good man," she told the Mother of Christ, "and a strong one, but he can be angry and sour, so help him now to be strong and alive. Let him live." That was the prayer, to let her man live. "What do we do if the French come?" Matilda Cobbold asked. "Run," one of the other women said, and just then there was a roar from the hidden high ground beyond the skyline. They had heard the war shout of St. George, but the women were too far away to hear the saint's name, only the great bellow of sound that told them something must be happening beyond the skyline. "God help us," Matilda said. Melisande opened the sack that contained her worldly belongings. She wanted the jupon her father had sent her, but the sack also contained the ivory-stocked crossbow that Nick had given her almost 3 months before. She pulled it out. "You'll fight them on your own?" Matilda asked. Melisande smiled, but found it hard to speak. She was so nervous, so frightened, knowing that what happened beyond the high horizon would decide her life's course and that it was all beyond her control. She could only pray. "Go up there, love," Nelcandela said, "and shoot some of the bastards." "It's still cocked," Melisande said in wonderment. "What is?" Matilda asked. "The bow," Melisande said. "I never released it." She stared at the crossbow, remembering the day Matt Scarlet had died, the day she had pointed the crossbow at her father. Ever since that day the bow had been cocked, its steel-shanked stave under the thick cord strain, and she had never noticed. She almost pulled the trigger, then impulsively thrust the bow back into her sack and pulled out the folded jupon. She stared at the bright cloth, half tempted to pull it over her head, but she suddenly knew she could not wear an enemy's badge while Nick was fighting. And then another certainty overtook her, the knowledge that she would never see Nick again so long as she was tempted to wear her father's jupon. It had to be thrown away. "I'm going to the river," she said. "You can piss here," Nell Candler said. "I want to walk," Melisande said, and she picked up her heavy sack and went south, away from the armies on the plateau and away from the baggage. She walked through the army sumpters that cropped the autumn grass, her feet soaked by the damp. She had an idea to throw the jupon into the Tenoirs and watch it float downstream. But the River of Swords was too far away, and so she settled for a stream that ran high and fast from the night's rain. The stream flowed through the tangle of small fields and woods that lay just south of the village, and she crouched on its bank where the leaves of the alders and willows had turned yellow and gold, and there she dropped the sack, closed her eyes, and held the jupon in both hands as if it were an offering. "Look after Nick," she prayed. "Let him live." And with those words she threw her father's jupon into the stream and watched it being carried fast away. The further it went, she thought, the safer Nick would be. Then the French gun fired, and that sound was loud enough to reverberate all through the valley behind the battlefield, loud enough to make Melisande turn and stare north. To see Sir Martin, grinning and lanky, his grey hair slicked close against his narrow skull. "Hello, little lady," he said hungrily. And there was no one for Melisande to ask for help. She was alone. A cloud of smoke rose above the horizon, marking the distant place where the gun had fired. "All alonely," Sir Martin said. "Just you and me." He made a gurgling sound that might have been laughter, hitched up his robes, and came for her. Chapter 12. The gun fired, belching smoke above the left flank of the French army. Hook saw the gunstone and did not recognize what it was, but for an instant there was a dark object rising and falling above the ploughland, and it seemed as if the thing, it was just a dark flicker, was coming straight for him, and then the gun's noise splintered the sky and birds rose screeching from the trees as the gunstone struck an archer's head a few paces from Hook. The man's skull was obliterated in an instant spray of blood and shattered skull. The stone kept flying, leaving a feathered trail of misted blood until it slapped into the mud 200 paces behind the English line. It narrowly missed the destriers of the men-at-arms that were empty-saddled and under the guard of page-boys. "Jesus!" Tom Scarlet said in disgust. There were jellied scraps of brain trickling down his bow's shaft. "Just keep shooting," Hook said. "Did you see that?" Scarlet asked in indignant amazement. What Hook saw was dead and dying horses, dead riders, and beyond them a mass of dismounted men-at-arms advancing toward him. Crossbow bolts whirred close, but there were very few enemy bowmen who had a clear sight of the English. The French crossbowmen were aligned with the rearmost battle, too far to be sure of their aim, and most could not even see their enemy. Then, as the first French battle advanced to fill the space between the woodlands of Tramecourt and Agincourt, the French bowmen lost sight of the English altogether, and the missiles stopped flying. The first French battle was spread across the wide ploughed field between the trees, but because those woods funneled ever closer together, the line of armoured men was being squeezed inward. Their ranks were already ragged, torn apart by the panicked horses that had bolted through them, but now they were jostling for space as the field contracted, and all the while the arrows drove into them. Hook was shooting steadily. He had already gone through one sheaf of arrows, and had shouted for more. Boys were dumping fresh bundles among the archers, but hundreds of thousands were needed. 5,000 archers could easily shoot 60,000 arrows in a minute, and when the cavalry had charged, they had shot even faster. Some men were still drawing and releasing as quickly as they could, but Hook slowed down. The closer the enemy came, the more lethal each arrow would be, so for now he was content to use broadheads against the advancing French. The broadheads could never hope to pierce plate armor, but the blow of their strike was sufficient to knock a man backward, and each man Hook knocked back caused a ripple of chaos, slowing the French. And the enemy was struggling, not just with mud, but with the incessant arrow strikes. He could hear the arrows cracking against steel, a weird noise, never ending, and the French men-at-arms, who were still 150 paces away, looked as though they bent into the face of a gale, but a gale that was bringing steel hail. Thomas Brute cursed when his bowcord snapped to send an arrow spinning crazily into the air. He took a spare string from his pouch and restrung the bow. Hook saw how each of the enemy banners had a dozen or more arrows caught in their weave. He aimed at a man in a bright yellow surcoat, loosed, and his arrow threw the man backward. A horse lay on its side in front of the advancing French. The stallion's death throes made it thrash its head and beat its hooves, and the French line became even more disordered as men tried to avoid the animal. Bowstrings made their dull, quick noise all around Hook. The sky was dark with arrows. Most archers were shooting at the men-at-arms who directly threatened them, and, to avoid that arrow storm, the foremost ranks of the French crowded still further inward, and that shrinking of the French line became more marked as the rearmost English archers, their aim frustrated by the men to their front, went into the thick briar underbrush of the Tramecourt woods, and lined the edge of the trees from where they poured bodkins into the French flank. The bravest of the French struggled to reach the English quickly, while the more prudent fell behind to gain the protection of the bolder men in front, and Hook saw how the French men-at-arms, who had begun their advance in a long, straight line, were now coalescing into 3 crude wedges that were aimed at the flags waving in the centre of each of the 3 English battles. It would be man-at-arms against man-at-arms, and the French, Hook supposed, were hoping to punch 3 bloody holes through the English line. And once that line of 900 men broke, there would be chaos and death. He spared a glance north, worried that the narrowing of the French battle would give their crossbowmen a chance to shoot past the attacker's flank, but those French archers seemed to have gone backward, almost as though they had lost interest in the fighting. He picked up a bodkin and found the man in the yellow surcoat again. He drew, released, and was plucking up another arrow when he saw the yellow-clad man fall to his knees. So the bodkins were piercing, and Hook shot again and again, punching arrows into the slow-moving mass of men. He aimed at the leading rank, and not all his arrows pierced their armor, but some struck plumb and tore their way through. Frenchmen were falling, tripping the ranks behind, yet still the great armoured crowd struggled on. "I need arrows!" a man shouted. "Bring us goddamned arrows!" another shouted. Hook still had a dozen. The enemy was close now, less than 100 paces from the English line, but the arrow storm was weakening as archers ran out of shafts. Hook drew long, picked a victim in a black surcoat, released, and saw his arrow slap through the side of the pot-helm, and the man seemed to totter in a circle, the arrow protruding from his brain as his lance knocked over another knight before the dying man dropped to his knees and fell full length in the mud. The next arrow glanced off a breastplate. Hook shot again, close enough now to see the details of his target's livery. He saw a man in blue and green who had what appeared to be a gilded coronet around his helmet, and Hook shot at him, then cursed himself because such a man could afford the finest armor, and, sure enough, the arrow was deflected by the plate, though the man did stagger, and was only rescued by his standard-bearer, who pushed him back upright. Hook loosed again, shooting his arrow in a low trajectory that ended in a Frenchman's thigh, and then there was only one arrow left. He held it on the stave, watching. It seemed to Hook that all the thousands of arrows had done surprisingly little damage to the enemy. Many Frenchmen were down and their bodies impeded the rest, but still the ploughland seemed filled with living, mud-plastered, armoured Frenchmen, carrying their lances, swords, maces, and axes to the thin English line. They lumbered closer, each step an effort in the cloying earth, and Hook selected a man who seemed more eager than the rest, and he sent his final arrow into that tall man's chest. The bodkin point struck through steel plate and punctured a rib to pierce a lung and so fill the man's helmet with a rush of blood that bubbled from his mouth and spilled from his visor's holes. "Arrows!" Hook bellowed. But there were none, except the few remaining in the hands of the rearmost archers, and those men saved their missiles. The archers were spectators now. They stood among their stakes, a few yards from the nearest French wedge that was just paces from the English vanguard. The archers had done their job. Now it was England's men-at-arms who would have to fight, while the French, spared the arrows at last, gave a hoarse shout and lunged to the kill. The Sire de Lanforel could vault onto the back of his horse while wearing a full suit of plate armour. He even danced in armour sometimes, not just because women adored a man dressed for killing, but to demonstrate that he was more elegant and lithe in armour than most men were without. Yet now he could hardly move. Each step was a fight against the soil suction. In places he sank to mid-calf and could find no purchase to drag his feet free. Yet step by step he managed to keep going, sometimes leaning on his neighbour so he could wrench an armoured foot out of the clinging earth. He tried to step in the furrows where water lay, because those furrows had the firmest bottoms, but he could scarce see the ground through the tight holes of his closed visor. Nor did he dare open the helmet, because the arrows were clattering and clashing and banging all around him. He was hit on the forehead by a bodkin that snapped his head back and almost toppled him, except that one of his men pushed him upright. Another arrow struck his breastplate, tearing a long rip in his jupon and scraping across the steel with a high-pitched squeal. His armour resisted both blows, though other men were not so fortunate. Every few heartbeats in the middle of the metallic rain of arrows, a man would gasp or scream or call for help. Lanforel did not see them fall, only hear them, and he was aware that the attack was losing its cohesion because men were crushing in from his left where most of the arrows came from, and those men squeezed the formation. Armour plate clanged against armour plate. Lanforel himself was pushed so tight against his right-hand neighbour that he could not move his arm holding the lance, and he bellowed a protest and made a huge effort to get a step ahead of the man. He was sweeping his head from side to side, trying to make sense of the blur of grey ahead. The English, he noticed, had their visors raised. They were not threatened by arrows, and so could see to kill. But Lanforel dared not lift his own visor, because a handful of archers were posted between the English battles straight ahead, and those men would thank God for the target of an unvisored French face. His breathing was hoarse inside the helmet. He reckoned himself to be a strong man, yet he was gasping as he waded through the thick soil. Sweat streamed down his face. His left foot slipped in a patch of slick mud, and he sank to his right knee, but managed to heave himself upright and stagger onward. Then he tripped on something and sprawled again, this time falling beside the corpse of an unhorsed man-at-arms. Two of his men pulled him to his feet. He was sheeted in mud now. Some of the holes in his visor were blocked by mud, and he pawed at them with his left hand, but the armoured gauntlet could not clear the thick, wet earth. Just get close, he told himself. Just get close and the killing could start, and Lanfrel was confident of his ability to kill. He might not be a mud-wader, but he was a killer, and so he made another huge effort, trying to get ahead of the crush so he would have room to use his weapons. He turned his head again, scanning through the visor's remaining holes, and saw, straight ahead, a great banner showing the royal arms of England, with their impudent appropriation of the French lily. The royal arms on the flag were defaced with 3 white bars, each bar with 3 red balls, and he recognized the badge as that of Edward, Duke of York. He would serve as a prisoner, Lanfrel thought. The ransom for an English royal duke would make Lanfrel rich, and that prospect seemed to give his tired legs a new strength. He was growling now, though quite unaware of it. The English line was close. "Are you with me, Jean?" he shouted, and his squire shouted yes. Lanfrel intended to strike the English line with his lance, and then, as the enemy recoiled from that blow, drop the cumbersome weapon and use the mace that was slung on his shoulder, and if the mace broke, he would take one of the spare weapons carried by his squire. Lanfrel felt a sudden elation. He had lived this long. He had survived the arrow storm, and he was taking his lance to the enemy. But just then a bodkin point ripped from the flank and struck plumb in one of the visor's holes, and sudden light flooded Lanfrel's eyes, as the arrow peeled back the steel and sliced a savage cut in the bridge of his nose. His head was wrenched painfully to one side, as the arrow missed his right eyeball by a hair's breadth and scored across his cheekbone to lodge in his helmet. He could see suddenly. He could see through the ragged hole torn by the arrow that he wrenched free with his left hand. He could not see much, but a sudden noise to his left made him turn to see a tall man pitch forward with blood bubbling from his visor's holes, and then Lanfrel looked back to his front, and the Duke of York was only a few paces away, and so he dropped his left hand to brace the lance, took a deep breath, and shouted his war cry. He was still shouting as he charged, or rather as he churned his way through the last paces of muddy ploughland. The shout mingled anger and elation. Anger at this impudent enemy, and elation that he had survived the archers. And he had come to the killing place. Sir John Cornwell was also angry. Since the day the army had landed in France, he had been one of the commanders of the vanguard. He had led the short march to Harfleur, been in the first rank of the men who had assaulted that stubborn city, and he had led the march north from the Seine to this muddy field in Picardy. Yet now the king's relative, the Duke of York, had been given command of the vanguard, and the pious Duke, in Sir John's view, was an uninspiring leader. Yet the Duke commanded, and Sir John, a few places to the Duke's right, could only submit to the appointment. But that did not mean he could not tell the men of the right-hand battle what they should do when the French came. He was watching the enemy men-at-arms approach, and he was seeing how they struggled in the mud, and he was awed by the thickness of the arrow storms that converged from left and right to pierce and wound and kill. Not one French visor was open, and so they were half blinded by steel and almost crippled by the mud, and Sir John was waiting for them with lance, poleaxe, and sword. "Are you listening?" he shouted. Ostensibly he was calling to his own men-at-arms, but only a fool would not heed Sir John Cornwell's words when it came to a fight. "Listen!" he bellowed through his unvisored helmet. "When they reach us, they're going to rush the last few paces. They want to hit us hard. They want the fight over. When I give the word, we all step back 3 paces. You hear me? We step back 3 paces. His own men, he knew, would obey him, as would Sir William Porter's men-at-arms. Sir John had trained his men in the brief manoeuvre. The enemy would come at a rush and expect to lunge their shortened lances straight at English groins or faces, and if the English were suddenly to step back, then those first energetic blows would be wasted on air. That was the moment Sir John would counterattack, when the enemy was off balance. "You wait for my command," he shouted, and felt a brief moment of concern. Perhaps it was dangerous to step backward in such treacherous ground, but he reckoned the enemy was more likely to slip and fall than his own men. Those men were arrayed in 3 crude ranks that swelled to 6 where the Duke of York's big company was arrayed around their lord. The Duke, anxious face showing through his open helm, had not turned to look when Sir John shouted. Instead, he had stared straight ahead, while the tip of his sword, made of the best Bordeaux steel, rested lightly on the furrows. "When they come to strike," Sir John bellowed, watching to see if the Duke showed any response, "cheat their blow, step back, and when they falter, attack." The Duke did not acknowledge the advice. He still stared at the French horde that was losing its order. The flanks were crushing inward to escape the arrows, and the leading men were skewing what was left of the French formation by deliberately advancing on those places in the English line where the banners proclaimed the position of high nobility who might expect to pay extravagant ransoms. Yet, disorganized though the French were, this first battle was still a horde. It outnumbered the English men-at-arms by 8 to 1. It was an armoured herd, spiked with lances, thick with blades, a grinding wave of steel that seemed to shrug off the arrows as a bull might ignore the stings of swarming horseflies. Some Frenchmen fell, and whenever a man was put down by a bodkin point, he would trip the men behind, and Sir John saw the crowding and jostling, the pushing and shoving. Some men were struggling to be in the front rank, wanting to win renown. Others were reluctant to be the first to strike, yet all, he knew, were anticipating ransoms and riches and rejoicing. "God be with you, John," Sir William Porter said nervously. He had moved to be next to his friend. "I think God will let us win," Sir John said loudly. "I wish God had sent us 1,000 more English men-at-arms," Sir William said. "You heard what our king said," Sir John shouted in response. "Don't wish for another man on our side. Why share the victory? We're English. If we were only half our number, we would be enough to slaughter these turd-sucking sons of rancid whores." "God help us," Sir William said softly. "Do what I say, William," Sir John said quietly. "Let them come at you. Step back, then strike. Once you have the first man down, you've made an obstacle for the second. You understand me?" Sir William nodded. The two sides were now close enough for men on either side to recognize each other by their jupons, except the surcoats of the French were so spattered with mud that some were hard to read, and nearly every surcoat had 2 or more arrows caught in its folds. "Then kill the second man," Sir John went on. "Don't use your sword. A sword's no good in this fight. Hammer the bastards down with a poleaxe, stun them, break their legs, crack their skulls. Put the second man down, William, and the third can't reach you without stumbling over 2 corpses." "I'd rather use a lance," Sir William said diffidently. "Then stab at their visors," Sir John said. "That's the weakest point in armour. Ram it home, William, and make the goddamn bastards suffer." The French were fewer than 50 paces away. The arrow strikes had almost stopped, though a few bodkins still streaked across the face of the advancing enemy to strike from the flank. The archers posted between the battles were readying to file back between the men-at-arms, so that the English line of fully armoured men would be continuous. Those archers still had a few arrows left, and were shooting them fast before they were ordered to the rear. More Frenchmen went down. One, an arrow deep in his belly, knelt, and then opened his visor to vomit a mix of puke and blood before the men behind trod him into the furrows.
"We're 3 ranks deep," Sir John said, "and they're at least 20 ranks deep. The men behind will push the men in front, and so they're going to be forced onto our blades." He grinned suddenly. "And we're sober, William. We ran out of wine, so we're fighting sober, but I'll wager half their army is soaked in wine. God is with us, William." "You believe that?" "Believe it?" Sir John laughed. "I know it. Now brace yourselves." The noise was rising as the enemy shouted their war cries. Off to Sir John's left, where a thick crowd of Frenchmen was advancing on the King's banner, he could see the oriflamme, red and wicked, high on its pole, and then he forgot that symbol because the enemy in front had summoned a last great effort. They were shouting. They were even trying to run. They were coming to take their victory. Their lances were poised to strike. They were screaming, "Saint-Denis! Montjoie! Montjoie!" And the English were howling like huntsmen closing on their prey. "Now!" Sir John bellowed. "Now!" Sir Martin shoved Melisande down, planting his hand between her breasts and thrusting hard and quickly so that she fell back between the trees on the stream's bank. "There," he said. "You just stay there like a good little girl." "No!" He held up a hand as she tried to scramble away. There was a terrible threat in that raised hand, and Melisande went still again, making Sir Martin smile. He had yellowed stumps for teeth. "I've got a knife somewhere," he told her. "I know I do." He fumbled in a pouch at his belt. "A good knife, too. Oh, here it is." He smiled as he showed her the short blade. "Put a knife to thy throat, the Holy Book says, if thou art a man of appetite. And I am, but I don't want to cut your pretty throat, girl. It does spoil matters if you're scrambling about in blood, so just be good and lie there like a nice little girl, and it'll soon be over." He laughed at that, then knelt over her, his knees either side of her belly. "But I do think we want you naked. Naked is blessed, girl. In nakedness lies truth. Those are the words of our Lord and Saviour." He had invented the text, but in his mind it still had the ring of scriptural truth. He planted his left hand on her breasts, making her whimper. He was grinning, and in his deepest eyes Melisande saw the glints of madness. She hardly moved. She hardly dared move because the knife was coming toward her throat, but she groped to find the neck of her sack and slowly pulled it toward her. "And what shall divide us from the love of Christ?" Sir Martin asked her in a hoarse voice. "Tell me that, eh?" He grinned still, reaching for the neck of her dress with his left hand. "That's what the Holy Scriptures ask us, girl. They ask us, what shall divide us from Christ's love? What shall divide you and me, eh? Not tribulation, the word of the Lord says, nor distress, nor persecution, nor hunger. Are you listening to me?" Melisande nodded. The sack inched toward her, and she felt for its opening. "The words of God, little girl," Sir Martin said, this time relying on genuine words of Scripture. "Written for our comfort by the blessed St. Paul himself. Neither danger nor the sword shall keep us from Christ's love, and nor, the Apostle says, will nakedness." And with that he slashed at her dress with the short knife and, with a twitching grimace, ripped the cloth down so that her breasts were exposed. "Oh, my," Sir Martin said reverently. "Oh, my, oh, my, oh, my. Nakedness will not keep you from Christ's love, my child. That is the promise of the Scripture. You should be glad of my coming. You should rejoice in it." He no longer straddled her,
but knelt beside her as he tore the linen dress down to its lower hem, and then he stared with awed reverence at her pale body. Melisande lay still, her right hand inside the sack now, but not moving. "We went naked, girl, before woman brought sin into the world," Sir Martin said, "and it is only meet and just that woman should be punished for that first sin. Don't you agree?" A vagary of the wind brought the sound of shouting from the high plateau, and the priest turned and looked at the distant crest for an instant. Melisande thrust her hand deeper into the sack, fumbling for one of the short leather-fledged bolts. She went still again as Sir Martin looked back to her. "They're having their games up there," he said. "They do like to fight, they do, but the Frenchies will win this one. There's thousands of the bastards. Your nick will go down, girl, down to a Frenchie's sword. 'Cause you're a Frenchie, aren't you? A pretty little Frenchie. I'm just sorry your nick will never know I've punished you for your sins. Woman brought sin into the world, and woman must be punished. I'd like your nick to die knowing I'd punished you. But he won't, and so it is, so it falls out, so the good Lord disposes. My Thomas will probably die too, and that's a pity, 'cause I do like my Thomas. But I've other sons. Maybe you'll have one for me." He smiled at that idea as he fumbled to hitch up his robe. "I won't die. The Frenchies won't kill a priest 'cause they really don't want to go to hell. And if you're nice to me, little girl, you won't die either. You can live and have my little baby. Maybe we'll call him Thomas. Right, get those pretty legs apart." Melisande did not move, but the priest kicked at her knees, then kicked harder, and so forced his foot between her thighs. "Our Henry has led his men into the devil's shit-pot, hasn't he?" he said. "And now they're all going to be dead. They're all going to be dead, and there'll just be you and me, little girl, just you and me, so you might as well be nice to me." He pulled the black robe above his waist and grinned at her. "Handsome, isn't he? Now, little one, make him welcome." He forced his knees between her legs. "I've been wanting to do this," he said, kneeling above her, "for ever such a long time." He gave a spasm, then leaned forward, propping himself on his left hand while still holding the knife to her throat with his right. A second pouch was about his neck, tied next to a wooden crucifix with a leather cord, and both cross and pouch swung free, annoying the priest. "Don't need those, do we?" he asked. "They just gets in the way, girl." He used his knife hand to take the pouch and crucifix from his neck. The pouch clinked as he dropped it on the stream's bank, and the sound made him grin. "That's Frenchy gold, little girl, gold that I found in Harfleur, and if you're nice to me, I'll give you a groat or two. You are going to be nice, aren't you? All quiet and nice, like a good little girl." Melisande pushed her hand deeper into the sack and found what she wanted. "I shall be nice," she said in a frightened voice. "Oh, you will," Sir Martin said hoarsely, putting the knife back to her throat. "You surely will." Sir John stepped back. 2 paces were sufficient. At first he thought he had called the command too soon, then feared it was too late because his feet were stuck in the mud, but he wrenched them free and stumbled back 2 paces, and the opposing Frenchmen gave a shout, thinking the English were trying to run away, and then their lances thrust into empty air, and the momentum of the lunges unbalanced them, and that was when Sir John struck. "Now!" he bellowed. "Strike!" and he rammed his own lance forward, spearing the iron-tipped point into the groin of the closest enemy. The English lances, like the French, had been cut down, but the French had cut their shafts shorter, and so did not have the reach of the English weapons. Sir John's lance slammed into metal, and he leaned into the blow and saw the enemy fold over the point, and he pulled the lance back, watching the man fall, then struck it forward again. The French, wasting their first blows on air, were stumbling. They were tired and could not pull their feet out of the sticky furrows, and the force of the English lance blows was toppling them. To Sir John's left and right there were men on their knees, and he slammed the lance hard into the visored face of a man in the second rank to throw him backward. Then he hurled the lance down and reached behind with his right hand. "Poleaxe!" His squire gave him the weapon, and the killing could start. A lance struck Sir John's head. His visor was missing, and the Frenchman had tried to skewer Sir John's eyes, but the blow glanced off his helmet, and Sir John pushed a step forward and swung the poleaxe in a short cut that smacked on the man's helmet, crushing it, and so another man was down in the mud. A whole rank of men had stumbled, and Sir John made certain they stayed down by cracking the lead-weighted hammer on their helmets. The man who had folded around Sir John's lance was trying to rise again, and Sir John chopped the axe-blade hard against his backplate, then shouted at his squire to finish the man off. "Open his visor," he shouted. "Kill him!" Then Sir John planted his feet and began picking his enemies. Those enemies were already encumbered. The first rank of Frenchmen were mostly on the ground, where they were bleeding in a tangle of bodies and discarded lances, and the following ranks had to stumble over those obstacles, and as they tried so they were met with axe-blades, mace-heads, and lance-points. It might not have mattered if the French had been able to negotiate the obstacles in their own time, but they were pushed onto them by the press of men behind, and so they stumbled haplessly into the English blades. "Kill them!" Sir John bellowed. "Kill them! Kill them! Kill them!" That was when the battle joy came to him. The pure joy of being a warlord, armoured and armed, dangerous and invincible. He used the poleaxe's hammerhead to beat down armoured enemies. The hammer did not need to pierce armour, few weapons could, but the weight alone could stun a man, and one blow was usually sufficient to put a man down or cripple him. The French, it seemed to Sir John, moved with a painful slowness, while he was endowed with a godlike speed. He was grinning, and he was watching 3 or 4 enemies at once, picking which one to attack first, and already knowing how the second and third would be destroyed. They came to him, and he sensed their panic. The rearward ranks of the French carried short weapons, maces or swords or axes, but they had no time to use them as they were forced onto the bodies of the fallen. They tripped into the blows of Sir John and his men, and so many were put down that Sir John had to negotiate the dead himself. Now the English were carrying the fight to the French. 900 men were attacking 8,000, but the 900 could take care where they stepped without fear of being pushed from behind. A Frenchman in mud-spattered armour that had been scoured until it shone like silver lunged a sword at Sir John, who let the weapon waste its force against the cuirass protecting his left thigh. The man to Sir John's left battered the polished helmet with a poleaxe hammer, and the Frenchman collapsed like a felled ox as Sir John rammed his pole spike into the face of a man wearing the livery of a wheat chief. The spike mangled visor, teeth, and palate, jerking the man's head back as his body was pushed forward. Sir John let his neighbour crack a hammer against the fallen man's helmet as he back-swung his poleaxe into a pot-helm surmounted by a plume of feathers. "Come on, you bastards! I want you!" Sir John shouted. He was laughing. At that moment it never once occurred to him that some Frenchmen were eager for the renown that would follow the death or capture of Sir John Cornwell. They came and they fell, victims of the wet ground and of the obstacles they could not see through their closed visors, and they came to the short, hard blows of a poleaxe that made more obstacles. "Stay tight! Stay tight!" Sir John bellowed, making sure there was a man to his left and Sir William to his right. You fought shoulder to shoulder to give the enemy no room to pierce the line, and Sir John's men-at-arms were fighting as he had trained them to fight. They had stepped over the first fallen Frenchmen, and the second line of English were lifting enemy visors and sliding knives into the eyes or mouths of the wounded to stop them from striking up from the ground. Frenchmen screamed when they saw the blade coming. They twisted in the mud to escape the quick stabs. They died in spasms, and still more came to be hammered or chopped or crushed. Some Frenchmen, reckoning themselves safe from arrows, had lifted their visors, and Sir John slammed the poleaxe's spike into a man's face, twisting it as it pierced the eye socket, dragging it back, jellied and bloodied, watching as the man, in frantic dying pain, flailed and impeded more Frenchmen. Sir William Porter was stabbing his lance at men's faces. One blow was usually enough to unbalance an enemy, and Sir William's other neighbour would finish the job with a hammer blow. Sir William, usually a quiet and studious man, was growling and snarling as he picked his victims. "God's blood, William!" Sir John shouted. "But this is joy!" The noise was unending. Steel on steel, screams, war-shouts. Enough Frenchmen had fallen to stop the ponderous charge, and the men behind could not negotiate the piled bodies without stumbling into the English blades. There was blood in the furrows. Sir John stepped on a wounded Frenchman's helmet, unaware that he did so, but conscious that his right foot had found firm standing, and his weight drove the man's visor into the mud that seeped through the visor holes and slowly stifled him. He drowned in mud, choking for breath as Sir John taunted the French, begged them to come to him, then stepped forward again, hungry for more death. "Kill them!" he screamed. "Kill them!" He felt a burst of energy and used it to crash into the French line, opening it so his men could follow, stabbing and lunging with the speed of Christendom's most feared tournament fighter. He crippled men with the spike, driving it through the folds covering their groins, and as they doubled in screaming pain, he would crash the hammer or axe onto their helmets and leave it to the men behind to give the fallen enemy the mercy of death. Sir John took blows on his armour, but they were feeble, until a Frenchman managed a hard swing with a poleaxe, and Sir John was only saved because the enemy's shaft broke, and Sir John screamed in challenge and swung his own axe at the man's legs, driving the blade through a roundel to chop into a knee. The man went down and lunged with his weapon's broken shaft, and Sir John smashed the hammerhead onto the enemy's helmet with such force that the steel collapsed and bloody ooze spurted from the visor. Sir John and his men-at-arms were hacking a deep hole in the crammed French ranks, killing again to make new corpses to trip the enemy. To his left, unseen by Sir John, the Duke of York died. The French attack had struck the English vanguard first. 100 men were dead in that fight before the oriflamme reached King Henry's men, and in the front of the foremost men was Gilbert, Seigneur de Lanforel, and he was half aware that the English to his left had stepped back as the charge crashed home, but the Duke of York and his men had stayed put, thrusting with lances, and Lanforel had twisted aside, letting a lance slide off his breastplate's flank, then ramming his own lance into an unvisored face. "Lanforel!" he shouted. "Lanforel!" He wanted the English to know whom they faced, and he fended off a lance with his own, then unslung his mace and started to hack. This was no place for the subtle graces of a tournament field, no place to show a swordsman's skills. This was a place to hack and kill, chop and wound, to fill an enemy with fear. and Lafarelle drove the spiked mace down into a man wearing the Duke's livery, and wrenched the bloody spikes out of the split helmet and skull, and thumped it forward into another man, hurling him back, and he could see the Duke clearly now, just to his right. But first he had to kill a man to his left, which he did with the heavy mace in a blow that rang up his arm. "Yield!" he shouted at the Duke, who had dropped his visor, and the Duke's response was to swing his sword that clanged on Lafarelle's plate, and Lafarelle dropped the mace head over the Duke's shoulder and pulled, so that the tall man stumbled forward, lost his footing, and fell full length. "He's mine!" Lafarelle shouted. "The bastard's mine!" And that was when the battle-joy came to Lafarelle, the exultation of a fighter who dominated his foes. He stood over the Duke, one foot on the fallen man's spine, and killed any man who tried to rescue. 4 of his own men-at-arms flanked him with poleaxes, and they shouted insults at the English before killing them. "I want the standard!" Lafarelle shouted. He thought the Duke's great flag would be a welcome decoration in his manor hall, where it could hang from the smoke-darkened beams beneath the musicians' gallery, and the Duke, a prisoner in Lafarelle's keeping, would be forced to see that standard every day. "Come and die!" Lafarelle shouted at the standard-bearer, but English men-at-arms pushed the man back out of immediate danger, and closed on Lafarelle, and he parried their blows, thrusting back hard, depending on the weight of his mace to throw his opponents off balance. And all the while he shouted at his men in the second rank to defend his back. They had to keep the crush of Frenchmen from crowding him, and they did it by threatening their own ranks, giving Lafarelle room to slash the mace at any man who dared oppose him. His 4 men were using their poleaxes to hack at the English line that was so thin Lafarelle reckoned he could fight through it and lead a mass of Frenchmen to the rear of the English centre. Why not capture a king as well as a duke? "Forward!" he bellowed. "Forward!" But when he tried to go forward, he half-tripped on the bodies that had fallen across the Duke of York's legs. Lafarelle tried to kick the dead men out of his path, but a lance thrust from an Englishman hammered his breastplate and threw him back. "Bastard!" Lafarelle shouted, driving the mace's bloody spikes toward the snarling face. Then a shout of warning made him glance to his left, and he saw that the English were driving into the French ranks and threatening to fight around to his rear. He reckoned there was still time to break the enemy line, and he tried to go forward again, and once more was checked by the dead men, and a sudden rush of Englishmen came to oppose him, their lances, poleaxes, and maces battering his armour, and he had no choice but to step back. His chance to cleave the line was gone for the moment. He backed away, leaving the Duke of York face down in the mud. The Duke, stunned and trampled, had drowned in a blood-drenched puddle, and now the English advanced across his corpse, coming for Lafarelle and for his standard of the Sun and Falcon, and Lafarelle held them at bay with swift, hard strokes. He did not know the Duke was dead, only regretted that he had temporarily lost him, but then he saw another standard to his left, a standard deep in the French ranks, that showed a rearing lion blazoned with a crown, and he reckoned Sir John Cornwell's ransom would make him rich enough. "With me!" he bellowed, and he rammed and shoved and fought his way toward Sir John. Away to Lafarelle's right, a furious battle raged around the king's 4 standards. Scores of Frenchmen wanted the honour of capturing England's king, but they faced the same horrors that dogged the rest of the French attackers. Their front rank had gone down fast, its men exhausted by the mud and wounded by the arrow storm, and the king's bodyguard had killed them with axes, maces, and mauls. Now the attackers tripped on bodies and were met by axe strokes. Yet still they pushed forward, and a French lance pierced the folds of Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, the king's younger brother, and the blow to the groin drove him down into the furrows. Frenchmen surged to take the fallen man prisoner, but Henry stood over his injured brother and used his sword two-handed to hack at the enemy. He fought with a sword because he regarded that as a royal weapon, and if it put him at a disadvantage against men armed with poleaxes and maces, then Henry did not acknowledge it, because he knew God was with him. He could feel God in his heart. He sensed God giving him strength, and even when a French poleaxe rang on his crowned helmet with a sudden blinding force, God protected him. A golden floret was chopped from the crown, and his helmet was dented, but the steel was not broken, and the leather liner soaked some of the blow's force, and Henry stayed conscious as he lunged the sword into the axeman's armpit, and screamed his war cry, "St. George!" Henry of England was filled by a God-given joy. Never in all his life had he felt closer to God, and he almost pitied the men who came to be killed, for they were being killed by God. Henry's bodyguard flanked him, and, one by one, they killed 18 Frenchmen who, only the night before, had sworn a solemn oath to kill or capture the King of England. The 18 had been bound together by their oath, and they had advanced together, and now they died together. Their bodies lay tangled and bloody to impede the men who still wanted the fame of capturing a king. A Frenchman bellowed his challenge, stumbling forward, spiked mace thrashing at the king, and the king slammed the sword hard forward to lodge the point in the slit of the Frenchman's visor, and the mace struck a man next to the king, who staggered, and another Englishman drove his poleaxe spike into the Frenchman's throat, so that blood ran down the axe's iron-sheathed handle. The man sank to his knees, and the king rammed the blade into the visor slit, butchering the man's lips and tongue. Blood welled at the slit. A poleaxe slammed onto the man's helmet, driving in the steel and opening the skull to spray the king with blood as he ripped his sword free and parried a lance thrust. "St. George!" he shouted, and felt the divine power thrill through his veins. The Frenchman with the lance had an open visor, and Henry saw fear in the man's eyes, then a mute appeal for mercy as his lance was wrenched from his hands. But God did not want mercy for Henry's enemies, and so the king cut his sword across the man's face to slice open both his eyeballs. One of the royal bodyguard cracked the blinded man's helmet with a maul, and so another body was added to the heap of French dead that protected the English line. And the English line held. In places it had been driven back by the weight of attacking men-at-arms, but the line did not break, and now it was protected by ramparts of dead and wounded Frenchmen, and in places the line bulged forward as the English counterattacked into the French formation. And the French, unable to march straight ahead, began to spread to their flanks, where the archers had no arrows. "You can die, or you can fight." The voice was distant and amused, as though the speaker did not care what Nicholas Hook's fate would be. "God's holy shit, Nick! They're coming for us," Tom Scarlett said nervously. The archers had pulled back behind the foremost stakes, and then watched the French men-at-arms crash into the English line. There had been loud cheers from the archers when that perilously thin line stopped the enemy, but now that enemy was spreading toward the stakes. "We can fight or die," Hook said. He threw down his bow. It was useless without arrows, and there were no arrows. "So fight," the voice spoke again, and Hook knew it was St. Crispin, the harsher saint who was talking to him. "You're here," he said aloud in relief and wonderment. "I'm here, Nick," Scarlett said. "Don't want to be, but I am." "Of course we're here," St. Crispin said harshly. "We're here to get revenge, so fight them, you bastard. What are you waiting for?" Hook had paused to watch the French. He sensed they were not trying to outflank the English men-at-arms, but rather to escape the killing that was so loud to his left. But soon, he thought, Some Frenchmen would decide to attack the lightly armoured archers, and thus reach the rear of the king's line.
"What are you waiting for?"
the saint again demanded angrily.
"Do God's work, for Christ's sakes! Just kill the goddamn bastards!"
Hook felt a tremor of fear. A Frenchman staggered closer to the stakes. His left arm was hanging limply from his shoulder where an espalier was split and bloody.
"What do we do, Nick?"
Scarlett asked. Hook took the poleaxe from his shoulder.
"Kill them!"
he roared.
"Kill the goddamn bastards! St. Crispin! Kill!"
The shout released the archers, who suddenly gave a great shout of defiance and streamed between their stakes to attack the French flank. The bowmen were armed with poleaxes, swords, or mallets. Most were barefoot, none had leg armour, and few could afford a breastplate, but in the mud they could move much faster than the French.
"Kill them!"
Bevel Gold bellowed, and still more archers took up the shout. There was a wildness in the grey air, a sudden and savage desire to kill the men who had promised to chop off archers' fingers, and so Welshmen and Englishmen, their arms hardened by years of archery, went to massacre the gentry of France. Hook ignored the wounded man and instead attacked a giant in a bright red surcoat. His first blow was a wild swing that would have earned Sir John scorn had he seen it, and the Frenchman swayed back to make it miss, and then lunged with his shortened lance. But Hook's momentum had carried him past the man, and, as the tall Frenchman turned to follow Hook, so Will of the Dale hammered the back of the man's helmet with a mallet, and the enemy toppled into the mud. Geoffrey Horrocks knelt on him, lifted the visor, and stabbed into an eye with a long, thin-bladed knife. Hook drove his poleaxe at a man in a black and white striped surcoat, thrusting him so hard in the breastplate that the enemy fell backward, and then the hammerhead swung to crash into a man's sword arm, and another archer was there to swing a lead-weighted maul onto that man's helmet. The French, their feet trapped by the mud suction, could not move to avoid the blows, and their own strokes and lunges were being wasted on air as the nimble archers dodged. The enemy, safe from arrows, was fighting with raised visors now, and Hook discovered it was easy to stab the poleaxe's spike at their eyes, forcing them to twist aside when one of his companions would follow up with a hammer blow. It was the poleaxes, hammers, and the mauls that were doing the damage. Lead-weighted hammerheads wielded by archers' arms, and the hammers crushed helmets and shattered armour-encased bones. Archers without hammers picked up enemy poleaxes or maces. They were suddenly scenting easy pickings as still more bowmen came from the stakes to join the brawl. It was a brawl. It was tavern fighting. It was like the Christmas football game when the men of two villages met to punch and trip and kick, only this game was played with lead, iron, and steel. 2 or 3 archers would attack one man, tripping him or striking him down with a hammer, then one would stoop to finish the enemy with a knife into the face. The quickest way was straight through an eye, and the Frenchmen screamed for mercy when they saw the blade approaching. Then there was a slight, instantly released pressure as the knife tip pierced the eyeball before the screaming would fade as the blade slipped into the brain. Not much blood from such wounds, and all the time the English trumpets were braying, and there was the steel-on-steel sound of men-at-arms fighting in the field centre, and the shouts of archers who were slaughtering the enemy's flanks. This was revenge. Hook fought with the memory of Soissons. He knew the 2 saints were with him. This was their feast day, and today they would repay France for what France had done to their town. Hook stabbed the axe point at men's faces, and, when they twisted to evade the blow, he would hook the blade over a shoulder and tug until the enemy, his feet caught in the mire, stumbled forward and the hammerhead would crash into his helmet and another Frenchman was finished. Hundreds of archers were doing the same, so that the deep ploughed field, filling the space between the woods, had become one wide killing ground. The furrows, newly sown with winter wheat, were filling with blood. There were so many dead and injured Frenchmen that Hook had to clamber over their bodies to reach the enemy. Tom Scarlet, big Will Skelate, and Will of the Dale came with him, and other archers were doing the same, all yelling like demons. A sword slammed into Hook, but the blade's force was stopped by his haubergeon and mail, and Skelate, huge and glowering, hammered the swordsman down with his axe. Hook dropped another Frenchman with a lunge, and Will of the Dale drove his axe into the fallen man's thigh, splitting the cuirass so that thick blood welled out of the jagged rip. An archer was stoving in helmets with a maul, one blow sufficient to collapse steel, skull, and life. A Frenchman with a hammer-broken leg was on his knees and shouting that he yielded, that he could pay ransom, but no one heard, and he died when an archer slid a knife into an eye socket. Hook was screaming, unaware that he screamed, fighting with a desperate fury. The archers were mud-smeared, blood-spattered, and bare-legged as they howled and killed. Their fear was all released into fury. A French knight, glorious in a surcoat woven from cloth of gold, parried Tom Scarlet's swing, and drew back his mace to crush the insolent archer's skull, and Hook's axe-head took the man in the back of his neck, powering through a steel bevel. And the man fell as Hook ripped the blade free and stabbed the spike into another man's waist. Skelate, the country-bred giant, swung a hammer between the man's legs, and the resultant scream seared clear across Agincourt's blood-wet field. Then a Frenchman in mud-spattered bright mail with a blue silk ribbon about his neck and a silver lion crowning his helmet dropped to one knee and took off his right gauntlet, which he held toward Hook. Hook was still 4 or 5 paces away, and was planning to slam the hammer onto that glittering lion, but he suddenly understood what the Frenchman wanted. "Prisoners!" he shouted. "Prisoners!" He snatched the gauntlet from the Frenchman. "Take your helmet off," he ordered the man. No one had yet given the order to capture prisoners, and Sir John, before the fight, had stressed that none was to be taken until the king had deemed the battle won, but Hook did not care. The French were surrendering now. More and more Frenchmen were holding out their gauntlets. Their helmets were left in the mud as their captors hauled them back from the fight. "What do we do with the bastards?" Will of the Dale asked. "Tie their hands," Hook suggested. "Use bow cords." The first French battle was retreating now. Too many had died, and the living had no stomach for a fight that had spilled so much blood into the furrows. Hook leaned on his poleaxe and watched an archer in a blue, blood-darkened surcoat cackling among the wounded enemy. The man had discovered a falcon beak, a weapon that was half hammer and half claw, and he was killing the wounded by piercing their helmets with the curved beak, which was mounted on a long shaft. The wedge-shaped point easily drove through steel to shatter the skulls beneath. "Like cracking eggs," he called to no one in particular, and cracked another. "Bastards!" he kept shouting. "Bastards!" He killed again and again. Injured men pleaded for mercy, but the beaked hammer would still fall. Hook had no energy to intervene. The man seemed oblivious of everything except the need to kill, and when he struck a wounded man he would do it repeatedly, long after the man was dead. A mastiff was standing over the body of its wounded master, barking at the English, and the archer killed the dog with the falcon beak, then killed the dog's owner. "You'd cut off my fingers!" he screamed at the man, swinging the beak to mangle the corpse's already crumpled helmet. "I'll cut off your goddamn prick!" He suddenly raised his 2 string fingers at the corpses he had made and jerked the fingers up and down. "Cut these off, would you, you bastards!" "Sweet Jesus," Tom Scarlet said. His face was covered in French blood, his haubergeon was red, His legs, bare beneath his short hose, were mud-covered. "Sweet Jesus," he said again. The farthest point of the French advance was marked by a long heap of bodies, and the first battle had retreated from that horror, and the English did not follow. Men were exhausted, slaked by the killing. Prisoners were being taken behind the line where Englishmen and Welshmen stared at each other as if astonished to be alive. Then more trumpets called, and Hook looked northward to see that the second French battle, every bit as large as the first, was coming. So the battle must start again. "They'll all be dying up there," Sir Martin said. "Dying in their scores. You're probably a widow by now." He grinned with yellow teeth. "I heard you got married. Why, girl, why? Marriage is for the respectable folk, not for common pottage-eaters like Hook. But it doesn't matter now. You're a widow, girl, and oh my, but you are a beautiful widow. Now stay still, girl. Stay still. The master of every woman is the man. That's what the Holy Scripture, the blessed word of the Lord, says, so you're to obey me." He frowned suddenly. "What's that mucky stuff on your forehead?" "A blessing," Melisande said. She had at last found a bolt, and was fumbling to fit it in the crossbow's groove, but the crossbow was inside the sack, and it was hard to feel its mechanism, let alone be certain the bolt was properly in place. Sir Martin was kneeling between her legs and leaning over her, propped on his left hand, and using his right to grope between her thighs. A small stream of spittle swayed from his mouth. "I don't like it," Sir Martin said, and took his right hand away from her groin to rub at the charcoal lettering. "Don't like your blessing. You should look pretty for me. You're not staying still, girl. You want me to hit you?" "I am still," Melisande said, though in truth she was shifting desperately, heaving up as she tried to dislodge the awful weight that pressed on her. Sir Martin abandoned his attempt to clean her forehead and put his hand back between her legs. Melisande screamed at his touch, and the sound made the priest grin. "The woman is the glory of the man," he said, "which is the holy word of Almighty God, so let's make a baby, shall we?" She thought the bolt was in the groove. She was not sure, but nor could she wait to be sure, and so she wrenched the crossbow around, dragging the whole sack with it as Sir Martin raised himself, ready to plunge down. "Ave Maria," he said, "Ave Maria." And Melisande thrust the sack into the space between her belly and his, then pulled the trigger. Nothing happened. The crossbow had been lying untended and fully cocked in her sack, and the trigger mechanism must have rusted. She screamed. Sir Martin's spittle fell and slapped across her face, and she jerked her finger again, and this time the pole gave way to release the cord. The steel-shanked span made its vicious sound, and the short, thick iron bolt ripped through the sacking. Sir Martin seemed to be lifted off her. He stared at her, wide-eyed, his mouth shaped into a horrified circle. Then he bellowed like a boar being gelded. Blood spurted from his groin to pour warm and sudden on Melisande's thighs. The leather fledging of the bolt protruded from his bladder, while the rusted point was protruding between his legs. And Melisande twisted away, scrambling desperately, and Sir Martin's clawing hands caught hold of her torn dress and held on. He was screaming now, clutching the linen as though it could save him, and Melisande tore herself away from him, abandoning the dress. And he curled up on the wet ground, whimpering and gasping, thrusting the torn linen into his ravaged groin. "You'll die," Melisande said. "You will bleed to death." She stooped beside him and his bloodshot eyes looked up at her desperately. "And I shall laugh as you die," she added. Another scream sounded. It came from the village, and Melisande saw strangers among the baggage. She saw more people running toward the wagons and other folk coming along the stream's bank. They were local people, bringing hoes and axes and cleavers, peasants who wanted plunder. A man had spotted her and was heading toward her with the same hungry expression she had seen on Sir Martin's face. Melisande was naked. Then she remembered the jupon. She took one last look at Sir Martin, who was dying in agony, snatched up her sack and his leather purse of coins, then jumped into the stream. Chapter 13. The Sire de Lanforel spat curses. A man at his feet, his visor dented and sheeted with blood, moaned and gasped. The whole of the man's lower right leg had been lopped off, and the blood pulsed slow and thick onto the corpse beneath him. "A priest," the man gasped. "For the love of God, a priest." "There are no priests," Lanforel said angrily. He had thrown away his mace, deciding that a poleaxe would be a more vicious weapon, and viciousness was what he needed if he were to pull a victory from this apparent disaster. Lanforel understood well enough what had happened. The French, exhausted by their slog through the mud and half blinded by their closed visors, had been easy victims for the English men-at-arms. But he also understood that those men-at-arms could not stretch their thin line to fill the whole space between the two woods. The ends of the line were manned by archers, and the archers, so far as he could tell, had no arrows. He snapped up his ripped visor, forcing the split metal over the rim of his helmet. "We're going left," he said. None of his men answered him. The first French battle had pulled back a score of paces, and the English, as if by agreement, had not followed. Both sides were tired. Men leaned on their weapons to draw breath. Between the two armies was a long heap of armour-encased bodies, some dead, some injured, many piled on top of others. The fallen men's plate, polished in the night to a bright sheen, was jagged with rips, plastered with mud and streaked with blood. Banners had fallen among the casualties, and a few Englishmen dragged those proud flags free and passed them back to where the French prisoners were being gathered. The oriflamme, which had proclaimed its merciless purpose above the French centre, had vanished. The English were passing skins of water or wine from man to man, and Lanforel suddenly felt parched. "Where's the wine?" he asked his squire. "I don't have any, sire. You didn't tell me to bring any." "Do I have to order you to piss? Jesus, you stink like a midden. Did you shit yourself?" The squire nodded miserably. He was not the only man whose bowels had loosened in terror, but he quailed under Lanforel's scorn. "We're going left," Lanforel called again. He had tried and failed to reach Sir John, so now he planned to lead his men to attack the lightly armoured archers instead. He could see the bowmen were carrying maces and poleaxes, but that was better than having them armed with yew bows and ash arrows. He would cut the bastards down and lead Frenchmen through the stakes so they could turn the flank of the English men-at-arms. "This battle isn't lost," he told his followers. "It hasn't even begun. They have no arrows left, so now we can kill the bastards. You hear me? We kill them." Trumpets sounded from the northern end of the field. The second French battle, its armour still gleaming and its banners untorn by arrows, was advancing on foot through the morass of ploughland churned deep by horses and by the 8,000 Frenchmen of the first attack. That second battle was passing the small group of heralds, English, French, and Burgundian, who watched the battle together from the edge of the Tranacour woods, and the reinforcements, another 8,000 men-at-arms, would reach the killing place in another minute. Lanfarel, not wanting to be caught by the crush of the new arrivals, worked his way toward the flank of the French men-at-arms. He had 11 men with him now, and he reckoned they were enough to cut their way through the archers. And if the 12 led, other men would follow. "Those goddamn archers aren't trained to arms," he told his men. "They're tradesmen. They're nothing but tailors and basket weavers. They're just hacking with those axes. So don't attack them first. Let them hack, then you parry and kill. You understand me?" Men nodded. They understood, but the field reeked of blood. The Oriflamme was gone, and a dozen great lords of France were dead or missing, and Lanfarel knew that victory would only come when men began to believe in victory. So he would give that belief to them. He would fight his way through the English line, and he would give France a triumph. Englishmen saw the second attack closing, and they straightened and hoisted weapons. The second French battle had reached the first, and the newcomers gave a huge shout. "Saint-Denis! Montjoie! Montjoie!" "St. George!" the English responded, and the hunting howls started again, the mocking sound of men inviting their quarry to come and die. But the second battle could not reach the English because the survivors of the first were in their way, and they could only push those survivors forward, and so they churned through the mud, lances levelled, driving tired men onto the heaps of dead and onto the English blades beyond. The noise rose, the clash of steel and the screams of the dying and the desperate blare of trumpets as 8,000 new French men-at-arms went to the killing ground. And Lanfarel went for the archers. The women and servants fled from the English baggage, running uphill toward the embattled army, while behind them serfs and peasants scrambled over the English wagons in search of easy plunder. Melisande was in the stream that ran fast, full, cold and muddy, fed by the torrential rain of the last few days. She floundered in the water, pushing past low-growing branches until she saw the dewpond snagged on a willow bough. She unhooked it, then forced her way through the briars and nettles that grew on the stream's bank. She pulled the dewpond over her head. The wet linen clung cold and clammy, but it covered her, and she crept slowly northward through brambles and hazel scrub until she saw the horsemen. There were 50 or 60 riders who were standing their horses to the west of the village and just watching the English encampment. They had no banner, and even if they had flown a flag, Melisande doubted she would have recognized its badge, but she was certain that the small English army could never have spared so many horsemen to linger behind their line. That meant these riders were French, and Melisande, though she was French herself, now thought of the horsemen as her enemy, and so she crouched in the bushes, hiding her bright surcoat behind a thorn bush. Then a new anxiety struck her. The surcoat covered her, but it also gnawed at her soul. "Forgive me," she prayed to the Virgin, "for wearing the jupon. Let Nick live." She sensed no answer. There was just silence in her head. She had sworn not to wear the jupon, believing that wearing her father's badge would doom Nick to death in the high ploughland. But now she was wearing the badge of the sun and the falcon, and the Virgin had given her no answer, and she knew she was breaking her bargain with heaven. She shivered, cold and wet, and suddenly trembled. Nick would die. She was sure of it. So she took the jupon off so that Nick might live. And she crouched. She was praying, naked, cold, and frightened. And from the north, beyond the horsemen and beyond the village and beyond the skyline, the sound of battle rose again. "We killed them before," Thomas Evergold yelled, "and we can kill them again. Kill for England." "For Wales," a man shouted. "For St. George," another man called. "For St. David." the Welshman responded, and on that battle cry the archers surged forward to attack the new enemy. They had already savaged the first French battle, and some men reckoned they would become rich from the prisoners they had taken. Those prisoners, without helmets and with their hands tied with spare bow cords, were behind the stakes, guarded there by a handful of wounded archers. Now the bowmen went to make new corpses and take new prisoners. They went in a rush, and by now they knew how to take down men-at-arms who could not move in the thick mud, and so the archers crashed into the flank of the French, and they hammered their enemy to make a new line of dead men, most stabbed through an eye by an archer's knife, after they had been felled by a hammer blow. The screams were unending. The plateau seethed with mud-spattered, steel-clad men who lumbered toward the archers, pushed onto them by the thick ranks of men behind, and the clumsy men tripped on bodies, were smashed on their helmets, were murdered with knives, and still they came. Some wore gold or silver chains around their necks, or wore armour that, by its magnificence, proclaimed the wearer's wealth or position, and those men the archers tried to capture. They would kill the rich man's companions, and, like deer-hounds about a bayed stag, would taunt and threaten the man until he pulled off his gauntlet. "Come on, you bastard!" Tom Scarlett jeered at a man whose white surcoat bore the badge of a red swan. "Come on!" The Frenchman was watching him, blue eyes visible through a raised visor. His helmet was chased with silver swirls, and his red velvet sword-belt was studded with golden lozenges. He picked his way among the corpses, lunged with his lance at Scarlett's belly, and Scarlett swatted the lance away with his poleaxe. A second Frenchman, wearing the same swan insignia, slashed a broad-bladed sword at the poleaxe, but the steel bounced off the iron-sheathed staff. Scarlett drove the axe hard forward, cracking its spike against the swan-badged belly armour, and the man staggered back. The swordsman struck again, and Scarlett just managed to block the cut with the axe shaft when Will Sclate was beside him and grunted as he swung his poleaxe, which crushed the swordsman's helmet as though it were made of parchment. The helmet collapsed, bursting at its seams in a spray of blood and brains, and Sclate, huge and vicious, drew the hammerhead back. "We want him, Will! Bastard's rich!" Tom Scarlett shouted, and he slammed the poleaxe into the rich man again, and the lord, Scarlett was sure he opposed a nobleman, struck with his lance, and this time Scarlett seized the lance one-handed and tugged hard. The man stumbled forward, tripping, and Scarlett gripped the bottom rim of the man's helmet and dragged him out of the killing line. Will Sclate was hammering down more men, helped by a dozen of Sir John's archers, as Scarlett turned his prisoner over. He crouched and grinned into the man's face. "Rich, are you?" The man stared back with hatred, so Scarlett drew his knife. He held the point just over the man's left eyeball. "If you're rich," he said, "you live, and if you're poor, you die." "Je suis le comte de Pavilly," the man said. "Je me rends. Je me rends." "Does that mean you're rich?" Scarlett asked. "Behind you, Tom!" Hook's voice bellowed, and Tom Scarlett turned to see Frenchmen coming toward him, and at that moment the Count of Pavilly drove his own knife up into Tom Scarlett's groin. Scarlett screeched. The Count heaved up from the mud and stabbed again, this time into Tom Scarlett's belly, ripping and cutting. And then Will Sclate's poleaxe swung in a hay-cutting slash, and the axe blade tore into the Count of Pavilly's face, breaking his remaining teeth and driving their fragments to the back of his skull. His blood mingled with Tom Scarlett's. The two bodies, rich man and poor man, were lying together as Sclate ripped his blade from the snagging tangle of steel and bone before being driven back by the sudden rush of Frenchmen. And Hook was also being driven back. A wedge of Frenchmen was crashing into the archers, So far the archers had been winning because they attacked and because they were more mobile than their enemy. But at last the French had found a way to carry the fight back to the bowmen. They came shoulder to shoulder, and they let the archers waste their blows by parrying instead of cutting back, and if an archer slipped or swung too hard and was slow to recover his balance, a blade would flicker, and an Englishman would sink into the mud to be hammered with a mace. "Just kill them!" the Sire de Lanforel shouted as he led the wedge. "One at a time. God will give us time to kill them all. Saint-Denis, Montjoie!" He sensed victory now. Up to this moment the French had panicked and had allowed themselves to be driven like cattle to the winter slaughter, but Lanforel was calm. He was deadly, and he was confident, and more Frenchmen came to follow him, sensing at last that someone had taken command of their destiny. Hook saw the falcon in its sunlit splendour. "Behind you, Tom!" he had shouted at Scarlet, and then he had seen the Frenchman in the red and white jupon suddenly heave up, but he had no time to see more because Lanforel was ahead of him, and Hook was forced to step back as Lanforel's poleaxe stabbed at him. It was not meant as a killing thrust, but rather to unbalance Hook, who had to step back a second time to avoid the spike, and he might have tripped in the furrows except the small of his back struck one of the slanting stakes that held him upright. He swept his own poleaxe at Lanforel's weapon, but the Frenchman somehow flicked Hook's cut aside and lunged again, and Hook had to twist around the stake, but the sharpened point caught in his haubergeon, and he could not move. Panic blinded him. "Get close," St. Crispin said, and Hook rammed his poleaxe hard forward, struggling in the mud to find good footing, and Lanforel was so surprised at the sudden counterattack that he checked his next thrust. Hook's blade glanced off Lanforel's armour, but the thrust had released the haubergeon, and Hook could step back just before a blow from one of Lanforel's men would have crushed his hand where it held the pole. "I hoped we would meet," Lanforel said. "You wanted to die?" Hook snarled. The panic still rippled in his body, but there was also a relief that he had survived. Then he had to parry desperately, as two blades darted toward his unarmoured legs. Tom Evergold came to his help, as did Will of the Dale. "Tom's dead," Will said, then swept his big axe around to knock a lance aside. "How's Melisande?" Lanforel asked. "So far as I know," Hook said, "she lives." He thrust again and had the axe knocked aside again, but he had not put all his strength into the blow, and recovered fast to sweep the lead-weighted head back to hit Lanforel's arm, but still without sufficient force, and the Frenchman scarce seemed to notice. Lanforel smiled. "She lives," he said, "and you die." He began stabbing his weapon in short, very controlled strokes that came fast, sometimes low, sometimes high, and Hook, unable to parry and without time to counterstrike, could only retreat. Lanforel had crusted blood beside one eye, but his face was strangely calm, and that calmness scared Hook. The Frenchman watched Hook's eyes all the time, and Hook knew he would die unless he could somehow get past that flickering blade. Tom Evergold had the same idea, and he managed to shove a lance to one side and push past the blade so that he was on Lanforel's right, and the centenar, holding his poleaxe two-handed like a levelled lance, screamed a curse as he rammed the blade forward with its spike aimed at the Frenchman's folds. The spike would go through the plates, through the mail, through the leather to rip open Lanforel's lower belly, except at the last moment Lanforel raised the butt end of his pole to deflect the lunge and so take its huge force on his breastplate. The Milanese steel withstood the blow and threw it off. Then Lanforel jerked his head forward, smashing his raised visor hard into Tom Evergold's face, as another Frenchman skewered a sword into the Englishman's thigh and twisted it. Evergold staggered, blood pouring down his leg and spreading from his crushed nose. He had been blinded by the headbutt, and so did not see the poleaxe spike that drove into his face. He made a high-pitched, whining noise as he fell, and another axe chopped into his belly, cleaving haubergeon and mail, opening his guts, and then the Frenchmen were past him, treading deliberately and carefully, driving deeper through the stakes and so ever closer to the English rear. "Get close," St. Crispin shouted at Hook. "I can't," Hook said. Tom Evergold shuddered. A French man-at-arms slid a sword-point into his gullet, and there was a thick gush of blood, and then the centenar was still. More and more Frenchmen were following Lanfarel, thickening his wedge, and though archers fought them, the enemy was at last driving forward. The stakes helped by giving them something firm to lean on in the treacherous ground, and the archers were being outfought. Hook tried to rally them, but they did not have the armour to stand against trained men-at-arms, and so they retreated. They had not broken, not yet, but they were being pushed further and further back. Hook tried to stand. He traded blows with Lanfarel, but knew he could not beat the Frenchman. Lanfarel was too fast. He did not have Hook's strength, but he was much quicker with his weapons. "I am sorry for Melisande," Lanfarel said, "because she will grieve for you." "Bastard," Hook said, and rammed the poleaxe forward, had the lunge deflected, and he pulled the weapon back, and this time the axe-head caught on Lanfarel's axe-head, and Hook hauled back hard and for the first time saw a look of surprise on the Frenchman's face. But Lanfarel simply let go of the shaft, and Hook almost tumbled backward. "But women recover from grief," Lanfarel said, "by finding another man." He stooped and picked up a fallen poleaxe, and did it so quickly that Hook had no chance to attack while he was down, and by the time Hook saw his chance, it was too late. "Or perhaps I will put her back in a nunnery," Lanfarel said, "and make her a proper bride of Christ." Lanfarel grinned at Hook. Then the new poleaxe started its relentless stabbing. "Get out of the way!" St. Crispin snapped. "I'll fight him!" Hook shouted back. He wanted to kill Lanfarel. He suddenly hated him. "I'll kill him!" he shouted and tried to step forward, but was checked by the Frenchman's whip-fast blade. "Get out of the goddamned way!" the voice roared. But this was not St. Crispin shouting, and Hook felt himself thrust unceremoniously away as Sir John Cornwell threw him to one side. Sir John brought men-at-arms who crashed their lances into the French, steel points against plate armour, and Hook staggered to where Will Sclate was hacking at Lanfarel's followers. Lanfarel responded with a bellowed challenge and a charge at Sir John, and the other Frenchmen surged forward through the clay-thick mud. A poleaxe slammed onto Hook's helmet, and, because he was already unbalanced, he fell. The axe blow had not been given with full force, but it still rang in Hook's head, and the blade glanced off the helmet to cut through his haubergeon, and almost slashed the mail on his shoulder open. He saw the Frenchman draw back the pole, ready to slide the spike into his belly or chest, and Hook desperately slashed up with his own blade, a wild blow that drove the axe-head into the man-at-arms' groin. Like the blow that had felled him, it was not given with full force, but it was hard enough to make the Frenchman double over in sudden, body-crippling pain. And then Will of the Dale hauled Hook upright, and Hook found his feet and slammed his spike forward, shouting as he thrust, and the spike rammed into the enemy's upper chest, piercing the aventail and sliding over the breastplate's top edge. Hook rammed and shook the pole, grinding the blade deep into the enemy's rib-cage, and he watched the lower part of the man's helmet fill with blood that spilt from the visor opening. A sword smacked Hook from his right, but his mail stopped it, and he swept his weapon that way, dragging his victim with it to throw the swordsman off balance, and then Hook charged. He used the dying man as a battering ram. He thrust him into the French ranks, and Sclate and Will of the Dale followed, and both of them were shouting, "St. George!" "St. Crispin!" Hook bellowed. He was pushing the dying man into the French ranks, thrusting his body against other men. The wounded man splattered blood from his mouth as Hook tried to disengage the spike. Another man stabbed a pike at Hook, but Geoffrey Horrocks had followed Hook and hit the man's helmet with a mallet, and the strike of the lead-weighted iron thumped dully as the man's head snapped back. He dropped into the mud. The wounded man at last fell from the poleaxe, and Hook, the weight released, began to scream wildly and swing the weapon from side to side as he thrust into the Frenchman. "Just kill the bastards! Just kill the bastards!" he was shouting. Archers were following him, their anger released by the relief of Sir John's arrival. Sir John was fighting Lanforel, both men so fast with weapons that it was difficult to see thrust, cut, or parry, while the other English men-at-arms attacked on either side with such sudden savagery that Lanforel's followers instinctively stepped back, intent on defending themselves against the newly arrived men, and as they went back, so some tripped on the bodies lying on the ground behind them. They fell, and the English came at them, pole-spikes stabbing, axes splitting armour, faces grimacing with the effort of killing, and the sudden slaughter took the spirit from the remaining French who tried to back away and found archers on their flanks. Men began to shout that they yielded. They dragged off gauntlets and shouted their surrenders in desperate panic. "Too late!" Will of the Dale sneered at one man and chopped down with his axe to split an espalier and slice the blade down through shoulder blade and upper ribs. Another Frenchman in a ripped surcoat crawled on hands and knees, blood drooling from his mouth, weeping from sightless eyes, blundering through mud, till an archer kicked him down and casually killed him with a knife thrust in the mouth. Young Horrocks was beating a count to death, slamming a poleaxe again and again into the fallen man's backplate, and screaming insults as the blade tore into steel and spine. Lanforel was left, still fighting Sir John, and by some unspoken agreement the other English men-at-arms did not intervene. Neither man spoke. They had their feet planted in the mud, and they cut, lunged, and feinted, yet both were so skilled and so quick that neither could find an advantage. They were the tournament champions of Christendom, one French, one English, and they were accustomed to the silk and glories of the lists, the admiring women, the bright flags, the courtesy of chivalry, yet now they fought among corpses, amidst the moans and whimpers of the dying, on a field reeking of blood and shit. The end came by accident. Lanforel feinted a lunge to Sir John's left, recovered with astonishing speed, cut, and so forced Sir John to step to his right, and his foot landed on the hoof of a dead destrier, and the hoof rolled under the weight, and Sir John slipped and fell onto one knee, and Lanforel, fast as a snake, whipped the poleaxe around and struck Sir John's helmet a ringing blow, and Sir John fell full length onto the horse's bloody belly, where he floundered, trying to find his balance, and so get to his feet, and Lanforel raised the poleaxe for the killing blow, and thrust. The French second battle had forced the survivors of the first back to the killing ground where the English waited behind a rampart of dead and dying Frenchmen. So many of the high nobility of France were already dead or bleeding, their bones shattered, their guts torn, their brains spilling from mangled helmets, their eyes gouged and bellies ripped. Men were weeping, some calling for God, or for their wives, or for their mothers, but neither God nor any woman was there to offer comfort. The King of England was going forward now. He had pulled one corpse from atop two others to make a passage through the heaped dead, and he carried his sword to an enemy who had dared defy God's choice for France's throne. His men-at-arms advanced with him, cutting their axes and grinding their maces and chopping their sharp-curved falcon beaks into a demoralized and mud-wearied enemy. They made new piles of dead, new blood-laced corpses, and more cripples whose cries for help went unanswered. Henry led them, despite the shouts of men who wanted him to protect himself. His helmet was dented and scarred. A floret of gold had been severed from the bright crown, but England's king was replete with a righteous and holy joy, because he saw in the enemy's suffering the proof of divine providence. Underfoot, the ploughland's ridges and furrows had been trampled into a flat morass that was the colour of blood. Men waded in a slurry of mud, blood, and shit. They struggled and died, and Henry's soul soared. God was with him, and in that assurance he found new strength and went on killing. Lanfarel thrust hard and vicious just as a poleaxe blade hooked about his left espalier and hauled him back hard and fast. The Frenchman's blow fell short of Sir John, but Lanfarel, miraculously keeping his footing, turned on his new enemy and then stopped. The poleaxe had pulled him away from Sir John and denied him his kill, and now its spike was in his face, its point mashing his lip against his teeth, and Lanfarel found himself staring into Hook's face. "When you fought him before," Hook said, "he let you stand up. You wouldn't do the same for him." "This is battle," Lanfarel said, his voice distorted by the spike's pressure. "And that was a tournament." "Then if this is battle," Hook asked, "why shouldn't I kill you?" Sir John stood, but did not intervene. He just watched. "Because Melisande would never forgive you," Lanfarel said, and he saw the hesitation on Hook's face, and he tensed, ready to bring up his own poleaxe. But then the steel spike ground into his mouth, ripping his upper gum. "Go on," Hook said. "Try." Sir John still watched. "Just try," Hook begged. He kept his eyes on Lanfarel's face. "You want him, Sir John?" "He's yours, Hook." "You're mine," Hook said to Lanfarel. "Je me rends," Lanfarel said, and he released his poleaxe shaft so the weapon thumped into the mud. "Take your helmet off," Hook ordered, drawing back the blood-tipped poleaxe. Lanfarel took off his helmet, then his aventail, and the leather hood beneath, so releasing his long black hair. He gave Hook his right gauntlet, and Hook, triumphant, took his prisoner back to where the other French captives were under guard. The Sire de Lanfarel looked tired suddenly, tired and distraught. "Don't tie my hands," he begged. "Why not?" "Because I have honor, Nicholas Hook. I have surrendered, and I give you my word I will not try to fight again, nor will I try to escape." "Then wait here," Hook said. "I will wait," Lanfarel promised. Hook shouted at a page-boy to bring the Frenchman some water, and then went back to the battle that was once again dying. The second French battle had done no better than the first. They had added more bodies to the heaps of the dead, and now the survivors struggled back through the mud, leaving corpses, injured men, and prisoners behind. Hundreds of prisoners. Dukes and counts and lords and men-at-arms, all in surcoats streaked with mud and sodden with blood, all now standing behind the English line and watching, in disbelief, as the remnants of the two French battles limped away. The third French battle remained. Its flags flew, and all along that line men were climbing into saddles and calling on their squires to bring their long lances. "Arrows," St. Crispinian spoke in Hook's head. "You need arrows." The day's work was not over. Melisande watched. The English baggage was in the village of Maisoncelles and in the wet pastures around it, and some was halfway up the hill as pages and servants led pack horses toward the protection of the English army beyond the skyline, if indeed there was an English army anymore. Melisande did not know. She had watched men spill over that horizon into the valley where Maisoncelles lay, but those men were few, and by their movements she guessed they were wounded soldiers, and after a while other men had come, but slowly, not in panicked flight, and she had not understood that they were prisoners being taken toward the village. The lack of panic suggested the English army still held their line on the plateau, but she half expected and half feared to see it come spilling over the edge, pursued by the vengeful French. Instead, the French horsemen had come from the west, and now they spurred into the village, and Melisande watched as they cut down pages and then dismounted to start pillaging the English baggage. The horsemen drove away the peasants who had arrived first. A handful of English men-at-arms and wounded archers had been left to guard the encampment, but they only numbered 30, and they had spent their arrows on the serfs, and those men now retreated uphill. The women of the army went with them as the horsemen found the English king's quarters. A priest and 2 pages had stayed with the king's treasures, and those 3 were quickly slaughtered, and the plunder began. Melisande watched. She saw a man parade in a fur-trimmed red robe and with a crown on his head, making his companions laugh. She did not understand what was happening. She could only pray that Nick lived, and so she shut her eyes, crouched low, and prayed. Hook lived. The 2 French battles had retreated, struggling back over the ploughland and leaving the space in front of the English thick with bodies in mud-smeared armour. The 3rd French battle was mounted now. It was the smallest of the 3 French battles, yet it still outnumbered the English. The riders' lances were upright, some flaunted pennants. Trumpets sounded. The 3rd battle could not charge yet, for so many dismounted Frenchmen were in front of them, but they moved their horses a few paces forward before stopping again. "Arrows!" Hook shouted at his men. "We don't have any," Will of the Dale called back. "Yes, we do," Hook said. He found his bow, slung it on his shoulder, and led his men out into the field where the French bodies lay, and all around those fallen men were spent arrows. Some, because they had struck good armour head-on, were now useless because their bodkin points had bent or crumpled, but many were in fine condition. Hook found some undamaged points on arrows that had splintered shafts, and he pulled those bodkins free and married them to good shafts. He also pillaged the French bodies. He found a silver chain about one man's neck, and he thrust that into his arrow-bag. Men-at-arms were also searching among the heaped French casualties, hauling the corpses away from the living, killing men too injured to survive or too poor to be worth ransoming, and rescuing the wealthy. Hook picked up a grey-fledged arrow trapped in the surcoat of a man lying on his back, and the man suddenly moved. Hook had thought he was dead, but the man groaned and turned his visored face toward the archer. Hook lifted the visor and saw scared eyes. "Aidez-moi," the man said, half choking. Hook could see no wound, no puncture in the armour, but the man screamed when Hook tried to lift him. The Frenchman was in such pain that he lost consciousness, and Hook let him fall again. He took the arrow and moved on. A dog barked at him. It was standing over a corpse in a blood-soaked surcoat. Hook left the dog alone, skirting it to pick up a dozen more arrows that he thrust into his arrow-bag. "Nick!" Will of the Dale called. and Hook looked up to see a lone French horseman had ridden through the retreating fugitives of the first two battles. The rider was short and slightly built, and the only weapon he carried was a scabbarded sword. He wore plate armour, but he was not mounted on an armoured destrier. Instead he rode a small piebald mare. His white linen jupon was decorated with 2 red axes, above which was the glimmer of gold from a heavy chain that hung around his neck. His helmet's visor was raised, and he seemed to be searching among the bodies, but checked his horse when he realized the archers were staring at him.
"Bastard wants trouble," Will said.
"No, he's just looking at us," Hook said, "and he's only a little fellow. Let him be." He picked up a broadhead, then another bodkin, and glanced again at the horseman who had suddenly drawn his sword and kicked his horse forward.
"Maybe he does want trouble,"
Hook said, and he took the bow off his shoulder, braced it on a corpse's breastplate, and looped its string about the upper nock. The horseman stopped again, this time to gaze down into a tangle of armour and bodies. The dead lay on top of each other, and the man seemed fascinated by the sight. He stared for a long time, now no more than 20 paces from the archers, and then, abruptly, he screamed a high-pitched challenge and kicked his piebald horse straight at Hook. The mare responded, flailing its hooves in the mud to throw up great clods of earth.
"Stupid bastard,"
Hook said angrily. He laid a bodkin over the string and raised the bow, just as a dozen other archers did the same. Hook thought the man must swerve away, but instead the rider lowered his sword to spear the blade at Hook, who drew the cord to his right ear and did not even think about what he did. It was all instinctive. The cord came back. He watched the horseman rise and fall with the piebald's motion, saw the open visor and the unnaturally bright eyes, and loosed. His arrow went clean through the rider's right eye, and the force of it snapped the man's head hard back. The sword dropped, and the mare slowed, and then, puzzled, stopped a short lance's length away from Hook. No other archer had loosed. A cheer went up from the English line as the dead rider fell slowly from the saddle. He took a long time to fall, slipping gently sideways, and then suddenly collapsing in a clatter of armour.
"Get his horse,"
Hook told Horrocks. Hook went to the corpse. He tugged the arrow free from the ruined eye so he could pull the thick golden chain over the dead man's head, and then his hand stopped, because there was a pendant hanging from the chain. It was a thick pendant, carved from white ivory, and mounted on that silver-rimmed disc was an antelope cut from jet.
"You stupid little bastard,"
Hook said, and he lifted off the boy's helmet that was too big for him, and looked down into the ruined face of Sir Philippe de Rouelle.
"He's just a boy,"
Horrocks said in surprise.
"A stupid little bastard is what he is,"
Hook said.
"What was he doing?"
"He was being goddamn brave," Hook said. He pulled off the heavy golden chain and walked a few paces to where the boy had stared down at the heaped dead, and there, lying on top of 2 other men, was a corpse in a surcoat that was so soaked in blood that at first Hook had difficulty making out the badge. But then he saw the outline of 2 red axes in the redder cloth. The dead man's helmet had come off, and his throat had been cut to the spine. "He came to find his father," Hook told Horrocks.
"How do you know that?"
"I just know," Hook said. "The poor little bastard. He was just looking for his father." He thrust the pendant into the arrow bag, picked up another bodkin, and turned toward the English line, where the king, wearing his scarred helmet and with his surcoat torn by enemy blades, had mounted his small white horse to see the enemy more clearly. He saw the survivors of the slaughter struggling north, and beyond them was the third battle with its raised lances, and he knew his archers had few or no arrows. Then a messenger arrived to say the French were in the baggage camp, and the king twisted in the saddle to see that hundreds of his men were now guarding French prisoners. God knows how many prisoners there were, but they far outnumbered his men-at-arms. He glanced left and right. He had started with 900 men-at-arms, and now the line was much thinner because so many men had taken prisoners and were guarding them. The archers had done the same. A few were out in the field collecting arrows, and the king approved of that, but knew they could never collect enough arrows to kill the horses of the third battle. He watched some foolish Frenchman charge the archers, and grimaced when his men cheered the brave fool's death, then looked again at his army. It was disordered. Henry knew that the line would form again when the final French battle charged, but now there were hundreds of prisoners behind that line, and those captured men could still fight. They had no helmets, and their weapons had been taken, but they could still assault the rear of his line. Most had their hands tied, but not all, and the unpinioned men could free the others to throw themselves on the perilously thin English line. Then there was the threat of the Frenchman pillaging his baggage, but that could wait. The vital thing now was to hold off the third French charge, and to do that he needed every blade in his small army. The advancing horses would be hampered by the hundreds of corpses, yet they would eventually get past those bodies, and then the long lances would stab into his line. He needed men. And men stared up at the king. They saw him close his eyes and knew he was praying to his stern God, the God who had spared his army so far this day, and Henry prayed that God's mercy would continue, and, as his lips moved in the prayer, so the answer came to him. The answer was so astonishing that for a moment he did nothing. Then he told himself God had spoken to him, and so he opened his eyes. "Kill the prisoners," he ordered. One of his household men-at-arms stared up at him. He was not sure he had heard right. "Sire?" "Kill the prisoners." That way the prisoners could not fight again, and the men guarding them would be forced back into the battle line. "Kill them all!" Henry shouted. He pointed a gauntleted hand at the captives. One of his men-at-arms had made a swift count and reckoned over 2,000 Frenchmen had been taken, and Henry's gesture encompassed them all. "Kill them!" Henry commanded. The French had flaunted the oriflamme, promising no quarter, so now no quarter would be given. The prisoners would die. The Sire de Lanfrel wandered bleakly behind the English line. He saw the English king in a battle-scarred helmet sitting on horseback, then was shocked to see that the Duke of Orleans, the French king's nephew, was a prisoner. He was just a young man, charming and witty, yet now, in a blood-spattered surcoat and with his arm gripped by an archer in English royal livery, he looked dazed, stricken, and ill. "Sire," Lanfrel said, dropping to one knee. "What happened?" Orleans asked. "Mud," Lanfrel said, standing again. "My God," the Duke said. He flinched, not from pain, for he was hardly wounded, but out of shame. "Alençon's dead," he went on, "and so are Bar and Brabant. Sens died too." "The Archbishop?" Lanfrel asked, somehow more shocked that a prince of the Church was dead than that 3 of France's noblest dukes should have been killed. "They gutted him, Lanfrel," the Duke said. "They just gutted him." "And D'Albret's dead too." "The constable?" "Dead," Orleans said. "And Bourbon's captured."
Dear sweet God, Lanfrel said, not because the Constable of France was dead, or because the Duke of Bourbon, the victor of Soissons, was a prisoner, but because Marshal Boucicaut, reckoned the toughest man in France, was now being led to join the Duke of Orleans. Boucicaut stared at Lanfrel, then at the royal duke, then shook his grizzled head. "It seems we're all doomed to English hospitality," he growled. "They treated me well enough when I was a prisoner," Lanfrel said. "Jesus Christ, you have to find a second ransom?" Boucicaut asked. His white surcoat with its red badge of a two-headed eagle was ripped and blood-stained. His armour, that had been polished through the night to a dazzling sheen, was scarred by blades and streaked with mud. He turned a bitter gaze on the other prisoners. "What's it like over there?" he asked. "Sour wine and good ale," Lanfrel said. "And rain, of course." "Rain," Boucicaut said bitterly. "That was our undoing. Rain and mud." He had advised against fighting Henry's army at all, rain or no rain, fearing what the English archers could do. Better, he had said, to let them straggle dispiritedly into Calais and to concentrate France's forces on the recapture of Harfleur. But the hot-headed royal dukes, like young Orleans, had insisted that the battle be fought. Boucicaut felt a surge of bile, a temptation to spit an accusation at the Duke, but he resisted it. "Damp England," he said instead. "Tell me the women are damp too." "Oh, they are," Lanfrel said. "I'll need women," the Marshal of France said, staring up at the grey sky. "I doubt France can raise our ransoms, which means we'll all probably die in England, and we'll need something to pass the time." Lanfrel wondered where Melisande was. He suddenly wanted to see her, to talk to her, but the only women in sight were a handful who brought water to wounded men. Priests were offering other men the final rites, while doctors knelt beside the injured. They cut armour buckles, pulled mangled steel from pulverized flesh, and held men down as they thrashed in agony. Lanfrel saw one of his own men and, leaving Orleans and the Marshal to their guards, went to crouch beside the man and flinched at the mangled ruin of his left leg that had been half severed by axe blows. Someone had tied a bowcord around the man's thigh, but blood still seeped in thick pulses from the ragged wound. "I'm sorry, Jules," Lanfrel said. Jules could say nothing. He twisted his head from side to side. He had bitten his lower lip so hard that blood trickled down his chin. "You'll live, Jules," Lanfrel said, doubting he spoke the truth, and then he twisted as he heard a bellow of anger. He stared, incredulous. English archers were murdering the prisoners. For a moment Lanfrel thought the archers must be mad. Then he saw that a man-at-arms in royal livery commanded them. French prisoners, their hands tied, tried to run away, but the archers caught them, turned them, and slashed long knives across their throats. Blood was spraying from the cuts to soak the grinning archers, and more bowmen were hurrying to the slaughter with drawn blades. Some English men-at-arms were dragging prisoners away, evidently intent on preserving their prospects of ransoms, while the noblest and most valuable captives, like Marshal Boucicaut and the Dukes of Orleans and Bourbon, were being guarded against the massacre, but the rest were being ruthlessly killed. Lanfrel understood then. The King of England was frightened of the prisoners attacking the rear of his line when the last French battle made its assault, and to prevent that, he was killing the captives. And though that made sense, it still astonished Lanfrel. Then he saw archers coming toward him, and he patted Jules' shoulder. "Pretend to be dead, Jules," he said. He could think of no other way of preventing the man's killing, for he could not defend him without weapons, and so he hurried away in search of Sir John. Sir John, he was sure, would protect him, and if he could not find Sir John, he would try to reach the Tramecourt woods and hide in its briar thickets. Some prisoners tried to fight back, but they were unarmed, and the archers felled them with poleaxes. The bowmen moved deftly in the mud, killing with a horrible efficiency. The English destriers, almost 1,000 saddled stallions, were at the southern end of the field, and a handful of prisoners tried to reach them. But some of the page boys who guarded the horses mounted and drove the fugitives back to where the archers killed. There was panic and blood and screams as men died and as others were herded toward the slaughtermen. More archers came to the killing, and the prisoners blundered through the thick plough in search of an escape that did not exist. It did not exist for Lanferel either. He reached the right flank of the English line, where a small forester's cottage stood at the tree line. It was burning, and he heard the screams of dying men coming from the flames and thick smoke. The archers who had set the cottage ablaze saw Lanferel and headed toward him, and he swerved northward, but only to see more archers between him and the English line where Sir John's standard flew. Then, to his relief, he recognized the tall figure and dark face of Nicholas Hook. "Hook!" he shouted, but Hook did not hear him. "Melisande!" He called his daughter's name in hope that it would pierce the turmoil of screaming. Trumpets were playing again, summoning Englishmen to their standards. "Hook!" he bellowed in desperation. "What do you want with Hook?" a man asked, and Lanferel turned to see 4 archers facing him. The man who had spoken was tall and gaunt, with a lantern jaw, and held a bloodied poleaxe. "You know Hook?" the man asked. Lanferel backed away. "I asked you a question," the man said, following Lanferel. He was grinning, enjoying the fear on the Frenchman's face. "Rich, are you? 'Cause if you're rich, then we might let you live, but you've got to be very rich." He slashed the poleaxe at Lanferel's legs, hoping to cut into a knee and topple the Frenchman. But Lanferel managed to step back without tripping and so avoided the blow. He staggered for balance in the mud. "I'm rich," he said desperately. "Very rich." "He speaks English," the archer said to his companions. "He's rich and he speaks English." He lunged with the poleaxe and the spike rammed against Lanferel's left cuisse, but the armour held and the point slid off Lanferel's thigh. "So why were you shouting for Hook?" the man asked, drawing the poleaxe back for another thrust. Lanferel raised his hands in a placatory gesture. "I am his prisoner," he said. The tall man laughed. "Our Nick? Got a rich prisoner, has he? That will never do." He lunged with the poleaxe, striking the point onto Lanferel's breastplate, and Lanferel staggered backward, but again was not tripped. He glanced around desperately, hoping to see a fallen weapon, and the tall English archer grinned at the fear on the Frenchman's bloodied face. The archer was wearing a haubergeon over a mail coat, and the padded jacket had been slashed so that the wool stuffing hung in tattered, blood-crusted clumps. His red cross of St. George had run in the rain, so that his short surcoat, patterned with moon and stars, looked blood-red. "We can't have Nick Hook being rich," the man said, and raised the poleaxe ready to bring it down on Lanferel's unprotected head. And just then Lanferel saw the sword. It was a short and clumsy sword, a cheap sword, and it was turning in the air, and for a heartbeat he thought it had been thrown at him, then realized it was being thrown to him. The blade circled, came over the tall archer's shoulder, and Lanferel snatched at it and somehow caught the hilt.
But the axe was already falling, driven with an archer's huge strength, and Lanfarel had no time to parry, only to throw himself forward inside the blade's swing, and he drove his armoured weight into the archer's chest to throw him backward. The axe shaft struck his left arm, and Lanfarel brought up the sword, but with no strength in the cut that wasted itself on the man's arrow-bag. One of the other archers struck with a poleaxe, but Lanfarel had recovered now, and threw the lunge off with his blade that he flicked back with his extraordinary speed to slash across the second man's face. That man reeled away, blood flowing from a shattered nose and split cheek as Lanfarel stepped back again, sword ready for the tall man. 3 archers faced Lanfarel now, but 2 had no stomach for the fight, which left the tall man alone. He glanced around to see Hook approaching. "Bastard," he spat at Hook. "You gave him that sword?" "He's my prisoner," Hook said. "And the king said to kill the prisoners." "Then kill him, Tom," Hook said, amused. "Kill him." Tom Peril looked back to the Frenchman. He saw the feral look in Lanfarel's eyes, remembered the speed with which the man had evaded and parried, and so he lowered the poleaxe. "You kill him, Hook," he sneered. "My lord," Hook spoke to Lanfarel now, "this man was offered money to rape your daughter. He failed, but so long as he lives your Melisande is in danger." "Then kill him," Lanfarel said. "I promised God I wouldn't." "But I made no promise to God," Lanfarel said, and flicked the cheap sword at Tom Peril's face, forcing the archer back. Peril glanced wide-eyed at Hook, unable to hide his fear and astonishment, then turned back to Lanfarel, who was smiling. The Frenchman's weapon was puny and cheap, far outranged by the poleaxe, but Lanfarel showed a blithe confidence as he stepped forward. "Kill him!" Peril shouted at his companions, but neither of them moved, and Peril thrust the axe forward in a desperate stab at Lanfarel's midriff, and the Frenchman swept the blade aside with contemptuous ease, then simply raised the sword and gave one lunge. The blade sliced into Peril's gullet, starting a gush of blood. The archer stared at his killer. His tongue slowly pushed out, and blood ran from it to pour thick and silent down the sword, to soak Lanfarel's ungauntleted hand. For a heartbeat the 2 men were motionless, then Peril dropped, and Lanfarel wrenched the blade loose and tossed it to Hook. "Enough! Enough!" A man-at-arms in royal livery was riding behind the line and shouting at the archers. "Enough! Stop the killing! Hold! Enough!" Hook walked back to the English line. He saw grey clouds covering the ploughland of Agincourt, and he saw in front of the English army a field of dead and dying men. More dead, Hook thought, than the number of men the king had led to this wet slaughter-yard. They lay tangled and bloody, countless dead, sprawled and blood-stained, armoured corpses ripped and stabbed and crushed. There were men and horses. There were abandoned weapons, fallen flags, and dead hopes. A field sown with winter wheat had yielded a harvest of blood. And at the end of that field, beyond the dead, beyond the dying and the weeping, the third French battle was turning away. The might of France was turning away, and men were heading north, leaving Agincourt, riding to escape the risibly small army that had turned their world to horror. It was over. Epilogue. It was a November day, sky bright and cold, filled with the sounds of church bells, cheers, and singing. Hook had never seen such crowds. London was celebrating its king and his victory. The water towers had been filled with wine, mock castles erected at street corners, and choirs of boys costumed as angels, old men disguised as prophets, and girls masquerading as virgins sang paeans of praise, and through it all the king rode in modest dress, without crown or sceptre. The noblest of the French and Burgundian prisoners followed the king. Charles, Duke of Orleans, the Duke of Bourbon, the Marshal of France, still more dukes and countless counts, all exposed to the crowd's good-natured jeers. Small boys ran alongside the horses of the mounted archers, who guarded the prisoners, and reached up to touch cased bows and scabbarded swords. "Were you there?" they asked. "Were you there?" "I was there," Hook answered, though he had left the procession and the cheers and the singing and the white doves circling. He had ridden with 4 companions into the little streets that lay north of Cheapside. Father Christopher led them, taking the group into smaller and smaller alleys so tight that they had to ride single file and constantly duck so their heads would not strike the overhanging stories of the timber-framed houses. Hook wore a mail coat, 2 pairs of breeches to keep out the cold, a padded haubergeon for warmth, boots taken from a dead count at Agincourt, and over it all a new surcoat blazoned with Sir John's proud lion. Around his neck was a chain of gold, the symbol of his rank. Centenar to Sir John Cornwell. His helmet of Milanese steel, and only slightly scarred from an axe strike, hung from his saddle's pommel. His sword had been made in Bordeaux, and its hilt was decorated with a carved horse, the badge of the Frenchman who had once owned both sword and helmet. "I was there," he told a small, ragged boy. "We were all there," he added. Then he followed Father Christopher around a corner, ducked beneath a hanging bush, the sign of a wine shop, and entered a small square that stank of the sewage flowing through its open gutters. A church stood on the square's northern side. It was a miserable church, its walls made of wattle and daub, and its sorry excuse for a tower built from wood. A single bell hung in the tower. The bell was being tolled so that its cracked note could join the cacophony of noise that rejoiced in England's victory. "That's it," Father Christopher said, gesturing at the little church. Hook dismounted. He cuffed away another curious boy, then helped Melisande from her horse. She was in a dress of blue velvet, given to her in Calais by Lady Bardolph, the governor's wife. Over it she wore a cloak of white linen, padded with wool and hemmed with fox fur. A beggar on wood-sheathed stumps lurched toward her, and she dropped a coin into his outstretched hand before following Hook and Father Christopher into the church. "Were you there?" a boy asked the last man to dismount. "I was there," Lanfarel said. The Frenchman paused before entering the church to give a coin to Will of the Dale, who stayed outside to guard the horses. The church floor was rush-covered earth. Only the choir was paved. It was dark inside because the surrounding buildings stopped any light coming through the unglazed windows. A priest had been tolling the bell, but he stopped when he saw the 3 men and the richly dressed woman come into his tiny sanctuary. The priest was nervous of the strangers, but then recognized Father Christopher in his rich black robes. "You've come again, Father," he said, sounding surprised. "I told you I would," Father Christopher said gently. "Then you are all welcome," the priest said. The main altar was a wooden table covered with a shabby linen cloth, on which stood a copper-gilt crucifix and 2 empty candlesticks. Behind the altar was a leather hanging on which a bad painter had depicted 2 angels kneeling to God. The 4 visitors all made a brief genuflection and the sign of the cross. Then Father Christopher plucked Hook's elbow toward the southern side of the church, where a second altar stood. This second shrine was even less impressive than the first, being nothing but a battered table without any covering, and with a wooden crucifix and no candlesticks. One of Christ's legs had broken off, so he hung on his cross one-legged. Above him was a painted leather picture of a woman in a white dress, though the white had peeled and faded, and her yellow halo had mostly flaked away. Hook stared at the woman. Her face, what could be seen of it in the dim light and through the cracked paint, was long and sad. "How did you know she was here?" he asked Father Christopher. "I asked," the priest said, smiling. "There's always someone who knows about the oddities of London. I found that man, and I asked him." "An oddity?" the Sire de Lanforel asked. "I'm assured this is the only shrine to Saint Sarah in the whole city," Father Christopher said. "It is," the parish priest said. He was a ragged man, shivering in a threadbare robe. His face had been scarred by the pox. Lanforel gave a brief smile. "Sarah? A French saint?" "Perhaps," Father Christopher said. "Some say she was Mary Magdalene's servant. Some say she gave refuge to the Magdalene in her house in France. I don't know." "She was a martyr," Hook interrupted harshly. "She died not far from here, murdered by an evil man, and I didn't save her life." He nodded to Melisande, who went to the altar, knelt there, and took a leather purse from beneath her cloak. She laid the purse on the altar. "For Sarah, Father," she told the priest. The priest took the purse and unlaced it. His eyes widened, and he looked at Melisande almost in fear, as though he suspected she might have second thoughts and take back the gold. "I took them," she said, "from the man who raped Sarah." The priest dropped to his knees and made the sign of the cross. He was called Roger, and Father Christopher had spoken with him the day before and afterward had assured Hook that Father Roger was a good man. "A good man and a fool, of course," Father Christopher had said. "A fool?" Hook had asked. "He believes the meek will inherit the earth. He believes the Church's task is to comfort the sick, to feed the hungry, and clothe the naked. You know I found your wife stark naked." "You always were a lucky man," Hook had said. "So what is the Church's task?" "To comfort the rich, feed the fat, and clothe the bishops in finery, of course. But Father Roger still clings to a vision of Christ the Redeemer. As I said, he is a fool." He had spoken gently. Hook now tapped the fool on the shoulder. "Father Roger." "Lord?" "I'm no lord, just an archer," Hook said. "And you will have this." He held out the thick gold chain with its pendant badge of the antelope. "And with the money you make from its sale," Hook went on, "you will make an altar to Saints Crispin and Crispinian." "Yes," Father Roger said, then frowned because Hook had not let go of the fabulous chain. "And every day," Hook said, "you will say a mass for the soul of Sarah, who died." "Yes," the priest said, and still Hook did not let go of the chain. "And a prayer for your brother?" Melisande suggested. "A king is praying for Michael," Hook said, "and he needs no more." "A daily mass for Sarah, Father." "It will be done," Father Roger said. "She was a lollard," Hook said, testing the priest. Father Roger gave a quick and secret smile. "Then I shall recite a mass for her twice every day," he promised, and so Hook let go of the gold. The bells rang. Te Deums were being sung in the city's abbeys, churches, and cathedral. They gave thanks to God because England had sailed to Normandy, and England had been harried into a corner of Picardy, and there England had been faced with the almost certain death of its king and of his army. But then the arrows flew. Hook and Melisande took the westward road. They were going home. Historical note. The Battle of Agincourt was one of the most remarkable events of medieval Europe, a battle whose reputation far outranked its importance. In the long history of Anglo-French rivalry, only Hastings, Waterloo, Trafalgar, and Crécy share Agincourt's renown. It is arguable that Poitiers was a more significant battle and an even more complete victory, or that Verneuil was just as astonishing a triumph, and it's certain that Hastings, Blenheim, Victoria, Trafalgar, and Waterloo were more influential on the course of history, yet Agincourt still holds its extraordinary place in English legend. Something quite remarkable happened on 25 October 1415. Agincourt was fought long before Christendom's conversion to the new style calendar, so the modern anniversary should be on 4 November. It was something so remarkable that its fame persists almost 600 years later. Agincourt's fame could be just an accident, a quirk of history reinforced by Shakespeare's genius, but the evidence suggests it really was a battle that sent a shockwave through Europe. For years afterward, the French called 25 October 1415 Le malheureuse journée, the unfortunate day. Even after they had expelled the English from France, they remembered Le malheureuse journée with sadness. It had been a disaster. Yet it was so nearly a disaster for Henry V and his small but well-equipped army. That army had sailed from Southampton Water with high hopes, the chief of which was the swift capture of Harfleur, which would be followed by a foray into the French heartland in hope, presumably, of bringing the French to battle. A victory in that battle would demonstrate, at least in the pious Henry's mind, God's support of his claim to the French throne, and might even propel him onto that throne. Such hopes were not vain when his army was intact, but the siege of Harfleur took much longer than expected, and Henry's army was almost ruined by dysentery. The tale of the siege in the novel is, by and large, accurate, though I did take one great liberty, which was to sink a mineshaft opposite the Lure Gate. There was no such shaft. The ground would not allow it, and all the real mines were dug by the Duke of Clarence's forces that were assailing the eastern side of Harfleur. The French countermines defeated those diggings, but I wanted to give a flavour, however inadequately, of the horrors men faced in fighting beneath the earth. The defence of Harfleur was magnificent, for which much of the praise must go to Raoul de Gaucourt, one of the garrison's leaders. His defiance and the long days of the siege gave the French a chance to raise a much larger army than any they might have fielded against Henry if the siege had ended, say, in early September. Harfleur did finally surrender, and was spared the sack and the horrors that had followed the fall of Soissons in 1414. This was another event that shocked Europe, though in the case of Soissons it was the barbaric behaviour of the French army toward its own citizens that provoked the shock. There is a rumour that English mercenaries took money to betray the city, which explains the actions of the fictional Sir Roger Palaire, but in the context of the Agincourt campaign, the significance of Soissons was its patron saints, Crispin and Crispinian, whose feast day was, indeed, 25 October. For many in Europe, the events of St. Crispin's Day in 1415 demonstrated a heavenly revenge for the horrors of the sack of Soissons in 1414. Common sense suggests that Henry should have abandoned any thoughts of further campaigning after Harfleur's surrender. He could have just garrisoned the newly captured port and sailed home for England, but such a course would have amounted to a virtual defeat. To have spent all that money and, in return, gained nothing more than a Norman harbour would have looked like a paltry achievement and, damaged as French interests were by the loss of Harfleur, the possession of the city gave Henry very little bargaining power. True, it was now English, and would remain so for another 20 years. But its capture had wasted precious time, and the necessity of garrisoning the damaged city took still more men from Henry's army, so that by the time the English launched their foray into France, only about half of their army was able to march. Yet Henry did decide to march. He rejected the good advice to abandon the campaign, and instead set his small, sickly army the task of marching from Harfleur to Calais. This was not, on the face of it, an enormous challenge. The distance is about 120 miles, and the army, all of it mounted on horseback, might expect to make that journey in about 8 days. The march was not undertaken for plunder. Henry had neither the equipment nor the time to lay siege to the walled towns and castles, into which anything valuable would have been taken as the English approached, that lay on the route. Nor was it a classic chevauchée, one of those destructive progresses through France whereby English armies laid waste to everything in their path, in hope of provoking the French to battle. I doubt that Henry did hope to provoke the French to battle because, despite his fervent belief in God's support, he must have realized the weakness of his army. If he had wanted battle, it would have made more sense to march directly inland, but instead he skirted the coastline. It seems to me he was cocking a snook. At the end of an unsatisfactory siege and facing the humiliation of returning to England with no great achievement, he merely wished to humiliate the French by demonstrating that he could march through their country with impunity. That demonstration would have worked well if the fords at Blanchetaque had not been guarded. To reach Calais in 8 days, he needed to cross the Somme quickly. But the French had blocked the fords, and so Henry was driven inland in search of another crossing, and the days stretched from 8 to 18. Or 16. The chroniclers are maddeningly vague about which day the army left Harfleur. And the food ran out, and the French at last concentrated their army and moved to trap the hapless English. And so Henry's risibly small army met its enemy on the plateau of Agincourt on Crispin's Day, 1415. Without knowing it, that army had just marched into legend. In 1976, when Sir John Keegan wrote his magnificent book, The Face of Battle, he was able to write of Agincourt, "The events of the Agincourt campaign are, for the military historian, gratifyingly straightforward. There is less than the usual wild uncertainty over the numbers engaged on either side." Alas, that confidence has vanished, if not for the events, at least for the numbers engaged. In 2005, Professor Anne Curry, who was among the most respected authorities on the 100 Years' War, published her book, Agincourt, A New History, in which, after detailed argument, she proposed that the numbers engaged on either side were much closer than history has ever allowed. The usual consensus is that about 6,000 English faced around 30,000 French, and Dr. Curry amended those figures to 9,000 English and 12,000 French. If true, then the battle is an impostor, for its fame surely rests on the gross imbalance between the two sides. Shakespeare could hardly be justified in writing "we few, we happy few," if the French were very nearly as few. Now Sir John Keegan was right in describing any attempt to assess numbers engaged in a medieval battle as beset by wild uncertainty. We are fortunate that a number of eyewitnesses wrote descriptions of the battle, and we have other sources from writers who left accounts shortly after, but their estimates of the numbers vary enormously. English chroniclers assess the French forces as anything from 60,000 to 150,000. while French and Burgundian sources offer anything from 8,000 to 50,000. The best eyewitnesses cite French numbers as 30,000, 36,000, and 50,000, all contributing to the wild uncertainty that Dr. Curry made even wilder. In the end, I decided that the generally accepted figure was correct, and that around 6,000 English faced approximately 30,000 French. This was not, I must stress, the result of close academic study on my part, but rather a gut instinct that the contemporary reaction to the battle reflected that something astonishing had taken place. And what is most astonishing about the various accounts of Agincourt is that disparity of numbers. An English chaplain present at the battle estimated that disparity as 30 Frenchmen for every Englishman, an obvious exaggeration. Yet strong support for the traditional view that it was the sheer numerical inequality of the engaged forces that persuaded folk that Agincourt was truly extraordinary. Still, I am no scholar, and rejecting Dr. Curry's conclusions seemed foolhardy. Then, in the same year that Dr. Curry's history appeared, Juliet Barker's book, Agincourt, was published and proved to be a vivid, comprehensive and compelling account of the campaign and the battle. Juliet Barker acknowledges Dr. Curry's conclusions, yet courteously and firmly disagrees with them, and as Juliet Barker is as fine a scholar as she is a writer, and as, like Dr. Curry, she has done her research among the French and English archives, I felt more than justified in following my instinct. Any reader who wishes to know more about the campaign and battle would do well to read all three of the books I have mentioned: The Face of Battle by John Keegan, Agincourt, A New History by Anne Curry, and Agincourt by Juliet Barker. I should also acknowledge that, although I used many sources to write this novel, the one book to which I turned again, and always with pleasure, was Juliet Barker's Agincourt. What is beyond contention is the disparity within the English army. It was primarily an army of archers who, when they left England, outnumbered the men-at-arms by about 3 to 1, but by St. Crispin's Day had a preponderance of nearly 6 to 1. You can find still more argument, endless argument, about how those archers were deployed, whether they were all on the flanks of the English army, or were arrayed between or in front of the men-at-arms. I cannot believe archers were placed in front, simply because of the difficulty of extricating them through the ranks before the hand-to-hand fighting began, and believe that the vast majority were indeed on the left and right of the main line of battle. A good discussion of archery in battle can be found in Robert Hardy's terrific book, Longbow, A Social and Military History. I have tried, as far as possible, to follow the real events that took place on that damp St. Crispin's Day in France. In brief, it seems certain that the English advanced first, and it seems Henry really did say, "Let's go, fellows," and re-established their line within extreme bowshot of the French army, and that the French, foolishly, left that manoeuvre uncontested. The archers then provoked the first French attack with a volley of arrows. That first assault was by mounted men-at-arms who were supposed to scatter and so defeat the feared archers, but those attacks failed, partly because horses, even wearing armour, were fatally vulnerable to arrows, and because of the stakes that formed enough of an obstacle to take any impetus out of the charge. Some of the retreating French horses, maddened by arrows, appear to have galloped into the first advancing French battle, causing chaos in its close-packed ranks. That first battle, probably consisting of about 8,000 men-at-arms, already had severe problems. The fields of Agincourt had recently been ploughed for winter wheat, and it is true, as Nicholas Hook says, that you ploughed deeper for winter wheat than for spring wheat. It had also rained torrentially the previous night, and so the French were trudging through sticky clay soil. It must have been a nightmare. No one could hurry, and all the while the arrows were striking, and, the closer the French came to the English line, the more lethal those arrow strikes were. There is more argument about the effect of arrows, with some scholars claiming that even the heaviest bodkin, shot from the strongest yew-bow, could not pierce plate armour. Yet why else would Henry have so many archers? The arrows could pierce plate, though the strike had to be plumb, and undoubtedly the best plate, such as that made by the Milanese, was better able to resist. If nothing else, the arrow storm forced the French to advance with closed visors, severely restricting their vision. A good archer could shoot 15 accurate arrows in a minute. I've seen it done with a bow that had a draw weight of 110 pounds, some 20 to 30 pounds lighter than the bows carried at Agincourt, but far heavier than any modern competition bow. Assume that the archers at Agincourt averaged a mere 12 a minute, and that there were 5,000 bowmen. That means, in 1 minute, 60,000 arrows struck the French, 1,000 arrows a second. It also means that in 10 minutes the archers would have shot 600,000 arrows, and the conclusion is that they must have run out of arrows fairly quickly. Yet what that storm of arrows achieved was to drive the flanks of the disordered French advance inward onto the waiting English men-at-arms. That shrinking of the French line must have exposed the flanks of the English army, both composed of archers, to the French crossbowmen. But there is no evidence that the French seized the opportunity. Apart from a few volleys at the very beginning of the battle, the French archers appear to have taken no part. A fatal error that must be ascribed to the abysmal lack of leadership on the French side. The battle lasted between 3 and 4 hours, yet it was probably as good as over in the very first minutes when the leading French battle struck home. The French men-at-arms were weary, half-blinded, disordered, and mud-crippled. What seems to have happened is that their leading ranks went down quickly, and so formed a barrier to the men behind who, in turn, were being pushed onto that barrier by the rearmost men. So the French stumbled into the English weapons, and the English, with some Welsh and a few Gascons, had more freedom to fight and to kill. That first French battle had contained most of France's high nobility, and so it went to the slaughter, and the great names fell. The Duke of Alençon, the Duke of Bar, the Duke of Brabant, the Archbishop of Sens, the Constable of France, and at least 8 counts. Others, like the Duke of Orleans, the Duke of Bourbon, and the Marshal of France, were captured. The English did not have it all their own way. The Duke of York was killed, as was the Earl of Suffolk. His father had died of dysentery at Harfleur. But English casualties seem to have been remarkably slight. Henry undoubtedly fought in the front rank of the English, and all 18 Frenchmen who had sworn an oath of brotherhood to kill him were killed instead. Henry's brother, Humphrey, Duke of Gloucester, was badly wounded in the fight, and it is said that Henry stood over him and fought off the Frenchmen, trying to drag the injured Duke away. The second French battle went to reinforce the first. But by now the French were trying to fight across a barrier of dead and dying men, and they were also fighting the English archers, who had abandoned their bows and were now wielding poleaxes, swords, and mallets. The advantage the English archers possessed was manoeuvrability. Unencumbered by 60 pounds of mud-weighted armour, they must have been lethal in their attacks. I cannot confirm that the British two-fingered salute began at Agincourt as a taunt to the defeated French, demonstrating that the archers still possessed their string fingers despite French threats to sever them, but it seems a likely tale. Sometime after the advance of the second French battle, a small force of horsemen, led by the sire of Agincourt, attacked the English baggage. This event, and the apparent readiness of the remaining Frenchmen to attack, persuaded Henry to issue his order to kill the prisoners. That order appalls us today, yet the contemporary chroniclers do not condemn it. By that stage there were around 2,000 French prisoners close behind the English line that was half expecting an attack by another 8,000 so far unengaged Frenchmen. Those prisoners could well have swung the battle by assailing Henry's rear, and so the order was given to the evident displeasure of many English men-at-arms, who were losing valuable ransoms. Henry sent a squire and 200 archers to do the killing instead, though it was evidently stopped fairly quickly when it became apparent that the raid on the baggage did not presage an attack from the rear, and that the threat of the Third French battle had evaporated. The French had taken enough. Their survivors began to leave the battlefield, and Henry had won the extraordinary victory of Agincourt. Wild uncertainty surrounds the casualties, but undoubtedly the French suffered dreadful losses. An English eyewitness, a priest, recorded 98 dead from the French nobility, around 1,500 French knights killed, and between 4,000 and 5,000 men-at-arms. French losses were in the thousands, and might well have been as high as 5,000, while English losses were most likely as small as 200, including one archer, Roger Hunt, killed by a gun. The battle was a slaughter that, like the sack of Soissons, shocked Christendom. It was an age inured to violence. Henry did burn and hang the Lollards in London, and he executed an archer for stealing the copper-gilt pyx during the march to Agincourt, but those events were commonplace. Soissons and Agincourt, uncannily linked by Saints Crispin and Crispinian, were thought extraordinary. Except for Thomas Peril, I took all the names of the archers at Agincourt from the muster rolls of Henry's army, which still exist in the National Archives. Readers wanting a more accessible source can find the names printed in Anne Curry's appendices. There really was a Nicholas Hook at Agincourt, though he did not serve Sir John Cornwell, who was indeed the tournament champion of Europe. His name is often spelled Cornwell. A slight embarrassment, as he is no relation. The field of Agincourt is remarkably unchanged, though the flanking woods have shrunk somewhat, and the small castle that gave the battle its name has long disappeared. There is a splendid little museum in the village, and a memorial and battle map at nearby Maisoncelles, which was where the English baggage was raided. Much of Henry's lost treasure was later recovered. A Calvary on the battlefield marks the supposed spot of one of the grave pits where the French buried their dead. Harfleur has vanished, subsumed into the greater city of Le Havre. Those traces of the medieval town do still exist. Petrochemical works now stretch where the English fleet landed. Henry V's leadership was an undoubted contribution to the unlikely victory. He went on fighting in France, and eventually forced the French to yield to his demands that he was the rightful king, and it was agreed that he would be crowned on the death of the mad King Charles. But Henry was to die first. His son was crowned King of France instead, but the French would recover to expel the English from their territory. Marshal Boucicaut, a great soldier, was to die in English captivity, while Charles, Duke of Orleans, was to spend 25 years as a prisoner, not being released until 1440. He wrote much poetry during those years, and Juliet Barker, in Agincourt, translates a verse he wrote during his time in England. A verse that can bring an end to this story of a battle long ago. Peace is a treasure which one cannot praise too highly. I hate war. It should never be prized. For a long time it has prevented me, rightly or wrongly, from seeing France, which my heart must love. This recording of Agincourt by Bernard Cornwell was produced and directed by Michael Conroy and performed by Charles Keating. It was recorded at Harper Studio by Richard Romaniello and Dan Mackesy. It was edited by Fred Koch. Mixing and mastering were by Lance Neal. If you enjoyed this recording, you may also enjoy Sword Song, Lords of the North, and The Pale Horseman. These audiobooks and many others by Bernard Cornwell are available on CD and as digital downloads wherever audiobooks are sold.